Honourable members, the Speaker.
To acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Just got to do some reports quickly. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations and Administration, I present the Committee's report number 32, Budget Estimates 2025 to 26. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests: the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Reconsiderations Bill 2025, Supply Bill number 1 2025-26 without requests, Supply Bill number 2 2025 to 2026, Supply Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1 2025 to 2026, Transport Security Amendment Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2025, Auscheck Amendment Global Entry Program Bill 2025, Parliamentary Business Resources Legislation Amendment Machinery of Government Change Bill 2025, Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, Free TAFE Bill 2024, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment of Public Ownership Bill 2024, Treasury Laws Amendment More Cost of Living Relief Bill 2025, Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Incentive and Integrity Bill 2025. The member for Monash is seeking the call.
Question of you, Mr Speaker. I have noticed with interest this week that your grace has been upon the member for Moreton in that you haven't ejected him from the chamber. I'm just wondering whether your grace will extend through this question time today.
I'm happy to report to the member for Monash that the grace will continue. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Approval of works, Australian Electoral Commission, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 26 Narellan Street, Canberra, ACT.
We call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Australian Electoral Commission proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 26 Narellan Street, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory. The Australian Electoral Commission is proposing works to fit out leased premises at 26 Narellan Street, Canberra, ACT. The new office will consolidate 3 existing commercial tenancies for which leases will expire across 2026 to 2027. The new tenancy will allow the Commission to consolidate its staff presence and improve operational efficiencies through enhanced collaboration, as well as provide for an uplift in security. The estimated project cost is $35.9 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 12th of December 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works are expected to commence in June 2026 and be completed by August 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, approval of works, Australian Institute of Sport Revitalisation Project, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory.
I call the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Australian Institute of Sport Revitalisation Project, Canberra, Australian Capital Territory. The Australian Sports Commission is proposing works to revitalise the Australian Institute of Sport campus in Bruce, Australian Capital Territory, and not before time. The proposed works will provide 3 new facilities, a new athletes' village, multi-sports dome and a high-performance training and testing centre, incorporating sports science and sports medicine. The estimated cost of the project is $249.7 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 20th of November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence from October 2025 and be completed by March 2027. On behalf of the Government, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry. As a member for the ACT, I would like to thank those involved in this exciting project. As a sports nut, I am extraordinarily excited by what the new AIS will become. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3 for approval of work, Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water, Davis Station Critical Infrastructure Works.
Good call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Davis Station Critical Infrastructure Works. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water is proposing to undertake a program of works to sustain and renew infrastructure at Davis Research Station in Antarctica. The scope of works will include a new water production and main power facility, new vehicle workshop, refurbishment of trade workshops and the decommissioning and demolition of redundant structure. The estimated cost of the works is $251.7 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 6 November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in mid-2025 and be completed by mid-2030. On behalf of the Government, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4 for approval of works, Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Southern Ocean Research Aquarium.
I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Southern Ocean Research Aquarium. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water is proposing to develop a replacement cold water marine research aquarium to be co-located at the University of Tasmania's Taroona site. The proposed works include the construction of research spaces, a deep tank, a sea ice research freezer, feed and culture rooms for phytoplankton and other species, a marine laboratory and cold room, and supporting infrastructure and services. Saving the skate, I'm informed by the member for Franklin. The estimated total capital cost of the construction project is $36.7 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 20th of November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works are expected to commence in March 2026 for completion by September 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5 for approval of works. Department of Defence facilities to support Land 8113 Phase 1 long-range fires.
Call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Defence, facilities to support Land 8113 Phase 1 long-range fires. Defence is proposing works to provide new facilities and infrastructure at the Edinburgh Defence Precinct, South Australia, to support a regiment to operate and maintain a new long-range fires capability. Now, at this point, those listening carefully to Parliament may have wondered, why did he say fires rather than firing? For those unfamiliar with the term, fires is a doctrinal term used in military strategy which encompasses all forms of long-range offensive action, not just traditional artillery, but also missiles, rockets, drones, airstrikes and electronic attacks. It is plural and abstract, like forces or operations. Defence is also proposing works to upgrade and reuse existing training, sustainment and storage facilities at the School of Artillery at the Puckapunyal Military Area, Victoria, to also support the new capability. The total estimated cost of the works is $376.7 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 6th of November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works at Edinburgh are scheduled to commence in late 2025 and be completed by late 2028. The works at Puckapunyal are scheduled to commence in mid-2026 and be completed by late 2026. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6 for approval of work. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of existing leased premises at Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 57 Athlone Drive, Greenway, Australian Capital Territory.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of existing leased premises at Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 37 Athlone Drive, Greenway, Australian Capital Territory. Services Australia is proposing works to fit out its existing premises at the Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 57 Athlone Drive, Greenway, ACT. The works form part of a project that will consolidate 3 of Services Australia's Tuggeranong sites into one by 2027 and deliver operational and financial efficiencies. The estimated cost of the works is $144.49 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 6 November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in August 2025 and be completed in August 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 7 for approval of works. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland.
Call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Lucky last. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Services Australia proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland. Services Australia is proposing works to fit out new leased premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland. The fit-out is part of a project to consolidate Services Australia's 2 Townsville corporate office sites located in Aikenvale and at 235 to 259 Stanley Street into a single building. The estimated cost of the works is $29.16 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 6th of November 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in early 2025 for completion in late 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by that great Queenslander, the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll give a call to the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 216, on behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, I present a report containing the registration declaration of members' interests during 2024. I would also like to thank the committee members for their collegiality in the 47th Parliament and the committee staff for their hard work and diligence.
I thank the member for McEwen. I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present report number 38 of the Standing Committee on Petitions, and I ask leave of the House to present petitions and ministerial responses to petitions.
Is leave granted? I'll just ask the member for Fairfax to see if leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member for Fairfax, and the member for Macquarie may proceed.
I present 112 petitions and 30 ministerial responses to petitions.
I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
On behalf of the Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts, I present the committee's report entitled, Am I Ever Going to See You Live Again? Yes, way you bet, oh yeah. Together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
I hope leave is granted. I give the call to the member for Fairfax. Leave is granted, and the member may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. In March 2024, the Minister for the Arts asked the House Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts to inquire into the challenges and opportunities within the Australian live music industry. The inquiry's terms of reference included examining the industry's sustainability, barriers to growth and consumer behaviours. The committee received 130 written submissions from stakeholders and policymakers around the country. In those submissions and public hearings, we heard from musicians, representative organisations, educators, researchers, business owners, streaming services, broadcasters, First Nations groups and government agencies. We heard just how much live music means to communities across Australia. 91% of the New South Wales public who attend live music agree that live music contributes to the vibrancy of their cities and communities. A similar proportion of respondents who work in the live music industry agree that live music can be a powerful form of cultural expression, particularly for marginalised groups. Live music provides us with some of the most meaningful and memorable experiences of our lives. Tim Hollow put this beautifully in his submission, saying, "Music, as an artistic and cultural practice, has always been about sharing and borrowing, about free exchange, about something that appears and disappears, a gift of a brief moment of transcendence, lifting out of the here and now into something bigger than ourselves." In addition to the spiritual and cultural value of live music, it provides valuable employment opportunities for tens of thousands of people. And it always bears repeating that arts jobs are real jobs. The live music industry provides employment to around 41,000 workers, a workforce similar in size to baristas, GPs, cooks, miners and university lecturers. In my state, New South Wales alone, the economic value of live music is estimated to be $5.5 billion. But we also heard that the sector is facing major headwinds. The effect of COVID continues to be felt, with audiences buying tickets in smaller numbers and leaving it later to buy them. Younger people today are less likely to go out to gigs and festivals than in previous decades, and cost of living pressures are affecting consumer behaviours. Festivals and venues are facing similar increased costs, especially from insurance premiums, user pays policing, travel costs and production expenses. These risks are causing festival cancellations in numbers never before seen. Those that do go ahead are facing major challenges to their viability. Around 35% of festivals surveyed by Creative Australia lost money, and we've seen a dramatic decline in the number of venues offering live music right round the country. We heard concerns about anti-competitive practices within the music industry and a lack of transparency and stability in ticket prices. While there is understandable concern about the viability of live music in Australia, we were heartened to hear so many constructive ideas about what the government can do to help turn things around. It's that pragmatic forward thinking that the committee's recommendations are based on. We believe that a tax offset for live performance could be a game changer for the music industry, and we recommended that a concrete policy proposal be developed for the government to consider. We recommend that consumer laws be amended to better regulate ticket sales by improving the transparency of fees and charges within ticket pricing and limiting extreme variability in prices caused by dynamic pricing. We also recommended that the ACCC monitor the music industry for anti-competitive conduct and take enforcement action as required. We love seeing the best global talent on Australian stages, and we also love seeing the benefits flow through to our own music industry. The committee recommends enacting an obligation for major international acts to work with local support acts. While blockbuster arena shows are drawing huge crowds, grassroots live music and smaller venues are really struggling. So we've recommended that a small levy be charged on the largest, most profitable shows. The funds raised could be directed towards an expansion of the Revive Live program, which I was delighted to see was extended for another year in the budget handed down on Tuesday night. An expanded Revive Live could support smaller grassroots venues to present a series of performances. It could provide funding for capital improvements to venues and improve their functionality and accessibility, covering costs like soundproofing, equipment upgrades and disability access. It could provide funding for festivals that support the viability and diversity of live music in Australia, including regional festivals, all ages events, First Nations festivals, community and not-for-profit festivals. We heard that special entertainment precincts can make a real difference to the viability of live music by providing a more supportive regulatory regime. This could include exemptions to trading hour restrictions, concessional liquor excise rates and differentiated noise complaint processes. Our recommendations support the designation of more of these precincts. Live music needs to be more accessible for young people, who are a smaller part of audiences than in past decades. So we recommend that the government assess the viability of a rebate or voucher system to make tickets more affordable. Creativity is innate to all of us. All Australians should have the opportunity to create music, not just consume it. That has to begin in childhood, so we've recommended that the government partner with state and territory governments to improve the standard of music education in our primary schools. We could do that by supporting pilot projects to deliver quality music education in communities of socio-economic disadvantage and then evaluate the benefits of that on student outcomes. I'm looking forward to pursuing that particular recommendation in our next Parliament. Insurance has become one of the biggest costs for music festivals and venues, so we encourage the government to undertake research into the viability of a self-insurance or mutual insurance model for the music industry and other initiatives that could result in lower premiums. Another source of cost pressures on presenters is user pays policing. So we've recommended that state and territory jurisdictions reduce or abolish these charges entirely. There have been growing calls for governments to re-evaluate the need for large police presences at live music events, as well as reconsideration of the use of sniffer dogs and strip searches. Our recommendations back those calls. The music industry is rapidly evolving, and we want to help presenters to adapt. We've recommended that research be conducted into changes in audience behaviour and attitudes that have affected demand for live music. We also recommend research into business models for live music that don't depend on alcohol sales. The way that audiences discover music has fundamentally changed. Radio still plays an important role, but increasingly music streaming services and the algorithms behind them are key to musicians' success. That's why we've encouraged the government work with music streaming services to increase the proportion of local content that algorithms promote to users and, if necessary, legislate to ensure that Australian music reaches Australian audiences. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone who wrote a submission and presented evidence to this inquiry. It's been a privilege for the committee to gain a deeper understanding of this vital industry from the people who give it life. Your insights as sector members are at the heart of this report, and I'm hopeful that it will provide a pathway towards the recovery of an industry that we all value so profoundly. I also want to acknowledge my fellow committee members for their contributions to this inquiry over the past year. Thank you to the committee secretariat for your diligence, hard work and for all your efforts in ensuring that this inquiry was rigorous and relevant. Finally, I want to recognise the leadership of the Member for Lyons, Brian Mitchell, in chairing this committee. His training as a journalist was clear throughout this inquiry in his ability to drill down to the core issues at hand and interrogate the potential solutions. This report is a fine legacy. His choice for its title, Am I Ever Going to See You Live Again?, had been described as possibly the most inspired in parliamentary history, and rightly so. It's a reference to the Aussie rock classic Am I Ever Going to See Your Face Again by the Angels. The famous audience response to that line in the song is one that many members will be familiar with, including the member for Moreton. But parliamentary standards prevent me from repeating it. It's quite all right. The Left Right Out band, we make sure that we give our audience the opportunity to engage in that. The Chair's forward recalls that the Angels weren't initially thrilled with the fans' hijacking of his song, but the die was cast. Whenever and wherever it was sung, the chorus was taken up with gusto by the crowd, and it soon became a staple. That song's place in music history is the result of the magic that happens when performers and audiences share experiences together in real time. And I know as the mum of a musician, there is nothing like being there at the gig, watching that crowd react to the young people on stage. We hope that this report will play a part in restoring that wonderful, intangible dynamism and return this vital part of our culture to good health. Thank the House.
Thank you. The call to the member for Fisher.
Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report on the Transport Security Amendment, Security of Australia's Transport Infrastructure, Transport Sector Bill 2024, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report. Thank you.
It's leave granted. There being no objection, the member may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report. There are 629 airports and 70 maritime ports in Australia playing a crucial role in the movement of people and goods between states and countries. Because of the sheer scale of movement through our aviation and maritime hubs, ports and airports remain significant targets for organised crime, terror and foreign interference. The strength and resilience of our supply chains is a critical issue of national security, our economic prosperity and national sovereignty. Only a few years ago, our nation felt the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our supply chains, and we would all remember that. With over 99% of Australian imports arriving by sea, we have to ensure that our maritime ports are able to prevent and respond to cyber threats. At the same time, our country thrives and relies on a strong visitor economy. On the Sunshine Coast alone, tourism and adjacent industries add over $900 million a year to our local economy. Communities like the Sunshine Coast depend on their airports. States like Queensland rely on maritime ports for trade, tourism and transit. And countries like Australia rely on global access and aspiration and on free and safe movement between nations and states. That's why issues like aviation and maritime transport security are so important. Mr Speaker, threats to Australia's transport security have evolved since the Howard Coalition government first introduced aviation and maritime security legislation over 20 years ago. Increasing reliance on digital connectivity means that malicious cyber activity is a real and a present threat. We saw this recently with the Seattle Tacoma International Airport hack and the infamous CrowdStrike outage, which affected airports across Australia. That's why the Howard Coalition government introduced the initial legislation 20 years ago. That's also why the previous coalition government commissioned a review into Australia's aviation and maritime transport security settings. This review formed the basis of the Transport Security Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill of 2022, which, though it lapsed at the 2022 election, forms the basis of this legislation. The committee has made several recommendations for the government to consider. Recommendations relating to the role of the Department of Home Affairs include the need to continue industry consultation so that any changes to subsequent regulations are both clear and accessible, that the department help reduce the regulatory burden on industry through guidance and training, and finally that duplication of reporting requirements across Commonwealth agencies be addressed, notably in relation to cyber incident reporting. The committee also makes recommendations that would amend the bill itself, relating to reporting-related offences and the need for a penalty regime that's responsive and scalable, and also safeguards around the use of expanded security directions powers. Mr Deputy Speaker, coalition members on the committee took the opportunity in the course of this inquiry to highlight the disproportionate impact of these burdens on regional and smaller entities. The Sunshine Coast area is home to Australia's 12th busiest airport, as well as smaller airports in Caloundra and nearby Noosa. We're a region which relies on visitors and which is developing a strong export base and aviation sector. We really do rely on our airports. That's why I'm pleased that the committee also recommended that the government consider an extended implementation timeframe for smaller affected entities. These entities are not as well resourced as those larger organisations and will naturally need additional support and time as they begin to shoulder the increased regulatory and cost burden, which comes as a result of this legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, with all that said, the committee recommends that, subject to the implementation of these recommendations, that the bill be passed. On behalf of the committee, I extend my thanks to those who participated in the inquiry from industry, academia and the public service. I'd like to thank the Chair, Senator Ciccone, and my colleagues, including the member for Flinders, who's in the chamber with me this morning, the Shadow Minister for Defence and the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs for their hard work and collegiate spirit. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a tremendous privilege to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security. It is the only committee in the Parliament that receives classified briefings up to a top-secret level. It is a privilege to have served as the Deputy Chair. I would like to send a shout-out to all those within the national intelligence community, whether they are working in their offices or whether they are in the field. We often remark rightly and acknowledge the service of our men and women in uniform, but not often enough do we acknowledge the service of our men and women in our national intelligence community that keep Australians safe every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, often in extremely difficult and challenging environments. We never talk about them, we never know their names, but on behalf of this Parliament and on behalf of this committee, I want to send out a big thank you and shout out to you wherever you are in the world. Thank you for your service. It is equally as important as our men and women in the ADF. Thank you. I commend the report to the House.
I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Resources, I present the committee's report entitled Food for Thought, the Opportunities and Challenges for Australia's Food and Beverage Manufacturing Industry, together with the minutes of proceedings, and ask leave of the House to make a statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Australian food and beverages are amongst the best in the world. The food and beverage manufacturers use top-quality raw products from Australian farms to make world-class goods, and they are prized both domestically and abroad. The inquiry complements the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Agriculture's Australian food story, Feeding the Nation Beyond report. That report examined how Australia's food security could be strengthened and safeguarded, with a focus on the agricultural pre-farm gate side of food production. This inquiry looked at the next step, examining the post-farm gate manufacturing side of food production and the opportunities for expanding innovation and adding value. In response to the evidence we received throughout the inquiry, the committee developed 23 recommendations to support Australian food and beverage manufacturing sector. Stakeholders told the committee that the lack of national and consistent direction on food policy was a problem for the industry. The policies, regulations and plans that support Australia's food system across the country can conflict or contradict each other. The committee's first recommendation reiterates the Standing Committee on Agriculture's Australian Food Feeding the Nation Beyond report's key recommendation, that is the Australian Government develop a comprehensive national food plan. A national food plan will provide cohesion for food policies and plans across the federal, state and local governments. Increased connections for the Australian food system will strengthen our ability to make progress together on food-related issues. The inquiry found many opportunities for expanding the Australian food and beverage manufacturing sector. These include export opportunities, integrating new technologies, building on Australia's reputational and competitive advantages, and adding value to the raw products to produce high-value goods. The committee made several recommendations to take advantage of these opportunities, including a food innovation precinct, protection for native flora, identifying skill shortages in the industry and supporting automation technologies. I'd like to thank all those who contributed to the inquiry, particularly the many businesses and organisations that hosted the committee at various sites across the country. These experiences provided valuable evidence of the realities facing the sector. For instance, the committee visited the Health and Food Sciences Precinct at Coopers Plain in Queensland. The precinct hosts 150 scientists from the Queensland Department of Primary Industries, the CSIRO and the University of Queensland through Queensland's Alliance for Agriculture and Food Innovation. Here, Queensland businesses that design and manufacture food and beverages can use the food pilot plant to develop and test new products that is Safe Food Queensland accredited. And it's in Moreton, which has been very ably represented by the member for Moreton behind me, champion bloke. The food pilot plant is scaled down, factory built to stimulate food and beverages manufacturing practices and allows manufacturing businesses to experiment and produce trial products under industrial conditions in batches of up to 1,000 litres. It was absolutely fantastic to see scientists and staff at the Health and Food Scientists Precinct working with the small and medium-sized manufacturing businesses, industry associations and other research organisations to develop product prototypes, reformulate products, understand and test the market for food and beverage products, and optimise processing protocols, including post-harvest handling, storage conditions, packaging and production of value-added products. The committee also visited Fonterra's Oceania manufacturing facility at Camberfield in Victoria. Fonterra is a dairy cooperative which collects milk from Australian farmers. The milk is then distributed across 8 manufacturing sites across Victoria and Tasmania, where it is turned into great dairy products that generations of Australians have grown up with, including Perfect Italiano, Mainland, Western Star and Bega. Fonterra also sells dairy ingredients to many of the world's leading food companies and operate dedicated sales channel for the food service industry, providing a full range of dairy products specifically designed for commercial kitchens. During the factory tour, our committee was shown many of the behind-the-scene activities to produce these great products, along with the multiple automation technologies incorporated through the production line. Of note was the extremely high level of food safety and quality standards adhered to by all staff to ensure consumers receive safe and high-quality food. I reflect on how lucky we are here in Australia that with our robust food safety and quality systems. We were also invited to attend a soft opening of Suntory Oceania facility in late August last year. Suntory Oceania's $400 million carbon-neutral multi-beverage manufacturing and distribution facility is the largest single fast-moving consumer goods investment in Australia in over a decade. Once fully operational in mid this year, the 17-hectare carbon-neutral site will be the manufacturing distribution hub for the company's multi-beverage portfolio of over 40 brands. The facility boasts strong sustainability credentials with a combination of renewable energy sources including 7,000 solar panels, state-of-the-art heating, cooling technology and on-site waste management and water recycling facilities. The site has the capacity to hold over 50,000 pallets of product. With the production of floor boasting leading-edge fill speeds, the 2 canning lines combine to achieve a rate of 180,000 cans per hour, while the glass line speed is 35 bottles per hour. It was pleasing to hear the construction of the site delivered over 450 construction jobs. Likewise, the opening of the facility created 160 new operational jobs. I also thank those that attended the committee's public hearings for their critical insight and expert knowledge that helped guide us to form the committee's recommendations for this inquiry. I want to extend my thanks to my committee colleagues, particularly the Deputy Chair, the Honourable Michelle Landry MP and her staff, who have been absolutely wonderful right throughout this. We worked extremely close, and I think it shows in the way that we put a report together that everyone had input, everyone had the ability to do it, and we actually had a pretty great time doing this. I think the rumour mill was that the committee secretariats were pretty jealous of what we were doing, but that was because we had a great crew together and we did work extremely hard. I also want to thank the member for Cunningham, the member for Hunter, the member for Swan, the member for Corwell, the member for Bowman and the member for O'Connor. We have been a very strong bipartisan committee, producing 2 important reports during the body of this 47th Parliament. And I think the work that was done, as I said, was good, friendly spirit, and again, I just thank them for that. It's always important to acknowledge the people that keep us in line. There were times when I think our secretariat might have felt like they were herding cats trying to keep us on time and when we were going to do some of the exciting things. But it was mainly Michelle, wasn't me, of course. I was always on time. But I want to thank Committee Secretary Lindley Ducker, Inquiry Secretary Miona Ikeda and Researcher Ben Russell, who are sitting up there in the gallery. These guys are an absolute asset to this Parliament, and the work that they did, the professionalism in which they carried themselves with, and the ability to help us bring everything together in a fantastic united front was just sensational. And it's been very much an honour to have you guys as our secretariat. I also want to just again acknowledge the retirement of Lindley Ducker and thank her for her parliamentary service over many, many years. Whether it's working with the committee or having to sit up the front there during our messy days of question time and the likes, she again handled herself with absolute brilliance. So with that, I just want to commend this report to the House and again say this was a wonderful report. We had lots of fun and the recommendations give opportunity for the next Parliament to be able to work closer and look closer into the spirits industry and the alcohol industry, which we know is growing well, particularly in times of change we see with some of our friends overseas. It's a great opportunity for us to continue to support, to buy, consume and manufacture Australian foods and beverages because we have everything we need here to make great product that should be on world shelves everywhere.
I call the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to make a statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed.
I rise today to speak on the Industry, Science and Resources Committee's report into food and beverage manufacturing titled Food for Thought. This report delves into the vital role that food and beverage manufacturing plays in Australia's economy, its connection to our world-class agriculture sector and the opportunities that lie ahead to strengthen and grow the industry. Australia is known for producing some of the highest quality food and beverages in the world. Our farmers supply top-tier raw materials and our manufacturers turn them into world-class products that are enjoyed both domestically and internationally. Food and beverage manufacturing is a significant part of the Australian economy. It is the largest manufacturing sector in the country, contributing billions of dollars annually and supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs. This industry adds immense value to our agriculture products, ensuring that Australia is not just a supplier of raw materials, but a global leader in high-quality, innovative food production. Strengthening this sector means strengthening our entire economy. The report makes 23 recommendations to take advantage of these opportunities. One of the major areas of concern raised during the inquiry was the taxation system for alcohol manufacturers, with 40% of submissions coming from this sector. In response, the committee recommends the establishment of Spirits Australia, a dedicated industry body similar to Wine Australia, to support the growth and international success of Australian distillers. The spirits sector contributes $15.5 billion to the economy and supports over 100,000 jobs, yet it lacks the same level of government support as other beverage industries. Addressing this imbalance will help Australian spirit manufacturers thrive both domestically and internationally. However, the committee also heard that Australia's excise tax system is placing an unsustainable burden on small distillers. The high rate of excise duty on spirits makes it incredibly difficult for small and emerging businesses to compete, stifling innovation and restricting their ability to grow. Unlike their counterparts in the wine industry who benefit from a more favourable taxation structure, Australian distillers face some of the highest spirit taxes in the world. The report highlights that reforming this taxation system is crucial to ensure the survival and success of small distilleries, which creates jobs, supports regional economies and showcases Australians' craftsmanship on the global stage. Another key focus of the report is ensuring regional communities benefit from food and beverage manufacturing. This sector is a significant employer in regional Australia, with nearly half of all jobs in meat, sugar, confectionery and beverage manufacturing located outside of capital cities. Developing strategically placed manufacturing facilities, particularly in Northern Australia, could strengthen regional economies, reduce food transport costs and increase food security in remote communities. Such investments would not only create jobs but also support sustainable regional development and improve resilience in our food supply chains. Labelling is another issue addressed in the report. Submitters raised concerns about inconsistent regulations and frequent changes to labelling requirements, which create unnecessary costs for businesses. The committee recommends supporting digitisation and innovation in labelling, such as the use of QR codes to provide detailed product information while reducing compliance burdens on manufacturers. This approach would ensure that consumers have access to the information they need, while allowing businesses to remain agile and competitive in an evolving marketplace. Finally, the inquiry examined workforce challenges in food and beverage manufacturing. The sector struggles with an ageing workforce, skill shortages and a lack of awareness among young people about career opportunities in the industry. To address this, the committee recommends targeted training programs, better alignment between education and industry needs, and reforms to skill migration programs to support businesses facing labour shortages. A strong talent pipeline is essential to fostering innovation, ensuring product quality and safety, and driving sustainable growth. The food and beverage manufacturing industry is an essential part of Australia's identity. It supports farmers, creates jobs, strengthens regional communities, and assures that Australian products remain at the forefront of the global market. This report provides a roadmap for strengthening Australia's food and beverage manufacturing sector. By implementing these recommendations, we can unlock the industry's full potential, create more high-value products, support regional development, and enhance the health and well-being of Australians. Finally, I'd like to thank our committee's chair, the member for McEwen, and as he previously said, it was a really great committee. We enjoyed it as well as doing the work. Our fellow committee members from both sides of politics, we had a really great team, I must say, and also to our wonderful secretariat for their professionalism and keeping the team on track during our inquiries. Thanks very much.
I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport, I present the committee's report entitled Issues Paper relating to the health impacts of alcohol and other drugs in Australia, together with a corrigendum and the minutes of proceedings. And I ask the Leader of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is the leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, substance abuse has long been a profound challenge facing communities across our nation and indeed all over the world since time immemorial. In Australia, harm related to alcohol and other drugs is one of our most significant public health crises, a major cause of preventable disease, illness and death. The health impacts span a devastating spectrum, from substance abuse disorders and mental illness to infectious diseases, cancer, cardiovascular and liver disease, injury and overdose, and even effects on the unborn fetus. But the toll extends far beyond individual health. Alcohol and other drugs use casts a long shadow across our society and economy, contributing to family violence, child abuse and neglect, gambling addiction and family breakdown. It places immense pressure on our police, community service workers and the criminal justice system. 6 months ago, when the House Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport embarked on this inquiry into the health impacts of alcohol and other drug use, we recognised a pivotal moment of opportunity. With both the National Drug Strategy and the National Alcohol Strategy approaching their conclusion, we had a chance to ensure that the next iterations of these crucial strategies could benefit from the research powers of a committee of the Parliament. In particular, the committee was very keen to see these strategies informed by a comprehensive understanding of the sector's needs. The committee was grateful to receive written evidence and hear from witnesses about a range of issues pertaining to current alcohol and other drugs service delivery, the need for developing responses tailored to different communities, and the urgent challenge of raising the capacity of the workforce across the sector. We heard of new challenges, new drugs and new ways of delivering support. The fact that the committee received over 200 submissions from a wide range of stakeholders, including government agencies, peak bodies, researchers and others, and clinicians, and harm reduction services, amongst others, speaks to the level of interest in and urgent need for addressing harms from substance abuse. We know that substance use does not impact all Australians equally. Our most vulnerable populations bear a disproportionate burden of alcohol and other drugs-related harm. This inequity demands that our policy responses be both targeted and equitable, ensuring that a person's background or location never stands as a barrier between them and adequate help. In the time available, there were elements of the inquiry's terms of reference that the committee was unable to fully explore. Accordingly, the committee recommends and wishes that the inquiry be continued in the next Parliament, and I commit to that, provided I'm re-elected. We present these issues papers now as both a summary of the substantial evidence we've already gathered and to identify some of the lines of inquiry which should be pursued. We must remain vigilant in studying evolving patterns of substance use and the emergence of new drugs that pose grave threats to our communities. In closing, I wish to thank the federal and state government departments and agencies, peak bodies, think tanks, academics, health practitioners, research organisations and members of the public who all provided invaluable input into this inquiry. The overwhelming response to our call for submission reflects how deeply this issue resonates across the country in all societies. The committee was particularly grateful for the opportunity to visit the Salvation Army's Access Health and Windana's Adult Residential Detox Centre in St Kilda and the Alcohol and Drug Assessment Unit of the Princess Alexandra Hospital in Brisbane. We're impressed by the dedication and professionalism of the healthcare and social workers at these facilities who so generously shared their time with us. I would also like to thank the committee itself. It's a great committee, and I am very grateful for all the members of the committee, including, and not exclusive, the member for Hughes, the member for Werriwa, the member for Kooyong, the member for Robertson. But most of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the initial Deputy Chair of the committee, Melissa McIntosh, the member for Lindsay, whose intelligence and hard work significantly improved the committee's function. But in particular, I'd also like to thank Mr Julian Leeser, the member for Berowra, in his role as the ongoing Deputy Chair of the committee, for his intelligence, his hard work and his really indefatigable work for the committee and across the Parliament. And it was really great to work with him and a great privilege to do so. And lastly, if I can thank our Secretariat, I cannot express how impressed I am by their intelligence, their hard work and the really wonderful camaraderie that they developed within the whole committee. And they are often unsung, but they are real jewels in our Parliament. And I thank Mr Andrew Bray, the Committee Secretary, and the Inquiry Secretary, Ms Eva Glisick, so much for their help and support. It has been wonderful to work with them, and I hope to work with them further in the future. So I commend the issues paper relating to the health and impacts of alcohol and other drugs in Australia to the Parliament, and I look forward to continuing the work in the next Parliament, and my Deputy Secretary will say a few words as well. Thank you.
Call the honourable member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, let me begin by thanking my friend the member for Macarthur, who has chaired this inquiry and is hugely respected across this Parliament for his knowledge and wisdom and experience as a medical practitioner, but also for the way that he's conducted not just this inquiry but the committee for the entire Parliament. It is really a privilege to work with him. Let me echo his words about our excellent Secretariat and the other members of the committee with whom it's been a privilege to work. And let me also thank all those who've made submissions to this inquiry. In the short time since this inquiry was referred to the committee, we have not had adequate time to hear from the full range of witnesses or consider an adequate range of evidence to allow the committee to draw conclusions. Therefore, what we've produced is an issues paper that a future Parliament might pick up and that witnesses might respond to in helping any future committee arrive at recommendations for policy reform. Nothing that appears in this issues paper should be taken as the committee expressing a concluded view about the evidence presented to it. This issues paper highlights areas requiring deeper exploration and careful analysis before drawing conclusions. I want to bring attention to two issues which I think it's very important for any future committee to consider today. First, Chapters 3 and 5 raise controversial discussions around harm minimisation and approaches to law enforcement. Speaking for myself, I would have real difficulty supporting a so-called harm minimisation approach to dealing with illicit drugs. While we've heard from many advocates of harm minimisation, the committee hasn't heard from state and territory law enforcement and other broader community stakeholders to better test these strategies. I therefore want to make a special call to state and territory police to participate in any future inquiry. We need to hear from the men and women at the forefront of keeping our community safe. Second, I want to turn to the question of nicotine addiction. In this report, we make the following observations. While the use of vapes or e-cigarettes is not the focus of this inquiry, the committee acknowledges the concern that has been expressed and raised by witnesses regarding the use of these products, as younger people are at greater risk of developing nicotine dependence than adults. I want to say a few things briefly about this issue because it's one of increasing importance to our community. If the next Parliament takes up this inquiry, I think it has a duty to examine the growing impact of e-cigarettes, vaping and nicotine addiction on our young people. I've had in recent months concerned parents write to me about the ease of their children getting vapes, and I've heard anecdotal stories of illegal tobacco trade operating even in our own community, and I've raised these issues with local police. Young Australians face a heightened risk of nicotine dependency, increasingly fuelled by the surge in vaping and e-cigarette use. Stories in the media in recent months indicate that the illegal tobacco trade is thriving across our nation. What's often overlooked is how the black market boom is closely linked with rising vape and e-cigarette sales. In my own electorate, we're seeing a sudden rise in the number of tobacconists sprouting up in nearly every suburb, especially near transport hubs frequented by school children. These shops are strategically marketing chocolate, lollies and other sweets to deliberately entice children onto the premises. The tactic isn't accidental. It lures our young people into the stores, transitioning them into illegal nicotine products as they grow older. I think the next Parliament has to look at this. It puzzles me, for instance, that in my home state of New South Wales, while stringent approvals and licensing for liquor stores are required, as they should be, but tobacconists can operate with minimal oversight, minimal approval and minimal licensing. I note the Coalition has proposed a $250 million illegal tobacco and vaping task force led by Australian Federal Police and Australian Border Force to tackle illegal vapes from the border to the shop front. This will provide desperately needed federal leadership to crack down on organised criminal activity and protect Australian children. The duty to protect our young people lies with every single one of us, especially those elected to represent our communities. I make no apology for calling out those who seek to market nicotine products to children. I make no apology for calling out those who seek to spread disinformation and misinformation about nicotine products contrary to health advice. And I make no apology for standing strong against the scourge of those who'd see our children face a life of dependence and addiction.
I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report 226 Australian-Portugal Tax Treaty, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection to the report.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I am pleased to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee Treaties Report 226 Australia-Portugal Tax Treaty. The major treaty action considered in this report is the Convention between Australia and the Portuguese Republic for the elimination of double taxation with respect to taxes on income and the prevention of tax evasion and avoidance. The treaty is a taxation agreement with Portugal aimed at eliminating the double taxation for residents of Australia and Portugal. It also aims to prevent tax evasion and avoidance and to strengthen economic ties between our two countries. Portugal and Australia have more than a 64-year history of strong diplomatic relations. The two countries share a range of priorities, particularly the mutual multilateral institutions, and this agreement will further develop these links. The Convention aims to promote closer economic cooperation between Australia and Portugal. It will provide tax certainty for Australian businesses seeking to expand into Portugal and for Australian taxpayers deriving income from Portugal. It will encourage trade between the two countries by reducing tax barriers, decreasing the cost to Australian businesses and enabling better access to Portuguese capital and technology. In considering this convention, the committee held one public hearing where the Department of Treasury gave evidence. Treasury emphasised the importance of strengthening ties with Portugal by creating a more favourable investment environment. This is the first such agreement with Portugal. The committee supports this convention and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. This report before us also contains 9 minor treaty actions for which no inquiries were conducted. 6 of these actions are amendments to the International Convention to the Prevention of Pollution from Ships. They make minor changes to the Convention aimed at preventing and minimalising ship pollution in marine environments. These changes include updating the requirement for hinged watertight doors, updating marine environment protection procedures, changes to the arrangements for developing state bordering Arctic waters regarding reception facilities for ship-generated waste, changes to requirements for garbage management plans on board ships, amendments to air pollution, such as sulphuric oxide, and updating the bunker delivery note requirements regarding onboard fuel delivery. These 6 minor treaty actions are environmentally sound amendments that have minimal impact on industry. Australia acceptance of the amendments is consistent with our long-standing support for the protection of marine environment and the active support of the International Marine Organisation. 2 minor treaty actions in this report relate to the agreement to establish a European Bank of Reconstruction and Development 1990 and Articles of Agreement of the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development 1945. And the final minor treaty action in this report is amendments to the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wildlife, Fauna and Flora, known as CITES. The CITES is an international agreement that aims to ensure that the international trade of wild animals and plants does not threaten their survival. The minor treaty action updates Appendix 3 of the Convention to remove 6 previously listed species of turtle native to China. The committee has also resolved that binding treaty action be taken for all these minor treaties. As this is likely to be the final report of the committee of this Parliament, I would like to sincerely thank everyone who's been involved in inquiries, making submissions throughout the course of the past few years. Your contributions have been extremely valuable and an important part of the process in examining and scrutinising treaties. Treaties are a crucial part to our engagement with other nations for Australia's participation in the international community. Thank you also to all the committee members for their diligent and hard work on a constantly busy committee, particularly the former chair, the member for Fremantle, and the deputy chair, the member for Herbert. And finally, I would like to thank the Secretariat for their hard work over this term of Parliament. It is a very busy committee, and we would not have been as successful without their hard work. On behalf of the committee, I recommend the report to the House.
I call the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, and also on behalf of the Chair of that committee, the member for Solomon, I present the committee's interim report into local government sustainability, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement.
Is the leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of March 2024, the committee adopted an inquiry into local government sustainability, following a referral from the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. The committee received 287 submissions and held 16 public hearings in person and via video conference in Canberra, Launceston, Wallan, Adelaide, Cairns, Beaudesert and Perth. Local governments play a crucial role, acting as the closest tier of governance to the community and addressing various needs and concerns at grassroots level. Their roles and responsibilities are diverse and multifaceted, encompassing a wide range of services and functions that are essential for the well-being and development of communities. The role of local governments has expanded over time beyond rates, roads and rubbish. Today they are being increasingly relied upon to provide services which were the responsibility of the Commonwealth, State and Northern Territory governments. Many local governments now provide vital municipal services including healthcare,
childcare and aged care, ensuring the livability and well-being of their communities. They oversee environmental protection, as well as mitigating and remediating natural disaster risks. Local governments are one of Australia's largest employers. They manage and maintain critical infrastructure and roads that connect communities, being responsible for 1/3 of Australia's public infrastructure. That's why our government supports local roads. The Roads to Recovery program supports the construction and maintenance of the nation's local road infrastructure assets, which facilitates greater accessibility and improves safety, economic and social outcomes for Australians. The Albanese government is making local roads safer with our commitment in last year's budget of $4.4 billion under the Roads to Recovery program over the next 5 years. Northern Territory councils are receiving $128 million over 5 years, an increase of $55 million. Roads to Recovery supports local road construction and maintenance by local government. The funding increase allows local governments to plan for the long-term maintenance and upgrade of their road network, shielding critical and road safety measures from the uncertainty of budget cycles. It directly impacts the quality of our local roads, allows for potholes to be filled, pavements to be repaired, culverts to be installed, to improve drainage and keep roads open during bad weather, and helps make sure we all get home safely. The increased funding was part of a series of changes aimed at strengthening investment in safer, more productive local roads across Australia. Councils and shires across regional and rural and metropolitan areas spoke to us about the constant funding pressures they face. The vast majority of local governments told the committee that their ability to remain financially sustainable was being impacted by a number of factors, including cost shifting, challenges raising their own revenue, and obtaining adequate funding through grants to meet local priorities. Local governments are also experiencing skills shortages across a number of critical areas, further impacting service delivery to their communities. The committee is undertaking a thorough review of all of the submissions received and evidence gathered at public hearings and will subsequently produce a final report. In the meantime, the committee has agreed to present this interim report to provide an update on the work it has undertaken to date. Submitters put forward wide-ranging recommendations aimed at improving the sustainability of local governments. Given the significant number of recommendations put forward to this inquiry by participants, it is challenging to list them all to you today and in the report. A brief overview of some of the key recommendations made by the various LGAs include review the financial assistance grants program, including minimum financial assistance grants restored to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, remove fixed co-contribution and short delivery timeline requirements of grants, set the duration of funded programs a minimum of 3 to 5 years to enable for delivery, stability and quality. Commonwealth Government establish a new allocative permanent funding program for local governments, increase financial assistance grant funding for smaller regional, rural and remote councils based on relative need. Review the intergovernmental agreement on federal financial relations. Ensure the allocation of grants are consistent with horizontal equalisation between councils in all jurisdictions, reflecting the different expenditure needs and revenue capacities of councils in different states. The Commonwealth Government consider the role local governments play and the appropriateness of funding made available to First Nations councils in achieving the objectives of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, addressing skills shortages through increased programs that will improve labour availability such as upskilling, retraining, skilled migration and re-evaluate migration policy to enable access to select highly skilled experts. Develop mechanisms for public-private partnerships to address these services. Incentivise workers to relocate to local government, regional, rural and remote areas. Develop education pathways to promote local government-specific skills for regional areas. Review international best practice of workforce incentive programs and potential application in the Australian context. Consider local government's role in national cabinet and ministerial forums. Consider developing a new tripartite agreement between all 3 levels of government that ends the cost shifting onto local governments. Consider making councils eligible for fringe benefits tax exemptions and concessions. The Commonwealth Government to amend the Fair Work Act 2009 to regulate the provision of labour hire services by national system employers to state system local governments. The Department of Defence and other Commonwealth agencies to contribute to infrastructure required to service their operations. Develop a national working group to proactively prepare and mitigate natural disasters and climate change impacts with funding for local programs. Mr Deputy Speaker, once again I stress those were recommendations put forward to the committee but are not recommendations of the committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, in tabling this report, I thank the committee members for their constructive input and the dedication throughout this important inquiry process. And can I thank the committee secretariat as well for all of that, and each of the committee members that participated, because can I say it was an extensive inquiry. Whilst I'm here representing the chair of the committee, I also participated in many of the hearings, and I know how far and wide the committee travelled. I also extend my sincere thanks to the many local government, state and territory government organisations and unions, including the Australian Services Union and the United Services Union, who participated in this inquiry via submissions and at public hearings. With those comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for New England.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to also commend some of the comments at the outset of the member for Macon. It's a big issue that we are trying to deal with when you have people in regional areas saying, unless we get the financial assistance grant system working properly, looking after the more remote regional government areas, then these council areas will just be not viable, they'll be not sustainable. It seems ridiculous that a place such as the Gold Coast or the centre of Sydney, the Sydney Regional Council, has a financial assistance grant, yet you've got a place such as Bingra or Uralla out in the regions that are struggling to look after their roads. These big councils would make vastly more out of parking fines. We don't have that attribute in remote regional areas. Everybody's been saying it. You should be adjusting the financial assistance grants process. We keep talking about it, we just never seem to do it. Maybe it's something for the astute people as we go towards the coming election to come up with a policy on that one. Mr Deputy Speaker, when I first got into politics, 2004, the big issue that was going around then was the privatisation of Telstra, the final privatisation. It'd been half privatised by the Labor Party. So the government had privatised about 49% of it, and then they wanted to privatise the rest. It was Treasurer Costello at that stage. I think the logic behind it is they used the money from the privatisation of Telstra to pay off what was at that point in time about $80 billion or so in debt, and so Australia didn't have any debt after that. That was the trick, and we got ourselves out. However, in regional areas we were very concerned about this. The reason we were concerned is we just don't trust people to look after us when you privatise something and say that is the market, that'll work. And so I was in the invidious position because the coalition had won 4 Senate seats in Queensland, and I'd actually had at that point in time the Liberal Party standing against me to try and beat me. When I arrived down here, I wasn't really part of the team as I should have been, and the biggest issue is I needed my vote for the final privatisation of Telstra. Completely new at my job. Neither I nor any of my staff had ever been in politics before, so it was rather intense. And trying to get the agreements through with the Universal Service Obligation, Network Reliability Framework, Customer Service Guarantee, and all the myriad of things, and trying to work out what sort of money needed to be put aside so there was some protections for regional areas, was an immense task. And to be quite frank, I wasn't getting any assistance from either side of politics, and I was having to rely on people external to this building to try and give me some sort of guidance on where I'd go on that. I don't think we came up with a perfect solution, but I could see inevitably that if I didn't come to some sort of agreement at that point in time, they were just going to go around me and use somebody else. And so an agreement that did its very best to look after regional Australia was the one that I had to take. And noting the Labor Party had already privatised half of Telstra. There was absolutely no reason to believe that they wouldn't have it in their mind to sell another 1% of it if they had the opportunity. It was just a matter of time of trying to do the best you could at that spot. To this day, our office, I think many regional people's offices remind you of a front desk for Telstra. There is any complaint that's happening in telecommunications seems to walk in our door, and there are many, many complaints. And as this is a bill to deal with the consumer safeguards, and the consumer safeguards I had a fundamental part in bringing about back in 2005, it is disappointing that we just get this sort of these weasel words. We were given a guarantee that when 3G shut down, people would not lose service. Now, there was initially, Mr Deputy Speaker, a thing called CDMA, you probably remember it. It had very low volume but incredibly good footprint for voice. And when that shut down, it went to a thing called 2G. 2G, a smaller area but with more data. And then 3G, smaller area again but with more data. And now we're heading 4G, 5G. But as they shut down 3G, a lot of people who used to get voice, and this is imperative, they don't get it anymore. Right. They don't get it anymore. They promised us they would. And this is one of the big things that defines the member for Barker would be exactly the same boat. It defines regional people from people in capital cities. You just have to think from the dramatic. There's an accident. The other day I was on a road coming along, and I noticed there was a lady on the road, a young girl on the road, another guy, wild-looking bloke standing on the road, and they were just standing around. And I was trying to work out what was going on. As I came slowly around, I saw a car had gone off the road. And I stopped, and to be quite frank, I said, well, who was in the car? And they went, they're still in there. And we got them out and walked them up to the edge of the road. But it was very close to them dying. Now, the issue was we have no phone service. There was no phone service. It took about an hour and a half to 2 hours before an ambulance turned up. And that was just one day, driving back up from the coast. We've had other examples, like a bushfire breaks out, and a fire goes, you've got to move really quickly to try and deal with it. We all have to deal with that in regional areas. But people are having to drive kilometres up a road to get a phone service so that they can ring the bushfire brigade and also start to organise amongst themselves, because in country areas people organise as part of your own section of the bushfire brigade, but to contact people you've got to be able to phone them. We also have UHFs. I mean, our place are on Channel 41, but if you don't know what the UHF and the other person hasn't got a UHF on, then you can't contact them. And 5 and 10 and 15 minutes is huge in trying to deal with a fire. It is absolutely massive. And it all comes down to us being able to have a reliable phone system. We don't. Now, we've had petitions in our areas from Copper Creek, Coolatai, Gravesend, North Star, Warrialta, Bingra, Upper Horton. Some of these are coming into the New England. And they're fed up having to try and operate their business and the security of their lifestyle without a phone that works. It was even just recently I went to the cafe at Gravesend, which is coming into the electorate of New England, and the big issue that people want to talk to us about is, they don't have a phone system. They don't have a mobile phone system. And to be quite frank, the fixed line, many areas have just given up on fixed lines. They just don't even bother trying to maintain them anymore. It's antiquated technology. A lot of people local to us are trying to say, well, we can't rely on Telstra, we're going to have to look at Starlink and go with the new forms of technology that just go straight from your device to low Earth orbit satellites. But that's about I think it's about $150 a month before we start worrying about calls. It's not cheap, but this is, people say it is absolutely fundamentally part of our occupational health and safety requirements in this area that we have telephone service. It does frustrate me that the story you get before, and see, we have a right to ask the telecommunication companies for them to abide by this because they got bucket loads of money from us, bucket loads of money to set up mobile phone towers, bucket loads of money when because the asset they hold when they selling out of spectrum. These things are, and they've in some areas there's a virtual monopoly on the provision of a mobile phone service. So there has to be mandatory compliance with the industry codes that have been set up, and there has to be, as this talks to, the proper infringement process if people decide that there's a buck to be made by not abiding by the rules. It'll continue to be the case as you go to a higher G delivery that you're going to need more mobile phone black spots. These areas we're going to require a vastly greater rollout of mobile phone towers. Alternatively, you're going to have to come up with some program that Elon Musk will be the provider. Otherwise, Elon Musk will be the provider for regional areas because people are just going to go across to Starlink. During my great honour and to represent the people of New England, we've delivered around about 50 mobile black spot towers, places such as Ballala, Bonshaw, Drake, Dungowan, Hillgrove, Kings Plains, Rocky Creek, Urbanville, Walker Road, Woolman, Atunga, Barabara, Brooks and Highway A and B, Tabulum, Durai, Elsmore, Fossicers Way, Hallsville and Bargary, Manila Moonby, Mount Carrigan, Oxley Vale, Pyalamore, Spring Mountain Road, which is near White Rock, Tamworth, Walco, Westdale, Copeland Dam, Kingston, Baldersley and Baldersley, West Sugara, Kurula, Pinkett, Mount Hourigan, Doughboy Mountain, Moon Flats, Exchange, Legume, Torrington, Wellington Creek, Weabonga, so over the hill from me, Spring Ridge, Blackville, Gilgai, Bucalla, Glen Elgin, Mole River Exchange, Tannerfield, Watsons Creek and Woods Reef Exchange. As a regional member of Parliament, that's probably some of the biggest things you can do is get people a mobile phone tower. And it's not that they want to do share transactions. They just want to know at Upper Horton that the camp draft, when it's on, and you got a couple of, 1,000 people or so there, if someone comes off a horse and might has a suspected broken neck, you want to be able to make the call straight away, and you want to be able to look up. And people have a right in regional areas to be looked after. So the question going forward is we have to make sure what we've seen with the telecommunications industry, where we were promised so much, where I was promised so much, and maybe at that early age I was naive enough to believe promises. I got over that problem pretty quickly, but I was naive enough at that stage in 2005 to believe that when people made promises to you, they would actually do them. And we're seeing this again. Now we're getting promises about energy. And there are another raft of promises that I just, to be quite frank, now, 20 years later, I just don't believe. I do not believe that they're going to be able to maintain the grid in an affordable manner. It'll all work. I've seen this movie before, and it ends in absolute and utter tears. You end up with a complete fiasco where people who have been able to swindle the government for whatever the government was naive enough to peel off, they'll get. And for the people who are left picking up the pieces, well, they're called constituents, and, no matter what, the government never turns up later on and fixes up the problem. You're just left with a car crash, which was a proper working telecommunications platform where people can make phone calls, and in the future, the next one will be, you didn't honestly believe we're going to have an electricity grid that was actually going to work, do you? See, what they're doing now, when we go back to them and we say, hang on, these people got 3G, and you promised that they would get 4 or 5G, but now they get no G. They've got no G at all, no GGs, no horsies at all for this one. So what went wrong here? And of course, the deal's done, they got the money, and they'll say, oh, that was fortuitous. 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 It's fortuitous service. You were just lucky that day. You're just lucky. Wind blowing in the right direction. You're lucky to have the, aren't you a lucky fellow that you had a service at some stage, and you should say thank you very much that in the past your mobile phone worked and now it won't. So you see the sense of cynicism that regional politicians have about that, because immediately the dial's changed. Now, of course, it's back with your swindle factories, your intermittent power precincts, wind turbines and solar panels, and it'll all be fine. Don't worry, everything will work well once they're decommissioned and fall over in the paddock. It'll all work well once the bisphenol A and the microplastics blow over your field so you can't sell your stock to the sale yards because they're contaminated. That is happening. We have to actually come up with a plan to keep our cattle away from the wind towers because they are poisonous. So you don't eat it because you've got about a teaspoon of microplastics in your head at the moment. They don't want you to have any more. They don't tell you about that little bit, do they? No. They just, all you see is a happy picture of the wind tower burn going, but you're eating the plastics from them. But don't worry, you'll get it. I don't really laugh about that. It brings on Alzheimer's. I can show it. We have to sign a declaration because it brings on Alzheimer's disease. Is that not a concern? It's not. Okay, I'll take you up on that. I'll give you the report. I'll send it through to your office. I'll send it through. Yes, it has. It has. I'll get it through to your office. See, this is the absolute ignorance of the facts of the issues that you go out here and support the intermittent power precincts, and you don't actually are aware of the facts that are there in the report. I will get you the report. You should have read it because I think it was like the front page of the paper. But anyhow, I'll get it to you. So, but anyway, you're doing it to our countryside, just creating the filth all over our countryside, contaminating it, and you're going to an election on the back of it because the minister with his stupid smile thinks it's a good idea.
Time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak on this bill today. And I know that we're on almost the eve of an election, and I think that what this bill demonstrates is that this Parliament and the Australian people really have a choice between two parties that recognise what real action looks like and one that looks like a party of inaction. And what I will say, talking about action, is I do want to talk about real action. And since coming to office, this government has not wasted a single day. We have not sat on our hands. We have not dodged the tough calls. We've shown up in moments of crisis and in moments of opportunity, from the Prime Minister and Senator McAllister standing with communities under threat from ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, to rebuilding global partnerships, to bringing forward important legislation like this. Work we've done. It's been full on, and I've been busy too. In Swan, we've been upgrading, investing, reviving, delivering real change after years of Liberal neglect. We're upgrading public infrastructure, Borloo Bridge, Metronet, McCallum Park, Queen's Park open spaces. We're investing in housing, 501 new homes under the Housing Australia Future Fund, 875 households supported into homes under the Home Guarantee Scheme. We're backing local manufacturing and future industries. Just this month, the Prime Minister was in Swan announcing $750 million to boost metal manufacturing. And this is just one example of what we've been doing.
We'll resume her seat. The member for Barker on a point of order.
With a point of order, Mr Deputy Speaker, asks that the Speaker be drawn to the subject matter of the debate, which is the telecommunications.
I'm listening carefully. Thank you, member for Barker. I am listening carefully, and I'll determine whether the member is within the parameters of the bill. The member for Swan.
And so this demonstrates that we are a government of action, a government of building a better future, and this includes securing our telecommunications as a key part of this future. It's one example of how every day, in everyday life, we are making a lifeline, and we need to secure it. And so this is a part of a big plan, like the Labor Party has a big plan for Australia, and every single part of these components feeds into this plan, because we want to make sure that people stay connected, and securing our telecommunications is a key part of that future. It's all part of everyday life. It's a lifeline, and we need to secure it. This bill marks a significant step forward in protecting Australians who rely on telecommunication services. These services are essential in our daily lives for work, for education, for connecting with loved ones and staying informed. In the digital age, connection is not a luxury, it is a necessity. And with that comes a responsibility to ensure that those businesses that are operating fairly and with the best interests of consumers. This legislation will deliver vital reforms to strengthen the enforcement powers of Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, I'm going to call them ACMA, ensuring that it can act quickly and decisively. It also delivers reforms that introduce serious consequences for failures. For too long, we have seen examples of telcos threatening penalties as the cost of doing business. Who decides that paying the fine is easier than fixing the issue? Frankly, this approach is unacceptable, and this government is saying enough is enough. This bill puts an end to the outdated and ineffective two-step enforcement process. As it stands, when a telco breaches its obligations under the industry codes, ACMA must first issue a direction to comply. Only if the ALCO then fails to comply with that direction can ACMA take further enforcement action, even if the initial breach was serious or caused widespread consumer harm. This delay undermines consumer protections and weakens the authority of regulator. Under the proposed legislation, ACMA will be able to take action when providers breach the code. This is a simple but critical change. It also sends a clear message to telcos. They have a responsibility to meet their obligations to consumers, and if they fail, they will be held to account. The bill also introduces significantly stronger penalties for breaches of industry codes and industry standards. The current maximum general penalty in 1997 was $250,000. This will be increased to $10 million. But the reforms still go further. In cases where the benefits obtained from offending conduct is higher, or where the company turnover is higher, the new framework will allow for even greater fines. Penalties may be now linked to the value of the benefit received from the breaches or overall turnover of the telco. This brings the telecommunications sector into line with penalties in energy, banking and consumer law. This alignment is important. Consumers should have the same level of protection and regulatory oversight in telco services as they would from their electricity provider. Days of telcos operating in a regulatory grey zone are over. This bill enables the government to increase penalties that ACMA can issue across all applicable breaches. This includes breaches of consumer protection rules. This is about the tools to match the scale and seriousness of relevant breaches. Another major reform of this bill is the creation of the Carrier Service Provider Registration Scheme. So Carrier Service Provider, which I'll now refer to as CSP. This is a long overdue measure to increase the transparency and visibility in the market, particularly when it comes to telecommunication retailers who often sit between the customer and infrastructure providers. Under the new scheme, CSPs will be required to register with ACMA. This will not only improve oversight of those who is operating in the market, but also give the regulator the ability to intervene where necessary. If a CSP is found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or has caused harm, ACMA will have the power to stop them from operating. This is about cleaning up the industry. It's all about making sure that telcos whether they're large or small, retailers or wholesalers, are playing by the same rules and are subject to the same level of scrutiny. These reforms are substantial, they are practical and they are necessary. They better equip ACMA to do its job, protecting consumers, upholding standards, taking strong action where telcos fall short. But more than that, these changes shift the incentive structure in the industry. They push providers towards a culture of compliance rather than damage control. They encourage telcos to educate themselves and their staff about their obligations. They encourage compliance. This is about putting consumers first, and this is what it's fundamentally about. They also help create a telco sector that is fairer, more accountable, and more focused on the needs of Australians. Because at the end of the day, this is what it's all about putting consumers first. Australians shouldn't have to fight for fair treatment when it comes to dealing with a telco. They shouldn't have to spend hours on hold trying to resolve an issue that should never have occurred in the first place. They should not have to wonder whether their provider is operating responsibly or ethically. With this bill, we are saying that the status quo is simply not good enough. What we're saying is that consumers deserve better. We're ensuring that the rules and the enforcement powers behind them reflect that reality. This legislation is just one part of the government's broader efforts to strengthen the consumer voice in telecommunications and to modernise the regulatory framework that governs this critical industry. It follows a clear principle that when services are essential, protections must be strong. It follows a clear objective to build a telecommunications sector that works for the people it serves, not just for profit margins or shareholders. We are taking action to stand up for fairness for the millions of Australians who rely on these services every single day. We are taking action to ensure telecommunications sector is one that puts consumers and the Australian public at its core, where it always should have been. Labor supports the Australian public, we support consumers, and we are committed to protecting consumers. I commend the Minister for Communications for bringing forward this important legislation. I commend the government for its ongoing commitment to protecting consumers. I urge all members of the House to support this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, for metropolitan constituents, it might be difficult to believe, but the single most inquired about issue in my electorate office or offices day in, day out, in fact now over the course of more than a decade, has been mobile phone connectivity. And that dichotomy, sadly, is growing in our country as telcos focus their efforts on providing greater speeds, better reliability, effectively better services for those people that live in the heavily populated parts of our country, while they turn their back on those people that live in rural, regional and remote Australia. And so that gap is broadening day by day. And you heard the member for New England saying that what we don't want is for a world in which heavily populated areas, our metropolitan centres, are serviced by our national telcos, and those of us that live in the bush have to rely on alternative forms of technology, Starlink and these other things. I mean, people are moving in that direction via necessity, but it's also broadening another gap, and that's the disadvantage gap, because those alternative forms of technology are much more expensive and are available to fewer and fewer individuals in an economic sense. And I'm really pleased that the member for Bradfield is here, because I've got to say, over the term of the former coalition governments, he served for much of that period as the Minister for Telecommunications, and as a bloke who has lived most of his life, if not all of his life in the city, he got it. I expect he got it because there were people like me knocking on his door regularly, and the member for New England and others. We may have been an annoyance, but something got through because there were successive rounds of the mobile black spot program. In fact, a program that he himself developed, a program that those opposite, by the way, Carton underfunded. No, not just in our seats, though, spread around the country. And if you want me to go to the priority picks that your minister has made in the round before the last one, I can do that if you like. But the reality is this gap has broadened, and most recently a fundamental chasm has been established, because the member for Bradfield, when he was the minister, was astute enough to stand up to the telcos and say, no, I know you want to switch off the 3G network. I know you want to sell that bandwidth because it's very valuable real estate, but I'm going to extend the period before you're entitled to do that, because I need to be assured that those living in regional areas serviced by the 3G network are not going to be disadvantaged by the switch off. Change of government, change of minister, change of attitude to this issue, or perhaps just a minister who is more easily hoodwinked, because what we've seen during the term of this Labor government is the switch off of the 3G network. Telcos came to the minister and said, Minister, hand on our heart, Minister, nobody will be worse off. Nobody will be worse off. The minister repeated those assurances. She repeated those assurances, assuring Australians living in rural, regional and remote Australia serviced by the 3G network that they would not notice the difference when the 3G network was switched off. And so the 3G switch off proceeded. It proceeded apace, of course, because the telcos are very motivated to sell the bandwidth. Literally the day it occurred in my electorate, we were inundated with people saying, I don't know what's happened, but I can't make a phone call. I don't know what's happened, but my technology doesn't work anymore. I don't know what has happened. Can you help me diagnose or understand this? So we collected up all these stories and we presented them both to the minister and to the telcos, who had assured us nobody would be worse off. And that's where this story becomes interesting, and it's indicative of what you have to guard against in this place all the time. The response we got initially from the telcos, which, by the way, has now been mugged by reality, because there's literally that many people who have lost reception that they can't continue to prosecute this fallacy. But the response we got from the telcos, wait for it, is those people that have lost service because we've switched off the 3G service, they were fortuitously receiving service, and therefore they're no worse off. Okay. Despite having been around communications policy debates in this place for a decade, I'd never heard of the concept of fortuitous service. But if I'm going to accept that as a concept, what the telcos are saying was the people who were getting mobile phone reception via the 3G service, who no longer do because it's been switched off, were just getting lucky, and so they're not worse off. Well, I've got to tell you, if you're a farmer in the Mallee, you don't care much whether a telco determines it's fortuitous service or not. If you're at the scene of a farm incident where you've got that golden hour to get people to medical assistance, you don't much care about whether it's fortuitous or not. I tell you what you care about, whether it works or not. And I'm telling the Minister for Communications, and we have in a number of engagements since the switch off, that it don't work anymore. It don't work. And that's a problem. It's a massive problem because the telcos promised you it would. Now, either, Minister, the telcos misled you, and if that's the case, come in here and get into them. Or, Minister, you knew that this would have been the outcome, and that, like other elements of public policy that your government is focused on, you're ultimately making the decision that you'll act in the interests of people that live in metropolitan centres against those that live in regional centres. I mean, I've seen more pictures of pandas in the advertising in the last 2 weeks than 2 days that I care to mention. But that's because those opposite have allocated $15,000 a week to feed bamboo to pandas in the Adelaide Zoo at a time where rural South Australians in drought are facing the driest conditions in 100 years. Not a dollar. Not $1. Not $1 to help those farmers deal with that circumstance. So perhaps a little surprised that the Minister for Communications isn't that concerned about the impact of the 3G shutdown in the bush. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've asked people in my electorate to rate their reception. I've written to every single constituent living in regional areas of my electorate outside of the metropolitan districts, the country towns, and I've asked them to rate their reception. And normally when you do these things, you get a few responses. You know what it's like, Mr Deputy Speaker. But we have been inundated. 2,500 people have taken the time to go to my website and fill in a form indicating what the level of reception is that they receive and whether it has improved in recent years or whether it's declined, and in particular whether it's been impacted by the close of 3G. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I have written to the telcos providing them with that data, and I've asked them to investigate each and every case, because it wasn't me that made the undertaking. I didn't make the promise. The telcos made the promise. The telcos promised the Australian people, and the Minister in particular, that when they turned off the 3G network, they wouldn't suffer loss. But that's exactly what's happened. And so, in my view, it's incumbent on the telecommunications companies to investigate each and every single one of those allegations of loss to determine whether, in fact, people living in regional communities who are paying for a service are receiving that service. And if they don't undertake those investigations, then in my view, we know that they knew full well what the outcome of the 3G switch-off would have been. And the Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, should demand that they undertake those investigations. Now, we know this is an issue because our friends in the Senate, Rural Regional Affairs Committee, have undertaken an inquiry. And that inquiry, Mr Deputy Speaker, predictably highlighted that 3G switch-off could have, and I quote, been handled better, close quotes. Now, these Senate committee reports aren't known for their colourful language. They're ultimately fairly dry documents. But goodness, it should stand as a real marker to the Minister and her actions in relation to the 3G switch-off that her peers in the Senate have indicated it could have been handled better. Well, I've got to tell you, where I come from, they use different language. And if you're on the side of a road, desperate for medical attention, or you've had a medical episode at home, it doesn't even need to be on the farm or on the road. It can be at home, because many of these communities involve people not being able to make a phone call from their own house. Goodness, for a person who might be on the side of the road seeking medical attention, or at home, or in a paddock, or at the yards, their language is a little bit more colourful. They don't say, oh, well, the Minister could have handled it better. They're filthy. And they know who to blame. You see, I sit through question time. I'm a bit further away nowadays, but I stand up and listen to the Prime Minister, and whenever he's under pressure, it's someone else's fault. The Treasurer, the economic crisis we're living through, the cost of living challenges that you're all experiencing, oh, well, that's blown in on the north wind from overseas. It's got nothing to do with the decisions that are made in this place. Rubbish. Real leaders stand up, real leaders take responsibility, and real leaders act. Now, the Prime Minister assured the Australian people that was the kind of Prime Minister he was going to be. He's been anything but. He's ducked, he's dived, he's slipped, he's slided, he's obfuscated. And on Tuesday night, we saw an attempt in a budget that didn't make it to late night news to seek to hoodwink the Australian people into returning this government that's guided by all the wrong priorities for another term. Well, newsflash to those opposite, the people of Australia always get it right. They're incredibly intelligent and they've seen straight through your Prime Minister, your Treasurer and your government. And there are rumours swirling around this building today that the Prime Minister will, on Friday, call an election. I hope he does, because the people of Australia are desperate to pass judgment on this Prime Minister and this term of government. They know we need to get Australia back on track. We need to get mobile reception back on track, and they're looking forward to delivering an outcome at the next election which puts Australia back on that right course, and we can start listening to the people in rural, regional and remote Australia, start taking their concerns seriously and addressing falling living standards in this country.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Canberra.
Oh, okay. Okay. The Albanese government is committed to putting Australian consumers at the heart of the telecommunications industry. Telecommunications should enrich people's lives, not cause inconvenience, frustration or detriment. We want to ensure that all Australians have access to reliable, high quality and affordable telecommunications services supported by a strong regulatory and consumer safeguards framework. That is why this government has been actively reviewing the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Framework and making appropriate changes. And I thank the Minister for Communications for her hard work regarding the development of these changes.
Hear, hear.
The Minister's previous changes include implementing new rules around support provided to consumers experiencing financial hardship, and more recently directing ACMA to create rules regarding support for consumers experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. Our government knows that staying connected is a critical part of life. The reforms proposed in this bill go to the compliance and enforcement regime for consumer safeguards and constitute a comprehensive package of improvements to those arrangements. They help to ensure the ACMA is an empowered and effective regulator, and that appropriate incentive structures are in place to drive better behaviour by telcos. Staying connected is an essential part of everyday life. The Albanese government understands how critical telco services are for everyone, including those facing vulnerable circumstances, people living in our regions, First Nations Australians and those who rely upon connectivity to support their families and provide services to their communities. Accordingly, we want to ensure that the telco industry is working for Australians, that they have the best consumer safeguards in place to protect their interests, and that there is a strong, clear recourse if telcos do the wrong thing. Telco services should enrich people's lives, not cause inconvenience, frustration or harm. Many Australians are experiencing significant cost of living pressures, and this includes being able to afford critical communication services like mobile and internet services. Thank you.
The Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Local Government.
Thank you. I move that the debate be adjourned too.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the Women's Budget Statement.
If there's no objection, leave is granted. The Minister.
Thank you so much. I rise to speak on the Women's Budget Statement, tabled as a budget document on Tuesday night, as it has been for every budget delivered by the Albanese Labor government. It is a very proud history that we have of the Women's Budget Statement. The Albanese government is committed to advancing gender equality as a national priority and closing the gender gaps in our community. This has been a priority of this government from day one. We are very committed to making life better for women. We are the first majority female federal government in Australia's history, and we have the first gender-equal cabinet, and every single member of this government is committed to women's equality. Gender equality brings with it opportunities for all Australians to thrive, making our economy stronger, more inclusive and, of course, more sustainable. We know that when women have fair opportunities, are treated equally, are safe, we lift our living standards, we boost productivity and we maximise the talent and capacity we need to build Australia's future. Our government has put gender equality at the heart of policy and decision-making through the introduction of gender-responsive budgeting. Gender-responsive budgeting creates better and fairer outcomes and ensures that all Australians have equal access to the opportunities and resources. And I particularly pay tribute to the Minister for Finance and the Treasurer for actually embedding that within our budget development processes. It makes a substantial difference. Gender-responsive government is not just a Labor legacy, it is a Labor innovation. It was the Hawke government that led the world in introducing gender-responsive budgeting back in 1984. Successive coalition governments have dismantled the practice, but under this government, gender-responsive budgeting is absolutely core business, as it should be. I invite those opposite to commit to supporting and continuing to embed gender-responsive budgeting because it makes a difference. Women's budget statements are a key feature of gender-responsive budgeting. They provide vital analysis and outline the key measures in each and every budget which provide important supports for women, and they of course drive gender equality. Since 2024, the statements have been informed by Working for Women, a strategy for gender equality, which is the government's 10-year plan for investing in gender equality across 5 priority areas: gender-based violence, unpaid and paid care, economic equality and security, health and leadership, representation and decision-making. These areas have been our focus since coming to government, and they continue to guide everything that we do. 1 year into Working for Women, the government is continuing to take action to improve the lives of women in Australia, and we are seeing progress. Under our government, the national gender pay gap has fallen to 11.9% as of November 2024, down from 14.1% in May 2022. In this same period, women's full-time average weekly ordinary time earnings have grown by $207.40 a week, helping women to better deal with cost of living pressure and to build their lifelong economic security. And we've reached record highs for women's workforce participation. Alongside Labor's tax cuts, this means women are earning more and getting to keep more of what they earn. The government's workplace relations reforms, improvements to wages, investments in cheaper early childcare education and care, and expansion of the paid parental leave scheme are having an impact. But we, of course, know there is always more to do. While it is narrowing, the gender pay gap exists, and it is persisting. A reflection of challenges related to care and flexibility, industry gender segregation, and women's underrepresentation in senior roles and discrimination. Women continue to carry the larger share of unpaid work, impacting on their long-term financial security, including into our retirements. And rates of violence against women remain unacceptably high. Since the October 2022 budget, our government has made record investments in women's safety, totalling over $4 billion, to support the national plan to end violence against women and children in 2022-32. In the second half of 2024, the rapid review of prevention approaches informed immediate actions following help to end the scourge of violence against women and children in this country. We invested $534.5 million to extend the National Partnership Agreement on Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Responses to support frontline service delivery and to deliver additional responses to high-risk and serial perpetrators, support for children and young people, and support for other initiatives to help break the cycle of violence. In addition, the Commonwealth funded a new $3.9 billion National Access to Justice partnership with the states and territories, which has a focus on uplifting services that respond to gender-based violence and provide culturally safe legal assistance to First Nations people. And I acknowledge the Attorney-General's work in that. In this budget, we have further invested to strengthen justice systems' responses to sexual violence with $21.4 million over 3 years from 25-26 for immediate targeted measures to improve victim and survivor engagement with the justice system and to inform a broader response to the ALRC inquiry into justice responses to sexual violence. To further address family, domestic and sexual violence in First Nations communities, the government is providing $21.8 million over 2 years from 25-26 to continue the delivery of prevention, early intervention and response services. These reforms build on the actions we've already taken to address domestic, family and sexual violence, acting to implement all the recommendations of respect at work so women are also safer at work has been a significant focus point of the government. Investing in programs that provide direct support to children and young people who've experienced violence and may be at risk of using it as well, again, working on prevention. Implementing paid domestic violence leave for more than 12.4 million workers, which has now been demonstrated to actually make a significant difference to victim survivors' lives. Establishing a new leaving violence program to provide better support to victim survivors leaving violence. Delivering consent education and support for young people, including for young men and boys to support them to have healthy and safe relationships. Investing in housing for women and children fleeing violence. Supporting intervention for men and boys who use violence and innovative ways of engaging with perpetrators to support them to change their violent behaviours. We haven't just left it to one portfolio to address these issues. We are all in on this. We know that low wages in the female-dominated care and support economy drives the gender pay gap. We also know a lack of affordable early education, childhood education and care is a significant barrier to families working the way that they want. This government is addressing both of these important issues. Under the 3-day guarantee from January 2026, all families will be eligible for at least 72 hours of subsidised early childhood education and care each fortnight for each child, regardless of activity levels, with a greater entitlement of 100 subsidised hours for First Nations children. We will also build more early childhood education and care centres and expand services in areas of need, including in the outer suburbs and regional areas through our $1 billion Building Early Education Fund. To support our investments in childcare, we are delivering a phased 15% wage increase for eligible early childhood education and care workers over 2 years from December 2024. These investments will make early childhood education and care more affordable, more accessible, so that families have more choices and help address the historic undervaluation of the critical female-dominated workforce. This work builds on the significant investments we've of course made since coming to government, including $4.7 billion in our very first budget to support cheaper childcare. This effort is having an impact. A family earning $120,000 a year has saved $2,768, while there are 97,000 more children in early childhood education supported by over 40,000 more early childhood educators. We are making these investments because we know Australian kids deserve high-quality early childhood education, and Australian families, especially women, rely on access to high-quality care for their children. We also know that care industries are critical to our community and, of course, to the economy. The budget invests $2.6 billion for aged care nurses. This builds on the significant investments in wages for the aged care workforce, another female-dominated sector with a historic undervaluation of critical care work. We expect these investments will help both grow these important workforces and, of course, help to close the gender pay gap. Last year, data from the Workplace Gender Equality Agency showed that the main driver of the decrease in the gender pay gap in 2023-2024 was the increase in wages for lower paid workers, in particular aged care residential services where women make up approximately 80% of the workforce. Australia is has one of the highest rates of workforce gender segregation amongst advanced economies. This impacts on skill shortages in key workforces and contributes to the gender pay gap. We know we need to address this to ensure the success of our Future Made in Australia agenda and the massive investments we are making in infrastructure across the country. We're working to promote greater gender balance and opportunities through our investments in new and emerging industries. This budget includes a new $16.4 million tripartite pilot grants program to help identify new ways to make workplaces safer, more respectful and more equitable for women in traditionally male-dominated sectors. This complements our $60.6 million Building Women's Careers program, which works to drive systematic structural and cultural change in training and work environments crucial to the Future Made in Australia agenda. Future Made in Australia community benefit principles are designed to promote safe and secure jobs and to develop a more skilled and inclusive workforce, including for women. These principles are consistent with the government's commitment to address the drivers of workforce gender segregation to ensure that women share in the jobs of the future. We have also made deliberate and careful structural reforms to close gender gaps in the workforce. We reformed our industrial relations system with greater protections for women, such as to provide protections for breastfeeding or being a victim survivor of domestic or family violence. We've made gender equality a central objective of the Fair Work Act. We've increased transparency in reporting on the gender pay gap. We're now in the second year of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency reporting the gender pay gaps of private sector employers with more than 100 workers, providing focus to how and if businesses are working to advance equality within their own workplaces. Pay gaps for public sector employees have been published for the first time in the first half of 2025. We've now also passed the Workforce Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, which will introduce a world-first target scheme to accelerate action on gender equality by large Australian employers. It will require organisations with 500 or more employees in Australia to commit to achieve, or at a minimum, make progress towards measurable targets to progress gender equality in their workplaces. While those opposite oppose this important legislation, these targets will lead to more ambitious commitments and progress driving workplace gender equality in Australia and helping to close the gender pay gap more quickly. Our investments in this budget are a continuation of our work to advance gender equality since we came to government, with reforms continuing to come into effect. Superannuation will be paid on government-paid parental leave from July 2025, and it will expand to 6 months from July 2026. We're expanding parenting payments single to provide more support to single mums. And in late 2024, we launched the new Parents Pathways program to support vulnerable parents and their children. We've introduced legislation to make free TAFE permanent. Commonwealth practicum payments will start from mid-2025, supporting 68,000 education students and 5,000 vet students per year, and women are expected to be the vast majority of these students. Our reforms to help and other students' loans, including limiting indexation and our proposed changes to the repayment system and to reduce student debts, will help with the cost of living, with women holding the majority of student loans. Another big focus that you're going to hear a lot more about, of course, is health, especially women's health. And I again acknowledge the Assistant Minister for Health's work on this matter. Women told us about the challenges in receiving health support when their needs and concerns are often ignored or sidelined, and when the cost of care is often high. We've listened to women and to experts, and we are taking action to address long-standing gaps in our healthcare system. The budget invests $792.9 million over 5 years to provide women with more choice and control in their own healthcare. It includes the first pharmaceutical benefits scheme listing for a new oral contraceptive pill in more than 30 years, and the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years. I know many of the members, certainly on this side and I'm sure on the other side, have had women approach them to tell them what a significant change that has made, not only to their health, but also to their cost of living. It is a really substantial investment. These changes will improve access and provide critical cost of living relief by saving women who need this care thousands of dollars across their lifetimes. Our investments in women's health are being built on the important work that has been led through the Women's Health Advisory Council and, of course, as I said, by Assistant Minister Jed Carney and Minister for Health Mark Butler, who've been determined to sit down and to listen to women about their health needs and to ensure women's voices in their health policies. And as I said, this has been an all-in effort. I also want to particularly acknowledge the Minister for Social Services, Amanda Rishworth, whose strong leadership in the area of women and domestic violence has been exemplary. We continue to invest in women's leadership and representation in this budget. We're investing in business coaching and mentoring for the First Nations women. We're investing in women's sport with investments in MyEFO 25-26 to support Football Australia, to deliver the Women's Asian Cup 2026, building on our previous investments in the Netball World Cup and in the Play Our Way program, which is providing $200 million in targeted grants for infrastructure and sporting facilities to support women and girls to participate in sports and physical activity. And you couldn't have a better advocate for women's sport than our Minister for Sport, Minister Wells. Our first women's budget statement tells a very clear story. Our fourth women's budget statement tells a very clear story of a government that has deliberately placed gender equality at its centre. It shows that deliberate, systematic investment in women over 4 budgets, big investments in every aspect of life, from parental leave to women's health, from childcare to aged care, from better pay and a fair deal at work and in education to tax cuts and costs of living relief, all informed by analysis of impact on women and a focus on lasting structural improvement. Not an afterthought or a nice to have, but as core business of government. A more equal Australia is a better Australia for every one of us. It is safer, it is more productive, and means more opportunities and greater flexibility for men and for women. Our government is proud of what we're delivering for women, and we will keep going.
The member for Farrer in response.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to give a reply to the Women's Budget Statement, and I do so deeply disappointed on behalf of the women of Australia. Women who have gone backwards after 3 years of Labor. Women who have been put under financial pressure and strain. Women who have been failed by this weak Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who has had the wrong priorities and broken promise after promise. The fact is, this government has failed to deliver a budget that will restore Australians' lost standard of living and failed to restore women to where they were just 3 years ago. Labor's budget is a budget for the next 5 weeks, not the next 5 years. They've offered up a cruel hoax tax cut that won't touch the sides for Australians that are worse off under Labor. Our country is facing serious economic challenges, the toughest in a generation, and our living standards have suffered the biggest collapse on record. And when a government fails to manage the economy, it is women who hurt the hardest, because sadly, it is women who face economic hardship at greater rates. The Coalition, when we were in government, put in place policies to back women and their aspirations. Under the strong economic management of the Coalition, we put in place the conditions for women to succeed. That strong economic management meant we had money to fund important policies that made a difference for the women of Australia. Because we balanced the budget, we were able to deliver landmark funding of $5.5 billion for women through our 2 women's budget statements. Under the Coalition, women's workforce participation hit record highs. Women were earning more and women's unemployment was at its lowest level since 1974, with a gender pay gap that was narrowing. The Coalition took strong action on the issue of women's safety, women's economic security and women's health, and we expect that to be continued. Deputy Speaker, the fact is, from when we entered government in 2013 to when we handed over the reins, women and girls were better off. We left women more empowered and more financially secure. These were the strong foundations which this Labor government should have been able to build from. And yet what have we seen? Government changed hands in May 2022. People voted for Anthony Albanese. Women voted for Labor on the proviso that they would be better off, and they're just not. Food is up at least 13%. Rent is up 18%. Health costs are up and insurance is up 35%. Energy prices are rising. We've seen women go backwards under Labor. We've seen more older women queuing at food banks. We've seen single mothers sleeping in their cars with their children. We've seen women take on the load of strained family budgets. We've seen women working more and more and falling further and further behind. We've seen women go backwards under Labor. Deputy Speaker, I urge Labor to show me the women who are better off after 3 years of this government. Show me one woman with a lower cost of living or a more affordable mortgage. Show me one woman with lower rents or lower power bills. Show me a small business owner who has it easier today than when Labor took office. Show me a community that is safer today than just 3 years ago. We've seen violence against women increase, and we've seen slow delivery of critical policies like the promised 500 domestic violence frontline workers. No, Deputy Speaker, the women of Australia are not better off after 3 years of Labor. Women have been the collateral damage for this government's incompetence, because it is inevitably women who face the consequences most acutely of economic deterioration, and it is women who bear the horrific cost of violence in our communities. The truth is, the women of Australia can't afford another 3 years of Labor. Only a Dutton government will build a strong economy and get Australia back on track. We have a plan to deliver low inflation, cheaper energy, affordable housing, safer communities and better healthcare, because health has become yet another victim of Labor's cost of living crisis for women. Now, I understand many women will be looking closely at women's health policy, and they will want to have confidence that the government they choose at the next election will ensure their healthcare and deliver better outcomes for women and girls across this country. When they do, I want them to understand that on the issue of women's health, the opposition will deliver you more support when it comes to your healthcare. As I said before, I want women to hear me say that we will support, advance and safeguard women's healthcare. As a coalition, we will continue to represent the interests of women on the opposition benches, and if we are elected, then in the cabinet room. We are stepping up and stepping in here because it has never been harder or more expensive for Australian women to access the healthcare they need. In just a few days' time, 15 million Australians with private health insurance will awake to yet another cost of living hit under Labor. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, the Albanese government's private health insurance premium increase will come into effect on the 1st of April this year. An average of 3.73%, this cost hike is above the rate of inflation. prices continue to go up at a rapid rate for hard-working Australian families, and Labor's private health hike will now add further pressure on household budgets. This is but one example. Labor's mismanagement covers all corners of our health system. Now, the Coalition are committed to ensuring women across Australia have access to affordable, quality healthcare that understands their needs and experiences. The Coalition has a proud record of supporting women's health, and this remains our strong priority. We do support the women's health measures included in the budget because they're an expansion of the historic work undertaken by the former Coalition government in supporting women's health. Our package builds on historic investment into critical women's health issues like endometriosis, spearheaded by the member for Forrest and the Liberal candidate for Boothby, Nicole Flint. And we will deliver even more. We wholeheartedly support Australian women who are experiencing the often debilitating impacts of menopause. And the Coalition is committed to delivering the Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments, funding to train health professionals, the development of new clinical guidelines, and a national awareness campaign, ensuring women have the information they need and the support they deserve. Mental health is always a priority for the women of Australia, but it isn't a priority for the Albanese government. Only a Dutton coalition government will make mental health a national priority and ensure all Australians, especially young Australians, have access to the affordable mental health services and support they need and deserve. A Dutton coalition government will listen to women who have asked us to restore the number of Medicare subsidised mental health sessions that Australians can access from 10 back to 20 on a permanent basis. Our support for women doesn't stop there. We will invest $5 million to guarantee cheaper medicines and targeted healthcare for women through a review of the MBS and PBS. We'll also provide $4 million to Ovarian Cancer Australia for specialist cancer nurses to support Australians with ovarian cancer, the deadliest cancer affecting women. No Australian woman or their family should have to battle this insidious cancer alone. Women should never have to choose between their health and their financial stability. The Coalition is focused on ensuring women have access to affordable and timely healthcare that's better tailored to their needs and experience. Deputy Speaker, women are worse off today after 3 years of a Labor government. They are poorer, they're working more, but they're falling further behind. It has been a tough 3 years for the women of Australia, and they deserve better than what they have faced. Labor's cost of living crisis is forcing Australians to make difficult decisions about their health, decisions that no Australian should have to make. More families are being forced to delay or avoid refilling their scripts or seeing their GP because they just can't afford to under Labor. Whether it's balancing the family budget or seeking medical support, women will be better off under a coalition government. We have a positive plan to get Australia back on track, and we will do everything we can to support the security of the women of Australia and back them to achieve their aspirations. I thank the House.
The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, I know I'm not the only MP in this place who helps constituents out with telecommunications complaints. It is particularly noticeable in my community, which is peri-urban, so we have some quite remote areas, we have very rural areas, we have regional aspects to it, as well as the more suburban areas. But what it means is that telecommunications is absolutely vital from a safety and a productivity perspective. And so I take very seriously complaints that are made when someone's service is not up to scratch. And unfortunately, there are a large number of them. And I think it's particularly noticeable that this would be the largest area of complaint and advocacy from my office. that is not part of a government department, keeping in mind that none of the telcos are owned by government. We work really hard to try and resolve issues that the people in Macquarie face. And they might be service issues, they might be infrastructure issues, so there might be something that takes a really long time to resolve, like getting in more mobile phone towers and dealing with those black spots. It might be a decline in mobile quality, and I'm very mindful that right now we're trying to support people who are suffering a decline in the mobile coverage. It might be a landline issue, and in places where mobile coverage is still patchy, I really welcome the fact that that will be addressed by our obligation on the telcos to provide a universal outdoor mobile texting and voice data service. But in the meantime, landlines are, in our floods and our fires, a really essential piece of communication. And it might be that that landline's down, that the wires are lying low on the side of the road. All those sorts of things are things we come across probably on a weekly basis. There are telco issues. Now, unsurprisingly, a lot of the complaints that we tackle come from Telstra customers, because Telstra is the big legacy network, and given the nature of Macquarie, where landlines are still more widely used in the more outlying areas, that they are the holder of those. But other telecommunications companies come onto our radar frequently as well. Many of the cases we deal with are quite individual and specific in their nature, but there are also plenty of examples where people are experiencing a pattern of bad behaviour that is impacting large numbers of customers. And one of the challenges under the current laws that we have identified being in government is that the Australian Communication and Media Authority, ACMA, is hamstrung where there are breaches that affect a large number of customers. Currently, ACMA can't take direct action against a telecommunications company without first issuing an order to comply. And it's only if the compliance breach continues then ACMA can take action. And really what this means that even if penalties are applied, they are seen as being the cost of doing business. In other words, it's not significant enough to the telco for them to worry too much about that behaviour beforehand, and more importantly, it's not significant enough to get them to prevent these things from happening in the first place. And that's where this legislation comes in. The Albanese government is putting Australian consumers right at the heart of the telecommunications industry. Rather than being, a bit of a nuisance to the system, we're saying this is why we have it. And we want to ensure that every Australian has access to reliable, high quality and affordable telecommunications services, supported by a strong regulatory and consumer safeguards framework. And that's why we've been actively reviewing the consumer protection framework and making appropriate changes. I think it goes without saying that staying connected is now an absolutely essential part of everyday life. I do still have parts of my electorate where I go where there is no mobile coverage. I relish those moments. And it's fine when things are going well, but when natural disasters hit, and that can be the areas where those disasters really take a toll, it is now critical that those telco services are there for everyone. Whether it's people facing that sort of vulnerable natural disaster experience, people living in the regions, First Nations Australians and those who rely on connectivity to support their families and provide services to their community. I was very pleased in this term of Parliament to be part of an inquiry that looked at mobile phone coverage around the country and to really understand the impacts it has on people and on businesses, on tourism, on all the different aspects of communities' lives, and why it is so important that we fill those gaps in coverage. We want to ensure that the telco industry is working for Australians and that the best consumer safeguards are in place, and that there's strong, clear recourse if telcos do the wrong thing. We know these telecommunications services should be enriching people's lives, not causing them inconvenience, frustration or even harm. In terms of the size of the problem, I just want to paint a picture of that, Deputy Speaker. The latest data from the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, the TIO, shows that complaints progressed to the TIO increased 13% between October and December last year compared to the previous quarter. There was also a nearly 13% increase in small business complaints. That follows 4 consecutive quarters of decline and a spike in 3G shutdown complaints in October and November last year. Now, from a small business perspective, of course, it's not just inconvenience, it's your viability as a business that's impacted when your phones are not working the way that you've been led to believe they will. And as someone who had my own small business for a quarter of a century, for my clients not to be able to contact me and to have to find some other way to reach me would have been a horrific experience for me as a small business operator. Every phone call was vital to my business. There have also been some two regular high-profile incidents in the telco sector, including significant service outage and claims of irresponsible selling practices that have really highlighted the problems and the limitations of the existing legislation. So our solution is partly this bill, introducing legislation to better equip the regulator, ACMA, with the tools and powers it needs to protect telco consumers and hold companies to account if they do the wrong thing is a really necessary step. We're also establishing new industry rules prioritising keeping customers connected, greater promotion of financial hardship assistance and requiring telcos to offer assistance such as payment plans, particularly important in the period we've had where cost of living has put pressure on people. We're also developing requirements for the telcos to ensure they better support customers experiencing domestic, family and sexual violence. We're revising the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code and improving communications services for people with a disability. And that's the whole suite of things that will make a difference here. So in terms of enhancing consumer safeguards in this legislation, this will give effect to a number of significant reforms to boost those enforcement powers and penalties available to ACMA. They help ensure the ACMA is an empowered and effective regulator and that appropriate incentive structures are in place to drive better behaviour by the telecommunications companies. Nobody wants to see an industry where those penalties are literally that cost of doing business that I referred to earlier. The proposed changes let ACMA take direct and immediate enforcement action against telecommunication providers who've breached their obligations to consumers under industry codes. So it removes the two-step process where you get a warning and ACMA must first issue a direction to comply to the offending telcos, no matter how significant the breach, and then only take further action if non-compliance continues. It allows instead for a much quicker process and more appropriate action in response to breaches by immediately addressing consumer harm and holding those telcos to account. The bill also significantly increases the maximum general penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards from $250,000 to about $10 million, so a much bigger stick. Further changes allow penalties for codes, standards and determinations to be based on the value of the benefit obtained from the offending conduct or the turnover of the relevant provider, allowing for penalties even greater than $10 million in certain circumstances. This penalty framework incentivises industry compliance and better aligns with those in other relevant sectors like energy and banking under the Australian consumer law. To ensure the ACMA has a range of effective enforcement tools at its disposal, an additional change is going to expand and clarify the government's ability to increase infringement notice penalty amounts that the ACMA can issue for all applicable breaches, including consumer protection rules. This bill also increases the visibility of providers operating in the market, especially telecommunications retailers, through the establishment of a carrier service provider registration scheme, which means that no longer will there be hidden providers who are operating without anyone being aware of what they're doing, and it would allow ACMA to stop a carrier service provider operating where they've been found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or to have caused significant consumer harm. So the significant reforms included in this bill will better equip the regulator with the tools and powers it needs to protect telco customers and to hold providers to account. And I want to point out, Deputy Speaker, that this bill, particularly when taken together, the reforms with the other measures, the reforms in this bill really strengthen consumer protection and have received strong support from a number of stakeholders, including the Australian Communication Consumer Action Network, the Consumer Action Law Centre, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, the ACMA itself, and Communications Alliance. And you know, it's important to know that the sector, particularly those who currently deal with the consequences of poor behaviour by telcos, are backing this bill. I want to quote the Consumer Action Law Centre, who notes that similar consequences and high penalty amounts are already in place in other sectors that provide essential services, such as in energy, water and banking. And the telco industry has benefited from a very light enforcement regime over the years, which has permitted continued poor practices. And they note that the consumer regulator, the ACCC, commenced court action against Optus for its alleged unconscionable selling of phone products to hundreds of vulnerable customers, even though Telstra was fined $50 million for similar conduct years earlier. So that helps you understand some of the rationale and why there is such support for this. And a body that I know well, ACAN, which is the peak national communications consumer body, has welcomed this legislation as a vital step forward for consumers who have too often been left in the lurch by failures of a regulatory framework that's been largely voluntary, too weak and poorly enforced. And I think, Deputy Speaker, what that says is common to many of the things that in this term of Parliament we have done. We have looked at rules that have been neglected for a decade. No one's bothered looking at them. They haven't served a purpose. They haven't been fit for purpose. They haven't been fit for the 21st century and how things have changed. And what we're seeing in this legislation is an updating to take into account not just how the world has changed, but how consumer expectations have and should have changed. And I'm very pleased that we are doing something that backs consumers, that allows people to stand up to telecommunications companies and be given a fair deal, and when they're not, to seek a remedy for that. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is that the bill will be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to commend the member for Macquarie, particularly for the last points of her contribution there, where she outlined some of the steps that this government has taken in less than a term to fix up the mess that was left behind us, particularly in protecting consumer rights. I mean, I recall in this first term of the Albanese Labor government where we've taken action on payday lenders to make them operate in a much fairer way, protecting consumers. We've regulated buy now, pay later, made it a credit product when it wasn't. We're taking action on debit card surcharges and working with the RBA to ensure that Australians don't get pinged for using digital payments, particularly when it's their own money. And the action on scams, led by the Assistant Treasurer, is world-leading stuff. And this is stuff that good governments should prioritise, not new governments when they come in to clean up the mess. This is about good ongoing governance. That time and time again, across portfolio after portfolio, you see that the former government really dropped the ball, particularly in the latter end of their time in government, where all these issues existed and were around for a long time, were being brought to the attention of the Morrison government and of the Turnbull government and of the Abbott government before that, and they weren't being addressed. They were not being addressed. And in our first term in government, we've done plenty of that because this is what Labor governments do. We listen, we reform. And that's what today's Telecommunications Amendment Bill is about. It's about protecting consumers. It's about listening to Australians who have had some really horrible experiences with some telecommunications providers. And it's about ensuring that there's a minimum standard for consumers for an essential service, because in 2025, remaining connected is essential. It's essential on how we live, on how we work, and on how we participate in society. As such, it's only fair that Australians should rely on our telecommunications sector to serve them and not to continually shortchange them. That's what this bill's about. It's about shifting power back to the people, and it's about ensuring that those who keep us connected are held to better standards of responsibility and care. It's about modernising our laws so that rules protect every Australian and that these big companies are held to account. For too long, some telecommunications providers, and not all of them, but some of them have treated compliance like an optional extra. For too long, penalties for doing the wrong thing were so light that they could have simply been factored in as a cost of doing business rather than a disincentive. This amendment ends that. It marks a line in the sand by giving consumers stronger protection that they deserve, and it gives the regulator in charge of compliance here, ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, the teeth it needs to bite back and to take action when things inevitably go wrong. One of the most significant changes in this legislation, Deputy Speaker, is a shift on how those consumer protections are enforced. Until now, if a telco breached its obligations under the industry code, the ACMA had to jump through hoops, go through a number of steps to get it rectified. Step one was issue a formal direction to comply. Step two was to sort of wait and hope that the company listened. And step three was only if they failed again could further action be taken. It was a bit delayed justice, it disempowered the regulators, and all in all it left consumers waiting for justice. This bill fixes that. It empowers ACMA to act immediately and decisively when there's an alleged breach. And if providers breach the rules, they will know that they will face the consequences swiftly and appropriately. It doesn't just help regulators, it of course helps consumers who expect their complaints to be taken seriously. It helps the honest providers out there who do the right thing because they're tired of being undercut by some in the industry who don't do the right thing. It helps build a stronger and fairer telecommunications sector for everyone. These reforms are a response to repeated, well-documented failures in the telecommunications industry, failures that leave our customers frustrated, financially hurt, and in many cases really vulnerable. Just last year, we saw the ACCC commence proceedings against a major telecommunications provider in Australia for engaging in unconscionable conduct in contravention of the law. It was reported that sales staff signed people up to multiple post-paid mobile plans they didn't want, couldn't afford, and in some cases didn't even understand due to language barriers. The consequences were families and consumers suffered. They racked up thousands of dollars in debt for services they didn't consent to. Customers were left confused, disempowered, and unable to access basic remedies. This legislation also tackles other forms of poor behaviour that have become too common. Ongoing billing for cancelled services, for example, failure to adequately assist people in financial hardship, and of course those unresolved complaints, which we've all been party to, that just drag on for weeks or sometimes months. These aren't just minor oversights, they're signs of a culture that exists that doesn't put the consumer at the heart of some of these service providers, and this bill will change that. Under this bill, if a provider continues to bill customers for services they never receive and say gains a $1 million benefit from that, we propose to increase the fine so that they have to pay three times more than what their benefit is, a true disincentive to continually making these poor decisions. That's because we're cracking down on enforcement and introducing these tougher fines. Penalties can now reach up to $10 million, or 3 times the benefit gained, or 30% of the company's turnover, whichever is greater. That's a message to these providers: treat your customers fairly, or you will be held to account. It means that big telcos won't be able to shrug off these smaller penalties, which are only in the hundreds of thousands of dollars currently, as pocket change. It means that the punishment will fit the crime, and it means that we are aligning telco penalties with those in other major sectors, other essential service provision like energy, banking, and other consumer law protections. Telecommunications, as we've said, and as other speakers said, essential services, and they need to be held to the same level as other essential services. Another crucial reform in this bill, Deputy Speaker, is the establishment of a new carriage service provider registration scheme. This is about transparency and visibility. It's about empowering ACMA to act before the harm is done, not in response to complaints or breaches. Right now, there's limited oversight over who operates in the telecommunications space. That makes it harder for regulators to spot risks before they become major problems. Under the new scheme, every carriage service provider must register with the ACMA. That means the regulator will know exactly who is operating in the market. It also means that if a provider is found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers, or if they have repeatedly caused significant harm, they can just be stopped from operating altogether. Not fined, not warned, but stopped. This is vital in a sector where some smaller operators may try to fly under the radar, avoid scrutiny, take advantage of their customers, and target vulnerable customers. A shady provider with no track record, no safeguards, no accountability should not be allowed to play with such an essential service and people's livelihoods. The registration scheme gives us transparency, but also gives the regulator the power to say no and to get on top of these issues early. We're also expanding and clarifying the authority to increase the infringement notice penalties. The current provisions are a bit messy and need to be cleaned up. In some cases, they don't even allow for the minister to increase penalties for more important obligation. And so this bill cleans that up as well. It gives the government the ability to respond to changing market conditions, consumer needs, and emerging risks with clarity and consistency. Our regulators need to have that flexibility, Deputy Speaker, because they shouldn't have to operate with one hand tied behind their backs. All our regulators should have a full suite of modern and flexible enforcement tools, and that's what this bill seeks to do in the telecommunications industry. As with all our reforms, Deputy Speaker, we take them seriously and we've consulted widely. We've listened carefully, and the support for this bill is broad and deep. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network supports the bill, the Consumer Action Law Centre supports the bill, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman and the Australian Communications and Media Authority support it as well. The Communications Alliance, which is the peak body for the telco industry, supports it too. And that's telling. It's telling that they do, because it tells me and it tells the public that this reform is measured, but that it's also necessary. It balances the feedback received from the industry, but also the really important feedback of consumer advocacy groups and consumers. It lifts the standard for everyone. This bill obviously is not about punishing the entire sector. It's about weeding out the worst offenders, incentivising compliance across the sector, and building a telecommunications environment that works for all Australians, both in the city and the bush. It builds on the growing legacy of telco reform from this government. We've implemented new rules to support customers experiencing financial hardship. We've directed the ACMA to create new protections for those experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence, because your safety should never depend on your phone plan. And now we're delivering a comprehensive package to reform how we enforce consumer protections and hold providers to account. This is a culmination of a very careful review of active stakeholder engagement and decisive leadership. And I pay credit to the Minister, who has done an extraordinary amount of work in one term to reform these really important parts of her portfolio. Because we just don't talk about putting consumers first or at the forefront of our reforms, we legislate it too. This legislation is for every Australian that is connected via their phone or their tablet. It's for a single mum in Gladesville trying to contact Centrelink, or the small business owner in Lane Cove who needs to be online all the time. It's for the elderly couple in Eastwood who need to use telehealth for their care. So every worker, parent and grandparent who relies on their phone or internet connection to stay informed, stay connected and to engage in modern society. This is people who can't afford for the system to break down or can't afford for their complaints not to be dealt with. It's for the people who don't have the hours to sit on the phone on hold and to fight long battles with telecommunications companies who, sometimes don't do the best by their consumers. It's for people who want just a fair deal and a decent service. This is another step in putting consumers at the heart of regulation that we do, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order for a day for the later this hour. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to quality early childhood education and care.
Is leave granted?
Yes.
Angie knows.
Leave is granted.
I thank the Shadow Minister and give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government recognises the
Just before the Minister starts, can you present a copy of your ministerial statement?
I present a copy of my ministerial statement.
I do thank the Minister, and you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government recognises the transformative benefits of early childhood education and care for children and families and for our nation. And that's why we're working to build a universal early childhood education and care system that is accessible for all families, no matter what your circumstances or background. I'm very proud of our record in early childhood education and care, of our work to build a quality universal system that is accessible, affordable and simple. Our cheaper childcare reforms made early learning affordable for more than 1 million Australian families by cutting out-of-pocket costs. Cheaper childcare cut the cost of early learning by more than 17% when it was first introduced, with the average family using childcare around $4,400 better off. We know that we can't reach our vision for universal early childhood education and care without a strong and sustainable workforce. And that's why we are delivering a historic 15% wage increase for early childhood workers to retain and attract our early childhood education workforce. We're also boosting this vital and dedicated workforce through our successful fee-free TAFE program. As a result of Labor's reforms, there are over 1,100 new services since we came to government, 30% of which are outside of major cities. There are 42,000 more educators, and most importantly, there are an additional 97,000 more children in early childhood education and care. But we want even more children to access and have access to high-quality early childhood education and care. And because we believe that every child has the right to get the best possible start in life, we've abolished the Liberals' prohibitive activity test and replaced it with a 3-day guarantee, so children don't start school behind. Now, the 3-day guarantee will replace the current activity test from January 2026 with guaranteed eligibility for 3 days a week of subsidised early education for children who need it. We're also establishing a $1 billion Building Early Childhood Education Fund, and through the fund, around 160 centres will be built and expanded in areas of need, including in the regions and outer suburbs. The fund will increase the availability of early childhood education and care for Australian families across the country, delivered by quality, not-for-profit providers. Now, as we continue to build a universal early childhood education and care system, we're continuing to ensure that children receive high-quality care with child safety and well-being at the core. As we build the universal system that our children deserve and that meets the needs of families, nothing is more important than making sure children are receiving high-quality early childhood education and care. Overwhelmingly, this is the case, with our children well looked after by dedicated professionals who care deeply about safety, child development and early education. However, there are a small number of providers who are consistently and persistently failing to provide quality care and a safe environment. There is no room for this kind of behaviour in the early childhood education sector. And if you are persistently failing to meet minimum quality standards and deliver safe early childhood education and care, you should not have access to government funding and you should not be providing care. Now, while there are only a very small number of providers in the sector not behaving in line with our expectations, when it comes to child safety, even one dodgy provider is too many. So today, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're acting swiftly and decisively, and we're sending a clear message to that small number of unscrupulous providers that if you fail to provide quality care and a safe environment for children, you do not belong in early childhood education and care. While state and territory governments remain responsible for ensuring services in their jurisdictions are operating within the National Quality Framework, the Albanese Labor government will continue to use our significant investment in early childhood education sector as a lever to strengthen quality and integrity. Today, I can announce that we will look to better leverage Commonwealth funding to drive quality and integrity in the early childhood education and care sector. We will work with the sector on the development of changes and how they could be implemented so that if a service provider persistently isn't meeting quality standards or has gross and egregious breaches under the Education and Care Services National Law, they will be prevented from opening new childcare subsidy-approved services. Also, that compliance action can be taken against providers that persistently fail to meet quality standards or repetitively breach the Education and Care Services National Law, including the possibility of cutting off access to government subsidies in serious cases. Deputy Speaker, we are putting a stop to providers that put profit ahead of the children they care for. We also want to ensure our wonderful early childhood educators and teachers aren't being taken advantage of by the small number of providers who are doing the wrong thing. and we will look to strengthen our powers to crack down on dodgy providers that pose an integrity risk. We expect staff to be fairly compensated for the valuable work they do, and we will take action against any provider that isn't fairly paying their staff. We'll make paying staff correctly and on time a condition of services to access childcare subsidy funding. We will also look to strengthen our powers to crack down on dodgy providers that pose an integrity risk to the childcare subsidy system. This includes conducting checks at childcare subsidy-approved early childhood education and care services to confirm that children that they are claiming funding for are actually attending the service. We'll give authorised officers more powers to be able to do their job by allowing them to perform spot checks and unannounced visits to detect fraud and non-compliance. Now, unfortunately, we know that when a dodgy operator is detected and removed from one part of the national care economy, they sometimes pop up as an operator in another care sector. To stamp this out, we'll investigate stronger cross-sector banning order arrangements to stop people who have breached safety and quality standards in one part of the care economy from opening a new service in any of the other care sectors. We will commence consultation immediately with state and territory governments, regulatory authorities and the sector to work through the policy detail to ensure that these measures are appropriately designed and targeted to meet the objective of removing the small number of bad providers while we continue to support growth in the sector and support families. Deputy Speaker, the early childhood education sector is important for children, and it's an essential service for families, and it's vital to our economy. The Albanese government will do everything in our power to protect children, to improve quality in the sector and ensure that the workforce is supported. The Commonwealth is committed to do our bit with the levers that are available to us, and I expect state and territory governments to uphold their regulatory responsibilities in ensuring that providers and services in their jurisdictions comply with the National Quality Framework. Now, last week, I wrote to the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority, AUSPA, and requested that they provide urgent advice to all education ministers on what can be done to strengthen the National Quality Framework. This advice will build on AUSPA's comprehensive child safety review commissioned by the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, and myself in 2023. In February last year, Education ministers agreed in principle to all recommendations under that review, acknowledging that some fall outside of the remit of education. All actions are on track, including the National Model Code and Guidelines, which was released last year to embed child-safe practices around the use of electronic devices. Now, from September this year, important regulatory changes will come into effect, including a reduction in notification timeframes for reporting incidences or allegations of physical or sexual abuse from 7 days to 24 hours, and a new requirement for services to have policies and procedures relating to the safe use of digital technologies, including the use of CCTV. We'll continue to work with states and territories, the early childhood education sector and families as we undertake our significant reforms in this vital sector. This work will be informed by expert advice and the recent and comprehensive reviews that we have commissioned, including from the ACCC, the Productivity Commission and AUSPA. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the wonderful, talented and dedicated professionals who educate and care for children right across Australia. Thank you for the important work that you do. You are changing lives. You are changing the lives of children every day, and nothing could be more important. I thank the House.
I thank the Minister for Early Childhood Education for her ministerial statement. Are there any further questions? I give the call to the Most Honourable Member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, nothing is more important than the safety of our children, and early childhood education plays an incredibly important role. It provides our littlest Australians with a good start in life, a chance to learn, a chance to make friends. And early childhood education is also crucial for parents who are studying, training and working. Our early educators are so very important in shaping these young lives. They deserve all of our respect and gratitude for the work that they do. Because it's not an easy job, that's for sure. But I know from the hundreds of educators and service providers that I've met over the last 3 years that they do it out of love and out of care. But there's no doubt both families and the sector have faced many challenges over the last 3 years. Affordability, access, quality, choice, flexibility, all of these things are key to thriving in early childhood education and care and for the sector to grow. Unfortunately, this government's policies have failed to address these issues in a meaningful way. Regional, rural and remote communities in particular are struggling the most. In fact, according to the Mitchell Institute, around 6 million Australians, that's close to a quarter of the population, live in a childcare desert. That means they live in an area where 3 or more children compete for each childcare place. Now, this has a devastating impact on these communities as young families struggle to work and raise their children because of the lack of support available. It's meant that these communities struggle to attract new families and critical workers. We know the sector has faced workforce challenges, and we know that many families, no matter where they live in Australia, are languishing on very long waiting lists. Despite all of these challenges, the overwhelming majority of educators and service providers do an amazing job. They provide a safe environment for children, educate them and nourish them. However, as the Minister said, there are a small number of providers and educators who are doing the wrong thing. Those who are letting their staff down. Those who are failing the parents who've entrusted them with their precious children. And those who have betrayed the innocence of children. I echo the Minister's sentiment. There is absolutely no room for this. And I stress again, there is really nothing that is more important than the personal safety of our children. And the Coalition has always shown our commitment to keeping all children safe, whether at home, at school, in childcare or online. Of course, it was the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, who created the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. And the Centre to Counter Child Exploitation played a critical role in tracking down one of the worst child sex offenders, a predator who had been hiding in plain sight as a childcare worker. And the Coalition, as Peter Dutton outlined in his 2023 budget in reply, has committed to doubling the size of that centre to further strengthen that very effective child safety mechanism. We must do everything we can to make sure something like this never ever happens again. And that's why the Coalition supports, in principle, the Minister's move to crack down on bad providers and educators. As the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education, I welcome her moves to work more closely with the sector, as well as state and territory counterparts, to make this a reality. And there is no doubt we need the entire sector to be able to work better together and weed out the unscrupulous actors. But the devil is always in the detail. While the Coalition welcomes the Minister's sentiments, we urge her to make sure this is not just empty words or platitudes. Because sadly, families and educators have come to expect not much more from this government, and one must ask why. It has taken 3 years, and on the eve of an election, and in the wake of a damning news report, for the government to finally take this action. There have been countless reviews into the sector. The ACCC, the Productivity Commission, a review into in-home care and inclusion support, and of course the Child Safety Review by ASIQA. Yet, we are yet to see formal responses to any of these. And the truth is, this government has made things much harder for the sector. Think about the worker retention payment and the difficulties services and educators have faced. Just last night, on A Current Affair, an early learning provider revealed they are nearly $200,000 out of pocket because of the complexities of this government's grant scheme. A trusted early childhood education service is now seriously concerned about the impact this will have on their viability and, most importantly, the quality of education they can provide to their families. This isn't the only service who finds themselves in this situation. Countless small and medium providers, family-owned services which have been operating in communities for years and years, even decades, are facing similar problems. These hard-working services and providers and educators have been completely let down by this government. I welcome the news that Education Ministers agreed in principle to all recommendations under ASIQA's Child Safety Review, and it is pleasing to hear that all actions are on track. So I encourage the Minister to provide more detail on this. The Minister made note of the National Model Code and Guidelines, which was released last year to embed child safety practices around the use of electronic devices. And while this is an important step, we know that it is in fact voluntary. And in fact, governments do not maintain records of providers who have chosen to adopt it. The safety of our children is far too important for such superficial measures. The headlines might be good, but child safety should be more about than that. What's the point of any sort of code if no one is even keeping record of who has voluntarily agreed to it? So again, I urge the Minister and this government to make sure they get the detail right when it comes to all of the regulatory changes they are planning, including those she says are set to take effect from September. The government must work hand in hand with the sector to make sure the rollout of such changes are seamless and effective. And while it's crucial to stamp out bad behaviour in the sector, we need to make sure any regulatory changes do not push the educators who do the right thing, those who go above and beyond to provide safe and quality education for our children. We need to make sure this doesn't just become another layer of bureaucracy that makes life harder for families and our hard-working educators. The government must be sure this doesn't become another broken promise, like the worker retention payment or cheaper childcare, because we know that over the last 3 years, the cost of childcare has risen by over 22%. And since the rollout of the government's changes to the childcare subsidy, out-of-pocket fees have risen by nearly 13%. So I rebut what the Prime Minister says and what the Minister says about cheaper childcare. Early childhood educators are too important to be treated this way. And so, as the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education and Care, I look forward to engaging with the Minister on these safety matters to make sure that we get this right. There's much work to do to safeguard children's safety, and more must be done for Australian families and children. Finally, just as the Minister said, I would like to take a moment to say thank you to the incredible early educators across Australia, to those who take such pride in the important work they do supporting children and supporting families, and to those who care for, educate and protect our children. Thank you to you.
I thank the Shadow Minister. Now, before we return to government business, I'm of the opinion the Chief Government Whip is seeking to table a report. The Chief Government Whip has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present an Australian Parliamentary Delegation report.
Is leave granted? Granted. I thank the Judy Clark. Chief Government Whip has the call.
On behalf of the member for Solomon, I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly from 6th to 9th of October 2023.
I thank the Chief Government Whip and call the Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Telecommunications Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Well done. And the question before the House now is that this bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Hasler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Enhancing Consumer Safeguards and Other Measures Bill,
A great number of my Labor colleagues are speaking on this bill, not so many on the other side, but that's because this bill goes to the heart of what it means to be Labor. The member for Hunter spoke on this bill. The member for Hunter is a champion of the people of his electorate, and he is here defending the rights in this area of policy and so many others. My friend, the member for Bennelong, he spoke on this bill. I always look forward to hearing from the member for Bennelong, whose sage contributions in this place and in committee are always worth listening to. It is thanks to his work and advocacy that the government has confirmed an end to consumers being stuck with surcharges when paying with debit cards. We are all in his debit. I trust the electors of Bennelong too will support him to continue to represent their interests in the 48th Parliament. My Western Australian colleague, the member for Swan, spoke on this bill because just as the member for Swan fought for major reforms around financial abuse, here again the people of Swan know that she has their back on consumer protection in the telecommunications sector. The bill title contains enormously important words: enhancing consumer safeguards. In many ways, those words go to the heart of the Albanese Labor government, what it stands for, what it works for, and the people we represent. We know who consumers are and why they need safeguards. They're the people of Australia, people who live here, people who make purchases and engage in services in the belief that they are getting what it says on the box. The great majority of the people whose businesses provide and sell these services and products are as honest as the day is long. They are invaluable, generous and straight-up members of society. A few, however, necessitate the provision of enhanced consumer safeguards. This bill is a part of that necessary process. As the Minister said, we have already done more. The Minister has created new rules to better support consumers who are experiencing financial hardship and has directed the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA, to make new rules to better support people who are experiencing domestic, sexual and family violence. Not very long ago, telecommunications advanced from a landline with a 3-metre curly wire that allowed us to take the phone behind a closed door to speak out of earshot of our parents, to mobile and data-based technologies. In the 80s, mobile phones were reserved for those on the big screen and for the few who own yachts and penthouses. I was simply excited just to own a pager. And somehow, I still have a pager today, thanks to the traditions of the Parliament. Now telecommunications is largely wireless and often satellite-based and has become an integral part of daily existence for people from all walks of life. Telecommunications is a very modern product, but we can also call it a staple, like bread. It's become essential to our lives, whether we like it or not. The Government of Australia has to stand up in this field, as in so many others, for the people who use these products. They have to be safeguarded from anyone who is more concerned not with the quality of their product, but with how astonishingly rich they can get by selling it. Quality products should be fit for purpose. They should be what their producers say they are and do what the producers say they do. They should do no harm nor create difficulties. Good products are reliable and trustworthy, like good people. When Australians access broadband and voice services, they should do so with confidence, not with a sense of trepidation or any kind of anxiety as to whether their Zoom meeting will work, whether their email will be received, whether their data is safe, and whether their plan that they've paid for will deliver the product that they want without indefinite buffering. I'm always amused by the casual way people use the term consumer-friendly, as if that's an optional extra, a pleasant change from the normal. If a product is not consumer-friendly, it's poorly designed, poorly produced, or poorly delivered. Broadband and voice services are already necessities of life for most people, because try doing business, banking, accessing government services even, without them. Just try living your life now without them. Recently, my office in Hasluck had a call from someone who did not have a computer and did not have a mobile phone. She rang on her landline. We were able to help her by nudging the bank, and I won't name names, who perhaps assumes that everyone has such devices and that everyone is comfortable operating them. On this end, I'd like to do a shout out to the Good Things Foundation, who literally do good things. Firstly, by pointing out that 1 in 4 Australians are digitally excluded. And secondly, by working to end their exclusion. The Albanese Labor government wants to ensure that there are more good things can be done by another excellent group, ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. ACMA is a regulatory body. There are people who dislike regulatory bodies intensely and complain bitterly about red tape. And I think we can all understand that there are regulations that could be better streamlined and simplified, and it's part of the work of every government to fix this. But there are also regulations which are vital to safeguarding us all. If those regulations aren't enforced, we are not safe. We need to ensure that ACMA is empowered and an effective regulator in our world of new and advanced technology. And one of the things that this bill proposes is bringing private networks, for example, into new developments like retirement villages. People in those developments will be enabled to access broadband and voice at appropriate standards and to help and learn from each other. The bill will also provide a mechanism for compensation to be paid to consumers, or customers if you like, when a product doesn't meet a standard or a rule. Because we like to think of this as an encouragement to a certain few providers to lift their game. Lifting of the game is also needed when products are not provided in a timely manner. Because we can wait a certain amount of time for a new car and any number of other products. But if someone moves into a new building and a network has been installed, the telecommunications must come with it. Not in the provider's own sweet time, but in a way that is timely and appropriate for their purchases. Customers, consumers, they're expected to pay their bills and in a timely manner. And you've no right to get away with breaches of laws and obligations under codes just because you're big, rich and powerful. The changes proposed in this bill will enable ACMA to take direct and immediate enforcement action against telecommunication providers that have breached their obligations to customers under industry codes. Like wage theft, something the Albanese government has taken strong action about. Taking people's money and then failing to provide a service is not okay. It's wrong. At the moment, offending telcos are handed what amounts to a get-out-of-jail card. However serious the offence, ACMA has to tell them firstly that they're doing the wrong thing and that they really should stop doing it. ACMA can only take further action if they ignore the notification and go on offending. So no matter how much harm this offence causes, no matter what distress you create, you can go on doing it so until round 2. Under the changes that the bill proposes, ACMA can immediately take quick and appropriate action to stop harm being done to consumers and hold offenders to account. In the past, that still wouldn't stop those offenders who are rich enough, though, from shrugging their shoulders. No more. The bill will increase the maximum general penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards under the Telecommunications Act 1997 from $250,000 to approximately $10 million. And that's not a slap on the wrist. When you want to enhance consumer safeguards, and I mean really enhance them, not just talk about it, you have to be determined and willful and watchful. Well, they may be willful too. The bill will allow penalties for codes, standards and determinations to be based on the value of the benefit obtained from the offending conduct or the turnover of the relevant provider. In other words, we'll be looking at stopping people from deciding that the profits are so great that it's worth continuing to offend. Penalties, therefore, greater than $10 million can also be applied in certain circumstances. Our belief is that just knowing that will act as a deterrent. No sector of the economy, whether it's in the areas of energy, banking or telecommunications, should be able to shrug its shoulders where compliance is concerned. And these powers won't be wasted on ACMA. ACMA already has a great record of enforcement actions against companies that violate industry standards and regulations. ACMA fined Optus $12 million for failing to route emergency calls through alternative networks and for not conducting welfare checks on affected customers in the 2023 outage. ACMA fined Telstra $3 million for breaching emergency call handling protocols in 2024. And in early 2022, ACMA issued a record $2.5 million penalty to Sportsbet for breaches of Australia's Spam Act of 2003. In May 2024, ACMA filed proceedings in the federal court against Optus Mobile again, alleging a significant data breach in 2022. So notwithstanding the forward-leaning approach by ACMA and the dedicated staff that work with, that organisation needs a government willing to act to ensure that it is able to take even greater action to protect consumers. And the Albanese government is that government. Now, when I attend citizenship ceremonies welcoming new Australian citizens, which I had the pleasure of doing just recently with the Deputy Speaker, I talk about the essence of Australia as a nation. I talk about how everyone should be respected and valued. And I speak about our shared commitment to the rule of law. Further, I'm proud that Australia is a foundation member of the United Nations, where we played an important role in creating its founding documents. This included a commitment to the rule of law, a principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are publicly promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated, and which are consistent with international human rights and standards. And that's a big ask. But it's a principle worth defending and applying. This bill will require telecommunications providers operating in the market, especially telecommunications retailers, to be properly registered through the establishment of a carrier service provider registration scheme. This will help to ensure that when a carrier service provider has been found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or has already caused significant consumer harm, it can be detected and stopped. ACMA will have the tools and powers it needs to protect consumers and hold providers to account. Providers provide what you say you will provide. Do so honourably, honestly, and at a fair price. We want to protect the honest and the honourable. Rogue operators harm them too. They harm their reputations by association and thus their competitiveness. The honest and the honourable educate themselves about their obligations to consumers and they abide by those obligations. They won't have to put up with poor behaviour, giving the industry a bad name. And we hope that this bill will not only reward the honest and the honourable, but increase their numbers, because that benefits us all, not only in the telecommunications sector. Every time we want to make an aspect of Australian life fairer, we advance Australia fair. So the Minister for Communications sure has been hard at work doing this across her portfolio for the last 3 years, increasing the number of premises with access to NBN fibre upgrades from less than 300,000 to more than 4.3 million, on track to get to 5 million premises by the end of 2025. The Minister has seen an additional 2.7 million higher speed plans taken up, an increase of 80% over the term. The Minister has made $480 million upgrades to the NBN fixed wireless and satellite, more than doubling the average speeds, with more than 800,000 households and businesses in regional, remote and peri-urban areas benefiting so many more people, and commenced the work on the pathway to a minimum download speeds of 100 Mbps to bring Australia into line with international best practice. And she has ably undertaken and will, if re-elected, to legislate a universal outdoor mobile obligation, meaning that anyone, anywhere in Australia, will be able to send messages and voice calls, including emergency calls. The Albanese government's stated ambition is to make Australia the most connected continent. The Minister Rowland has stated that this is not just about infrastructure though, because it also must come with the long-term interests of consumers, which is about the safeguards as well. And this is the mechanism to achieve it. I congratulate the Minister for all the extraordinary work she has achieved for our country, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 10th of March 1876, the first telephone call was made by Alexander Graham Bell. Bell demonstrated his ability by transmitting a call to his assistant, Thomas Watson. The first words transmitted, of course, were, "Watson, come here, I want to see you." Come forward almost 150 years, and there are few areas in our life that have undergone such an enormous change than in telecommunications. Every week there is a new model, new feature, new innovation, and the corollary is that every week those features that were once cutting edge enter the ever-growing pantheon of obsolescence. Connectivity is surely one of the key and defining features of our lives nowadays, and in truthfulness, it is both a blessing and a curse. During the early days of the COVID pandemic, connectivity became even more important. As we isolated during the pandemic, it became crucial that we could connect with work, education, but most importantly with our loved ones to ensure that everyday life continued as much as was available to us. Nothing is better than communicating with friends and relatives around the world or having a Teams meeting with a colleague, but there are few things worse than a full inbox and when you wake up every morning to endless spam. Nonetheless, this is the age that we live in, and the challenge for governments around the world is to ensure that legislative frameworks and protections are in place to protect the public as they use these new and ever-changing forms of telecommunication. The bill that comes before us today unequivocally legislates better protections for telco consumers. It puts consumers front and centre of the telecommunication industry. It will do this by giving effect to the number of significant reforms to boost the enforcement powers of the Australian Communication and Media Authority, ACMA. The proposed changes in this bill will enable the ACMA to take immediate and direct enforcement action against telecommunication providers that have breached their obligations to customers under industry codes. In doing so, it will remove the current two-step and somewhat lengthy process that is currently in place. The measures in this bill will ensure that ACMA is empowered and effective regulator, and also that there are incentive structures in place to drive better behaviours by the telecommunications companies. Further, the bill will also increase the penalties for breaches of the industry codes. Specifically, the maximum general penalty will rise from $250,000 to approximately $10 million. Indeed, based on the value of the benefit obtained from the offending contact by the relevant provider, penalties greater than $10 million may be allowed. These huge increases in penalties, Deputy Speaker, will incentivise the industry to compliance and better align the telco industry with other relevant sectors, such as energy and banking. The bill will also expand and clarify the government's ability to increase infringement notices, penalty amounts that ACMA can issue for all applicable breaches, including consumer protection rules. Finally, the bill will establish a carrier service provider, CSP, registration scheme. This in turn will allow for more effective regulation of CSPs, including the empowerment of ACMA to stop a CSP where they have been found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or have significant consumer harm. The introduction of a CSP provider registration scheme will also improve pathways for the ACMA to educate carriage service providers on their regulatory obligations, streamline complaints and compliant processes, and create a better overall market accountability. When Alexander Graham Bell made his famous phone call all those years ago, he would not have been able to imagine the advancements and breakthroughs to come. But the essence of his invention to enrich our lives remains unchanged. That is, telecommunications should help us and be our servers, not cause endless and needless frustration or inconvenience. The bill before us takes consumer rights seriously and vastly improves the compliance enforcement regime for the users. It helps ensure that ACMA is fit for purpose and empowered to be an effective regulator. The reforms in this bill have received strong support from stakeholders, including the Consumer Action Law Centre, Communications Alliance and the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network. The bill is just another way that this government is putting Australian consumers at the centre of what we do. It recognises the importance of quality telecommunications services for all Australians. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. All Australians deserve access to fast and reliable connectivity, whether it's the NBN, access for their sons and daughters, getting access to the internet for their school assignments and preparation for their exams, or whether you're a farmer living in the Somerset region or rural Ipswich and need access to the internet for dealing with your accurate email and fast email, whether you're dealing with your customers, the producers and fellow farmers, or indeed whether you're a business living and operating in Ipswich. And we all need this sort of support, and we also need telephones that actually operate, mobile phones that actually operate and connect with one another. I saw that, and I have seen that as recently as the most recent aftermath of Cyclone Alfred, where people lost power and lost ability also to charge their phones, and as well lost their capacity on their phones to communicate with the outside world. And this is very tough. It's tough in regional and rural areas. It's tough on those peri-urban fringe where the bush meets the suburbs, and where these areas have historically been under-serviced because of the high cost of deploying infrastructure, difficult terrain, planning challenges and low population densities. And that's why it's been a challenge. And Australia's a big place, and I represent a large electorate. And I know that building that infrastructure is important, but also consumer protection in this legislation is really critical. It gives me an opportunity to just mention the fact that the Albanese Labor government is investing in new mobile phone infrastructure in Ripley and Redbank Plains and Springfield. It's all part of our peri-urban mobile program, and I congratulate Wavecon, who will be rolling out the new mobile phone towers and other infrastructure at sites in Ripley Central, Edens Crossing, Redbank Plains and Springfield Lakes to boost mobile reception in those locations and surrounds. It's part of a $40.9 million commitment in 47 projects around the country. But as well, we know how important it is, and having the NBN upgrades critical, and I've seen that recently with the Albanese government's upgrades to the NBN. Fixed wireless and satellite services are at 8,300 premises in areas like Toogoolawah, Kaminya, Esk, Pine Mountain, Mount Halen, Mount Tarepa, Haigs Lee, Wivenhoe Pocket, Hazeldean, Moore and Prenzlau, and that will be able to access broadband speeds of at least 100 megabits per second. This increased speeds will provide smoother streaming, faster downloads and uploads and stronger connections. We've also seen some fixed wireless upgrades in my electorate, and they've delivered increased average and end-user downloads for households around 40 megabits per second in 2022 to increase to 100 today. So using the latest 4G and 5G wireless technology has enabled about 120,000 premises across the country to access fixed wireless for the first time, and I commend the Minister for Communication, Michelle Rowland, in relation to that. That $480 million upgrade complements our nation-building investment to deliver world-class NBN fibre network backed by an additional $3 billion in equity investment. Deputy Speaker, in particular this legislation before the chamber is about putting consumers right at the centre of the telecommunication industry, and I saw that as recently also as the last couple of months in relation to the problems of mobile coverage when upgrades were being made by Telstra in and around Kilcoy, where, and as I said to Telstra, inadequate notification, delays, other problems in relation to it, lack of communication to businesses and schools, and as well as consumers and residents in those areas. It's a problem if they don't communicate well, and it's no good just putting an ad in the newspaper. You've got to actually communicate and be on the ground. So people who live in places like Somerset deserve as much support in terms of their telecommunication and similar access, reliable broadband, as well as mobile phones that work, as people live in Sydney. Somerset should be treated the same as Sydney. And so the legislation is important today that we're looking at, because we want every Australian to have access to that quality and affordable telecommunication services. But we need the legislative backing, the regulatory backing behind it, and we need a framework that safeguards consumers. We all want to stay connected. We know it's an essential part of everyday life, as I said before, but we understand how critical these telecommunication services are for everyone. Country towns, they get cut off during floods and natural disasters. Daily operations in these places, they need access to them. I've met many people over the years who tell me that they go into their offices in Ipswich and Toowoomba and Brisbane, but they live in the rural parts of my electorate and they work from home. But when those things are not capable of happening, it makes it very, very difficult. The Albanese government understands that people face vulnerable circumstances like floods and bushfires and cyclones. We know that people live in our regions. I mean, I know the majority of Australians live in capital cities and surrounds, but many Australians live in the regional areas as well, and I'm proud to represent a regional and rural seat. First Nations Australians also live in these areas. In my electorate, about 1 in 10 people are First Nations, about 1 in 10. And they rely on connectivity just as much to communicate to other people. And certainly in multicultural communities, places like Spring Mountain, Deebing Heights, Ripley, Valley, in my electorate, Springfield Central and Springfield Lakes. It's a very large multicultural community, very large. Redbank Plains as well, Riverview. And they need to want to communicate with their families and friends, not just around Australia, but overseas. So access to good telecommunications is absolutely critical. So telco services should enrich people's lives. They shouldn't cause inconvenience and frustration and harm. The reality is for many people, they face significant costs, and this includes being able to afford critical communication services like mobile phones and internet services. The data from the latest data from the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman shows that complaints had risen to the TIO, increased by 13% from October to December 2024 compared to the previous quarter. 12.8% rise in small business complaints following 4 consecutive quarters of decline. A spike in 3G shutdown complaints in October to November 2024. A regular high-profile incidents in the telecommunications sector, and even low instances that really frustrate people, like people who live in Kilcoy or indeed in Toogoolawah, where there's been an ongoing issue in terms of connectivity, and people like Beres Nelson and other people have contacted me concerning these issues. That's why we've been actively reviewing the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Framework and making the appropriate changes. Now, the legislation here is about better equipping the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA, with the necessary tools or weapons, if I can put it like that, and powers to protect telco consumers and hold companies to account if they do the wrong thing. Now, we've implemented some new rules. We are implementing some new rules to better support consumers who've experienced financial hardship, prioritising keeping consumers connected, and requiring those telecommunications companies to offer specific assistance such as payment plans. More recently, we've directed ACMA to make rules to better support people who are experiencing domestic and family violence. And sexual violence is something that's very near indeed to my heart, having worked as a family lawyer for 20 years before I came to this place. We have revised the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Code and improved telecommunications for people with disability. We've listened to a whole range of feedback from the consumer advocates to the industry and regulators and the TIO as well. So on the 12th of February this year, the Minister for Telecommunications, introduced new legislation to the Parliament to make these improvements. Now, the Act gives effect to a number of the significant reforms to boost enforcement powers and penalties. They will enable ACMA to be a better and more effective regulator. Proposed changes means that ACMA can take direct and immediate enforcement against telecommunications providers that have breached their obligations to consumers under industry codes, and it removes the current two-step process whereby ACMA must issue a direction to comply to an offending telco no matter how significant the breach. It's quite clumsy arrangement. So there'll be no, this two-step process goes effectively, and so action can be taken immediately. It means that ACMA can respond quickly and appropriately to breaches to immediately address consumer harm and hold the telcos to account. So, and one of the most important things I think here is the raising of the maximum general penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards under the Telecommunications Act of 1997, and that's going to go up from $250,000 to approximately $10 million. Very significant increase and quite appropriate. Further changes will allow penalties for code standards and determinations to be based on the value of the benefit obtained by the offending conduct or the turnover of the relevant provider, allowing for penalties greater than $10 million in certain circumstances. Now, this penalty framework will incentivise, I think, community and industry compliance, and it will make sure that there's a better alignment with competition and consumer law around the country. Now, ACMA is going to get a number of enforcement weapons or tools at its disposal. An additional change will expand and clarify the government's ability to increase infringement notice penalties that ACMA can issue for applicable breaches, including consumer protection rules. But, at the end of the day, no one wants an industry that sees penalties as a slap on the wrist. They don't. And I've seen that happen, by the way, in industries like the waste industry around my electorate in Ipswich, where for so long I've seen the waste industry, pay a penalty or do little when faced with litigation by the Queensland Government. And indeed, I've seen so many people in the waste industry fight those cases, but consider it's almost like it's been a part of it's a price of paying business. So I don't single out anyone in particular, but I've seen that happen. So we want to make sure that that doesn't happen here. We want to make sure that there's visibility of providers operating the market. We want to make sure that people know about the establishment of a carrier service provider or registration scheme. We want to make sure there's that the bill equips ACMA with the kind of tools and powers it needs. And these changes need to be a powerful deterrent. I think they will be. I think getting rid of that two-step process will be. I think, if you look at the bill and you look at the legislation and the extra powers that ACMA have under this bill, it gives ACMA more teeth, more weapons, more tools. It incentivises, I think, those telcos to educate themselves, to make sure they behave, and they've really got to not just communicate with their consumers, they've got to fulfil their obligations to those consumers. They need to boost their compliance and improve their functioning, and there needs to be fairness in the sector. There's a credible, imbalance of power between telcos and consumers. So ACMA needs to be that body that brings in some sort of equilibrium in the sector and rebalance that imperfect power arrangement between consumers and telcos. This is another way, this bill, that the government's putting consumers at the centre of the telco industry. It's going to beef up enforcement and compliance. It's going to establish a carriage service provider registration scheme, increasing the visibility of the carriage service providers and enable ACMA to stop providers operating a market they believe imposes an unacceptable risk to consumers or cause significant harm. It will increase the visibility of the market. No one wants to get rid of the market, but we want to make sure the market works better, and it will provide improved pathways for ACMA and other government agencies to educate carriage service providers on their regulatory obligations, streamline complaints and compliance process, and I think it will create a better situation in terms of the market overall. We do live in a free enterprise economy. You want to make sure that that market works for everyone fairly and justly. At the moment it doesn't. So empowering ACMA under this legislation to take greater powers, greater tools, to rebalance the unequal situation between consumers and telcos is a very important thing, and the legislation is a very worthy piece of legislation that deserves support.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. And I know that this government is committed to putting the Australian consumer at the heart of the telecommunication industry. And as we've just heard from the member for Blair, that how important it is to protect the consumer as our entire lives today depend on our connectivity, I suppose, through our telcos and through the different businesses that run telcos to keep us connected. And if you think of the industry and where it was 20 to 25 years ago and where it is today, there's a vast difference, completely different. And therefore we need those protection laws to keep up with the changes, the rapid changes that are being made with telecommunications. And I remember as a child growing up, my father wanting to talk to his mother, who was on the other side of the world. And this is in the early 60s. I can recall him booking a call at the GPO, General Post Office, a day before Christmas or a day after Christmas, to go up and talk to his mother once a year, if that was possible, sometimes once every 2 years. And when you think of today, and you see these devices, the mobile phones that we have, which carry our entire lives on it, and we are connected not just to our local communities, but to the entire world through these devices, you can see the rapid changes that have been made in the last 20 years. And it's only going to change even more rapidly. Therefore, we need telecommunication laws to be enhanced continuously to keep up with that pace and to ensure that the consumer is protected. And I think when you think of telecommunications and you go back a number of years through our General Post Office, then Telstra, and then the privatisation of Telstra and the opening up of the market for all sorts of telcos to come in. We started off in a period where you had a landline in your house. Some did, some didn't. If it was an emergency, you'd run next door or to the red telephone box and call the emergency number that you needed. Today it is very different. We see our 000 numbers across the nation that are connected up to Telstra, for example, that runs this part of the service. The fact that our entire work, for all of us in this place and many other industries, our entire workloads and our entire files and everything are on these devices. So you can see how important it is to ensure that we remain connected and that we receive calls, text messages, emails, and all the things that we do on these phones. And as I said, whether it's for someone to just say a quick hello and to be connected to another human being once or twice a week, or whether it's someone that uses their phone continuously for their business, for their work, for their well-being, for their health, for a whole range of things, for upcoming appointments. So our access to telecommunications, they connect us and keep us informed in a way that would be almost impossible, as I said, to even imagine in our grandparents' time and previous generations of Australians. And I gave you the example of my father wanting to make a call overseas and booking that call at the GPO to go and do it. And that was in the 60s, once a year at Christmas. And if he was lucky and got in early enough, because there'd be, you'd have to have your booking made quite early. So I suppose as a consequence, it is incumbent on us in this place to make sure that the telco communications regulations and consumer protection frameworks keep up with the rapid advancing technology. These reforms proposed in this bill go to the compliance and enforcement regime for consumer safeguards and constitute this comprehensive package, Deputy Speaker, of improvements for those arrangements. Telecommunications should enrich people's lives, and they have. When you think about it, they have, from the days that I spoke about in the 60s to where we are today. But at the same time, they shouldn't cause inconvenience, frustration or detriment. However, I take it all of us in this House have had constituents that have contacted us to talk about some form of inconvenience through their telcos or telecommunications that come into our electorate offices on a regular basis. And I've seen hundreds over the years of people wanting to know why they were cut off when they'd paid their bills, why they couldn't get connectivity when they'd actually been paying their monthly account, a whole range of things. And this is where I have to give praise to ACMA for their many people that we refer to them to solve their issues. And I've got to say, 9 out of 10 times they are resolved, and they do a great job. And I think this bill will enhance their work and make their work much easier and fluid for them. And just an example, just last week, my office received a call from a very, very distressed gentleman who I won't identify out of respect for his privacy, but his landline service and account had suddenly been removed and disconnected, and this occurred without any consultation and obviously without his permission. Now, what made matters worse is that this particular person is vision impaired, Deputy Speaker, and as a consequence extremely reliant on his landline service. Now, fortunately, his telecommunications provider is one of the big players, and I'll name them, Telstra, in the communications sector, and my office, and like most offices, would have had a contact to call, and we were able to call its government relations section and have the matter resolved. But of course, it's not the case with many of the smaller telcos, who, there's a lot of them out there that are not as easy to get in touch with. You can only get in touch with them via the internet or a robotic system that they may have. But it is critical. It is critical that Australian ACMA has the necessary powers to protect consumers and the ability to issue penalties appropriate to send a strong message to those telcos that do the wrong thing, and the ability for the consumer to be able to contact that telco as well when an issue does arise. Deputy Speaker, just last December, Telstra Limited paid a penalty of more than $3 million for failing to comply with emergency call rules during a technical disruption at its 000 emergency call centre. And an ACMA investigation found 473 breaches of the rules relating to an incident on the 1st of March of 2024, during which Telstra's 000 call centre was hampered in transferring calls to emergency services for 90 minutes. Now, you can imagine 90 minutes, the amount of emergency calls that were taking place. Some could have been life-threatening, a whole range of things. The investigation found that Telstra initiated a contingency process to transfer calls received during the disruption using a list of backup phone numbers. However, several of the phone numbers in the list were incorrect, resulting for those 90 minutes, 127 calls not being transferred to emergency services. Fairly serious issue when you think about it, Deputy Speaker. Now, Telstra managed those calls by providing the callers details to the relevant emergency service organisations via emails and phone calls. But while Telstra at the end successfully managed to transfer the remaining 346 calls using the backup phone list, they could not provide the callers' digital location information to the emergency service organisation due to that particular disruption. So ACMA noted that Telstra has historically had a strong record of compliance in its role as the national 000 operator, and made considerable efforts to keep the public informed during this particular incident, during this outage, and subsequently updated its backup phone number list and appointed an independent consultant to conduct the incident review. Now, this just goes to show how important the role of regulating the telcos, telecommunication industry sector is. It can literally be a matter of life or death. Indeed, staying connected is an essential part of everyday life, and especially in our remote communities and regional areas. So this bill, I suppose, wants to ensure that Australians are protected, have access to reliable, high quality and affordable telco services, and supported by a good, strong regulatory and consumer safeguards such as ACMA. Deputy Speaker, we want to ensure that the telco industry is working for all Australians, whether you're in the regions, remote areas, regional areas, country areas, or in the cities, outer suburbs or inner suburbs. They have we need the best safeguards in place to protect people's telco interests, and there is a strong, clear recourse if telcos do the wrong thing. Deputy Speaker, many Australians are experiencing significant cost of living pressures, and this includes being able to afford critical communications. As I said, it's no longer just that landline. It is a critical connection to everything from work to education, health, and your entire life being on this device. But the latest data from Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman, the TIO, shows that complaints progress to the TIO, and many of us in this place have used the TIO, have referred people to the TIO, and again I want to pay credit to the TIO for the incredible work that they do. But 13% between October and December 2024 compared to the previous quarter. So it increased by 13% in the last 2024 quarter. There was also a 12.8% rise in small business complaints. And when we think of the small businesses and how reliant they are for their income, they are absolutely reliant on connectivity. So that is a worrying trend, the 12.8% rise for small businesses as well. And that's following 4 consecutive quarters of decline and a spike in of course, the 3G shutdown complaints in October and November. Deputy Speaker, there have been regular high-profile incidences, and we've read about them in the newspapers. We've seen them, including service outages, such as the one I mentioned earlier, and claims of irresponsible selling practices. Now, this is an area that I've been going on about for a long time. We need to come down on irresponsible selling practices. And some examples are where different telcos, mainly the smaller ones, have salespeople going door to door, knocking on people's doors, asking that if they wish to swap from one service to another. One of the most outrageous ones I'd seen was during the NBN, when the rollout was taking place in metropolitan Adelaide, and the member for Sturt is here as well, and he'd remember that period throughout our suburbs where this rollout was taking place. And at the same time, there was different notifications being put out to different residences. One of the smaller telcos picked up on this and went door knocking in the area, claiming that they were from the NBN and that a particular service would be better enhanced for the NBN. I just happened to be home and one of them knocked on my door. I'd picked up on this and I'd heard from constituents that this was taking place. When I pressed and asked further questions, it was revealed that he wasn't from the NBN, he was from a smaller telco and was actually going door to door. So many people get caught up in these schemes and in these particular scams, I suppose. I don't want to call them scams, but they are, I suppose, if you don't know what you're signing up for and they haven't explained it to you. But many people have contacted our office where they've been with one of the providers, only to find that the bill the next month or the next quarter is coming from someone completely different. And when they come into the office wanting to know what it was or why they're getting this bill from someone they were unaware of, we sit down and go through it, and we discover that at some point they signed a form saying, yes, they want to be with this provider. And then they explained to me that it wasn't explained to them, it wasn't properly explained so they could have a period of time to think it through. So we need to crack down on those irresponsible selling practices. And the reality is most of the victims are elderly people and people with intellectual disabilities, and we've seen plenty of them in my electorate office, Deputy Speaker, over the years, and it should be wiped out. And ACMA and the TIO should be given all the powers possible to ensure that it is wiped out, or that the the fines and the punishment for these smaller or any telco that is taking part in irresponsible selling practices, has the book thrown at them. Deputy Speaker, the reforms proposed in this bill go to the compliance and enforcement regime for consumer safeguards to constitute this comprehensive package of improvements for those arrangements. And this is about equipping the watchdogs with the powers that they require, but more importantly also informing, we need to do our job and inform the consumers to know what rights they have when it comes to signing up with new telcos, or when things do go wrong and they cannot find a way through it. We need this bill, and that's what this bill is doing.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Telecommunications really is fundamental to modern Australia. More than 99% of Australian adults own a mobile phone, 93% own a smartphone. Over a third of Australians worked from home regularly, according to the most recent ABS survey, which, in passing, does make you wonder what will happen if the Leader of the Opposition was ever to become Prime Minister and ban public servants from working from home. Suddenly, public servants in the regions, those with disabilities, those with caring responsibilities, would find themselves out of a job. Digital health is mainstream. Over 9 in 10 Australians have a My Health record, and telehealth accounted for more than 25 million services. Online education is widespread, and we saw this particularly through the pandemic. And telecommunications are the way in which people access emergency services, with 000 service receiving over 8 million calls a year. Small business, too, relies heavily on quality telecommunications. Over 7 out of 10 Australian small businesses use mobile broadband. So it is really pleasing in that context that we have a Communications Minister who is so attuned to the importance of modernising our structures and systems so that they serve a digital economy. We saw today the Communications Minister announcing a new memorandum of understanding between the E-Safety Commissioner, currently the terrific Julian Grant, and the Australian Federal Police to combat child sexual exploitation online. The Communications Minister has announced additional funding to keep communities and emergency services better connected in times of disaster by extending Wi-Fi services for evacuation centres. The Communications Minister has announced that a re-elected Albanese government would work to build on the network of low Earth orbit satellites to provide mobile coverage in emergency situations. We saw during Tropical Cyclone Alfred the outages in the mobile network that were caused. Low Earth orbit satellites provide much better coverage than additional base stations can do. And we've seen the Minister for Communications working on the issue of scams alongside the Assistant Treasurer, Member for Whitlam, who, alas, will be leaving Parliament this election. His work on scams in conjunction with the Communications Minister has been quite remarkable. The Communications Minister has also been focused on delivering better broadband across Australia. The National Broadband Network was a Labor initiative announced by the Rudd government, but the ball was dropped by the incoming coalition government, who took Australians back to a copper rollout. That copper rollout has meant worse services for millions of Australians. We've now announced that we're finishing the job. The Communications Minister and the Finance Minister have provided an additional equity injection up to $3 billion to NBN Co, which will ensure that NBN Co has the resources it needs in order to finish the rollout. This sits alongside Labor's legislation to ensure the NBN stays in public hands. legislation that the Coalition voted against. Not only would they cut services if they were to win office, but they could well privatise the national broadband network, a measure which would be disastrous for competition. And it's the competition lens with which I come to this bill today, Deputy Speaker, as the Assistant Minister for Competition, because we do so often see in the competition space that it's monopolies that tend to treat their consumers badly. If you're fighting for market share in a highly competitive sector, then you're more likely to be thinking about how you can best serve consumers. But if you've got consumers locked up, then there is more of a risk that monopolies will abuse their monopoly power to take advantage of consumers. We've seen an uptick in complaints to the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman. Latest data from the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman shows that complaints progressed to the TIO increased 13% between October and December 2024 compared with the previous quarter. There was also a 12.8% rise in small business complaints following four consecutive quarters of decline, and a spike in 3G shutdown complaints. All of that is for the last quarter of last year, the most recent quarter for which we have Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman data. There have been a range of high-profile incidents in the telco sector. The Optus data breach, significant service outages, claims of irresponsible selling practices, which the previous member referred to. And so, in that context, it is vital that we update the consumer protections that are provided by the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, in order to boost its enforcement powers and penalties. Part of this is about removing the two-step process. Now, if you're doing a barn dance, a two-step is a terrific thing. If you're making a complaint to the Telecommunications Ombudsman, it is not quite so terrific. What this two-step process currently requires is for the ACMA to issue a direction to comply to offending telcos. And it has to do that no matter how significant the breach. Then, and only if non-compliance continues, can it take further action. This bill, once passed by the Parliament, will allow for the ACMA to take quick and appropriate action in response to breaches to immediately address consumer harm and hold telcos to account. We've also increased the penalties. This has been an important priority of this government to ensure that penalties are commensurate with the problem they're seeking to address, and that they are not simply treated as a cost of doing business. In the competition space, one of our first reforms in late 2022, after winning office, was to increase the penalties for anti-competitive conduct. We did this because we looked around the world and saw that comparative nations had comparatively larger penalties. So we increased those penalties for anti-competitive conduct. We've increased too the penalties on supermarkets who do the wrong thing by suppliers under the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct. The Food and Grocery Code, set up by the Liberals and Nationals as a toothless, voluntary code, was empowered by Labor. Labor's mandatory supermarket code carries multi-million-dollar penalties. And extraordinarily, when the legislation came to the Parliament, the Liberals and Nationals voted with the supermarkets. They voted for negligible penalties against Labor's tougher law. This bill too increases penalties, increasing the maximum general penalty for breaches of industry codes and standards under the Telecommunications Act from $250,000 to approximately $10 million. Further changes will allow penalties for codes, standards and determination to be based on the value of the benefit obtained from the offending conduct or the turnover of the relevant provider, allowing for penalties greater than $10 million in certain circumstances. And that's exactly the approach, Deputy Speaker, that we've taken within competition law. Our increase in penalties ensured that the size of the offending conduct, the ill-gotten gains, if you like, could be taken into account when considering the appropriate penalty, as could the size of the entity. And so that's why for supermarkets, and they're worth multi-billion dollars, the penalties can be in the millions of dollars. That is appropriate for the most egregious conduct. We hope that those penalties will never have to be used. And the experience in many other areas is a positive one. When the penalty is commensurate with the offence, then you see firms taking improving their action. You incentivise better firm behaviour. You don't need to deploy those penalties. The penalties framework under this bill will be aligned with those in other relevant sectors like energy and banking, and the penalties under the Australian consumer law. There will be an additional change too to expand and clarify the government's ability to issue infringement notice and penalty amounts the ACMA can issue for all applicable breaches, including for consumer protection rules. Another tool in the armoury of the ACMA to be able to stand up on behalf of consumers. The bill will increase the visibility of providers operating in the market, particularly telecommunications retailers, through the establishment of a carrier service provider registration scheme, and allow for more effective regulation of carriers. Where a carrier has been found to pose an unacceptable risk to consumers or to have caused significant consumer harm, the Australian Communications and Media Authority is able to block them from operating. Of course, that would only be applied in the most extreme cases, but it is critical that that powerful deterrent is in the hands of the regulator. This is critical for ensuring that Australians are looked after in their dealings online, which is, as I said at the outset, an increasingly large part of our lives. This government too has put in place world-first minimum age for accessing social media. That is a reform which is being watched closely around the world. International researchers such as Jonathan Haidt and Jean Twenge have praised the Australian approach, recognising that kids should be allowed to be kids, to go out, kick a footy, play with their mates, play a board game, engage with friends, and that increasingly digital devices are robbing them of the childhood that previous generations enjoyed. The highly addictive nature of social media makes these rules appropriate, with, of course, a carve-out for activities such as mental health support services or educational sites. The focus here is on the highly addictive slot machine-like social media sites. That consumer safeguard applies to those who are under 16. In effect, US law, Section 230 in the United States, as it's often referred to, set a 13-year age for accessing social media. In Australia, we believe that the rule ought to be 16. And I would be surprised, Deputy Speaker, if over the coming years other countries don't move to that similar standard. So this consumer protection focus has been a core part of what the Albanese government has done within the telecommunications sector. But alongside that, we've been a strongly pro-research and innovation government. We recognise the value of telecommunications innovation in serving Australians. We've strongly supported the 5G rollout, the movement towards more advanced devices. We want Australians to get the very best of artificial intelligence and of the improvements in telecommunications technologies. We understand that, used well, these are tools for cyber connecting, as Nick Terrell and I put it in a book called Reconnected a couple of years ago. By cyber connecting, we can build stronger in-person communities, use the technologies to empower face-to-face engagement, not to supplant it. Labor understands the importance of a competition and consumer-focused approach. You saw that from this very dispatch box 2 days ago, as the Treasurer brought down a budget which had competition as one of the core drivers of productivity. Productivity growth languished under the former government, and one of the ways in which we need to see about turning that around is through competition and consumer reforms like this one before the House. Labor's competition and consumer agenda is an ambitious one. We make no apologies for that. We established the Competition Task Force within Treasury, which has spearheaded the biggest reform of our merger laws in 50 years, a revamp of national competition policy, curtailing the abuse of non-compete clauses, and work to deal with the problems that the supermarket duopoly can cause for both shoppers and suppliers. Labor's supermarket reforms are about ensuring a fairer deal for farmers and a fairer deal for families. This bill before the House is about ensuring a better deal for telecommunications customers. Everything this government does is focused on the best interests of Australians, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now more than ever, people are becoming more reliant on their mobile devices. We use all of our mobile devices for more than just calls and messages. At the palm of our hand, we can pay for goods and services, transfer funds, send work emails, manage social media, access real-time news, and even, for the more tech-savvy among us, control our home appliances and cars. We have come a long way with these compact and incredibly useful devices that connect us not just to each other, but to an online world of services and information. Many people and businesses around Australia are highly dependent on their telecommunication providers to stay connected to loved ones, to their community and to their clients. We want to ensure that all Australians have access to reliable, high-quality and affordable telecommunication services, supported by strong regulatory and consumer safeguards framework. As mobile technology becomes further integrated into our daily lives, any disruption to service can be frustrating and inconvenient, but in some cases it can result in a loss of business, not being able to provide essential community services or reach out to loved ones in need. We have seen regular high-profile incidents in the telco sector, including significant service outages like the 2023 Optus outage that impacted the nationwide network and claims of irresponsible selling practices. This only highlights the need to address these issues within the telecommunications industry and prevent this happening in the future. The Minister for Communications has worked hard to ensure that all Australians, regardless of the circumstance, are able to receive reliable telco services. This includes the development and implementation of the Financial Hardship Standard that came into effect on 29 March 2024. This standard makes it mandatory for telco providers to better support their customers who are struggling to pay their phone and internet bills. And this also means that telco providers have to do all that they can to keep customers connected if they are experiencing financial hardship, with disconnection as the last resort. On the 8th of October 2024, the Minister directed ACMA to develop a new industry standard to ensure telcos better support customers experiencing domestic and family and sexual violence. Telecommunications services play a crucial role in providing a safe, secure and reliable means for victim survivors to navigate their way out of violent situations. These services are essential for maintaining connections with supportive figures such as family members, friends and vital social networks. These networks are often a lifeline for victim survivors, providing emotional support, encouragement and practical help during times of crisis. For many, the ability to communicate safely with people that they trust can make a significant difference in their ability to leave an abusive environment and begin the healing process. These services must ensure confidentiality and accessibility, enabling individuals to discreetly access vital information and resources without fear of interception or retaliation. The Albanese Labor government understands how important telecommunications services are to all Australians, especially to the many who provide services to the community, to businesses, to those in rural and remote communities and the most vulnerable in our society. Our government is committed to putting customers at the centre of the telecommunications industry. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 is a significant step towards achieving this commitment. The bill aims to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 to establish a carrier service provider registration scheme, make industry codes directly enforceable by ACMA, and amend existing arrangements relating to the application of penalty amounts for infringement notices and civil penalties. These amendments are designed to enhance consumer protections and ensure that telecommunications providers are held to the highest standards of service and accountability. The Minister has reviewed the Telecommunications Consumer Protection Framework and has consulted with many stakeholders to make these changes. The establishment of a carriage service provider registration scheme will create a more transparent and more accountable framework for telecommunications providers. This scheme will require providers to register with ACMA, ensuring that only those who meet specific criteria can offer services to Australian consumers. This will help to weed out the dodgy operators that pose significant risks or have caused consumer harm from continuing their questionable operations and ensure that Australian consumers are dealing with reputable providers.
And thank you. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate's resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since the closure of the Mater Hospital and the downgrading of the Gladstone Hospital from Level 4 to Level 3 by the former Queensland Labor government, there has been a significant decline in the availability of maternity and other medical services at the Gladstone Hospital. Due to this, the Gladstone Airport has had a massive increase in aeromedical and emergency transfers. This has supported the need to develop a fit-for-purpose facility to improve operational efficiency and give patients and their families greater dignity and comfort in their time of need. The current facility is no longer suitable to meet the needs of emergency services and built as a temporary facility. The current site does not provide shelter from the elements during the transfer from ambulance to aircraft. The dedicated facility would improve the process, provide a dignified private security area for families, patients and medical staff. Gladstone Airport has seen more than 700 aeromedical transfers last year, so there is an immediate need for this facility. The proposed facility will cost around $5 million to build. The federal government has announced just over $1 million for this project via the Regional Airports program, and that is not even close to what is required. Deputy Speaker, I strongly support the proposed Gladstone Airport patient transfer facility and will continue to advocate for this critical project to be fully funded.
And I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What an incredible time to be from the Illawarra. The Illawarra Hawks have triumphantly ended a 24-year drought by securing the 2025 NBL Championship with a 114-104 victory over Melbourne United in a thrilling decider at the Wynn Entertainment Centre. This win was made even more significant as it is the second championship in the club's 46-year history, the first being in 2001. Now legendary head coach Justin Tatum has been instrumental in their success. From taking over as interim head coach in November 2023 after the Hawks finished at the bottom of the table to leading them to a historic top-of-the-table finish and a championship win this year. I would like to congratulate Justin and the team, Sam Froling, Tyler Harvey, Brad Ballinger, Daniel Greeder, Darius Daves, H.J. Lee, Kobe McDowell-White, Kwani Kwani, Lachlan Olbert, Lucas Yates, Mason Peatling, Todd Blanchfield, Trey Kell, Wani Swaka Lobaluk, Will Hickey and Zach Triplett for your grit and your determination this season. I would also like to congratulate Phil Driscoll, OAM, Head of Medical Services, Amber Morrissey, Events and Social Projects, and Stu Taggart, the Hawks CEO, on an incredible season. Hawks fans have played a huge part in this victory. Their passion and enthusiasm at games not only created a great home court advantage, but also lifted the spirits of the players.
Member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, our government's no jab, no pay policy, which withholds the family tax benefit Part A supplement and childcare subsidies from families who choose not to vaccinate their children in accordance with the national schedule, is unreasonable, unethical and unconscionable in a country like ours. This policy is the only law in the world that ties personal access to social support payments to their compliance with the medical procedure. Welfare payments being used as coercive leverage against parents' personal health choices, targeting parents least able to absorb the loss of payments, punishing young families, single parents and low-income Australians who are already doing it tough. Coercion is not a good policy. It's lazy and unethical governance. It erodes trust in public health and undermines informed decision-making, two cornerstones of safe and ethical health care. How is questioning your doctor about vaccine, gee, how safe is it, what's in it, has it been tested, seen as a radical and extreme concept? Surely having a conversation to weigh up risks and benefits and choosing to decide a medical product without facing fear of financial reprisal from your own government would be an automatic human right. We must be better than this. We must stand for informed consent, not enforced compliance. Health decisions are personal, not political. Repealing the no jab, no pay is not an anti-vaccine position, it's a pro-choice, pro-ethics position. The government should never hold your child's welfare hostage to your informed medical decisions. Where is the Human Rights Commission on this issue?
Time's expired. Member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Holt, we don't just acknowledge diversity, we celebrate it. We are currently celebrating my favourite time of the year, a season of renewal and reflection as we mark important festivals across many cultures, including Easter, Nowruz, Holi, Alut Arudu, Hindu New Year, Ramadan and Vaisakhi. Each of these celebrations brings people together in hope and solidarity. For my family and I, Easter is a particular meaningful time, a chance to reflect on the faith and sacrifices of Jesus Christ. I look forward to attending the Good Friday service at St. Agatha's in Cranbourne and joining my community in reflection. To all those celebrating this month, I wish you a time of joy, peace and renewal. But while Labor embraces multiculturalism, the Liberals do the opposite. They divide communities, attack migrants, and push fear for political gain. They cut funding for multicultural programs, undermine the visa system, and refuse to stand up against racism. Labor stands with every community in this country, ensuring that they are supported and not used as political scapegoats.
Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You get a coffee a week. Fossil fuel corporations get almost $56 billion in subsidies. You get a coffee a week. Property investors get $176 billion in tax handouts. You get a coffee a week. Nuclear submarines get $375 billion over the next 10 years. You get a coffee a week. Gas corporations get billions in tax exemptions, paying even less tax than previous years. You get a coffee a week. The salmon industry gets laws rewritten so they can profit hugely while killing off a species. That's what cost of living relief looks like under Labor and the LNP. They'll promise teensy tax relief in 15 months' time. Meanwhile, multinationals have had huge tax exemptions for decades. I don't think it's too much to ask that corporations who profit from exploiting Australia should pay tax in Australia, that corporations like gas companies making obscene profits exporting our resources should pay royalties on that gas and pay corporate tax on their income. There is an alternative. Tax the big corporations to fund real cost of living relief so we can see a GP for free, wipe student debt, put dental and mental health into Medicare and build affordable housing.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Whilst the government gets on with delivering targeted cost of living relief for all Australians, those opposite have decided they want to vote against giving Australians more tax cuts. The Leader of the Opposition and the Liberals have promised to increase taxes for every taxpayer. They are not on your side.
the Coalition have opposed cost of living measures implemented by the Albanese Labor government, such as free TAFE and cheaper medicines, because they want to spend $600 billion on nuclear power that will be operational 20 years from now. The Albanese Labor government has a real plan to help with the cost of living. We've got more energy bill relief with an additional $150 off your power bill, cutting student debt by an additional 20%, making it easier to buy a home with the Help to Buy scheme and making free TAFE permanent, delivering accessible childcare 3 days a week for all families. Under Labor, inflation is down, incomes are growing, unemployment is at its lowest in 50 years, and interest rates are coming down. The budget on Tuesday is focused on helping people and building a stronger economy, because the Albanese Labor government is committed to building Australia's future.
Member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, next month Wentworth will commemorate the first anniversary of the horrific attack at Bondi Junction, Westfield, which claimed the lives of Ashley Good, Dawn Singleton, Faraz Tahir, Jade Young, Pikria Dashia and Yushan Cheng. This was a tragedy that traumatised our community and changed the lives of the families and friends who lost loved ones. 6 beautiful lives were cut short. These people mattered, and their memories are up to all of us to honour. The Bondi Junction tragedy also shone a light on Australia's chronic and severe mental health crisis. Mental health has the second largest burden of disease after cancer in Australia, and yet it attracts as little as 7% of total government health expenditure. Nearly 250,000 people with severe mental health conditions have unmet needs for psychosocial supports. Since Bondi Junction, many people have shared with me their own lived experience in dealing with chronic mental health diseases among family, friends, members or their community. We need to do more to raise our investment in mental health support, to better integrate services between state and federal providers, and dramatically expand the mental health workforce to provide the best care for those in need. We didn't see enough for mental health in the budget, so I urge both the government and the opposition to push for mental health in the coming election, and I will commit to continue to fight for it.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what have we learned from yesterday in this House and the other place? It's what we've seen repeatedly by those opposite, voting no to everything this government is doing to assist households. And now those opposite have done it again, announcing today they'll axe Labor's tax cuts for every taxpayer if elected. Once again, they just say no, and that sums up the Leader of the Opposition's approach for this entire term. I'd like to remind the Leader of the Opposition of the words he spoke the day after I was elected to this House on insiders. Quote, "So many lessons, including for me and for our party, and we'll take those and listen to what the people of Aston have said and act on it." Unquote. Were those just empty words from the Leader of the Opposition? I think so, because the actions of the Leader of the Opposition and his party, by voting against every measure that we have brought forward in this Parliament to assist the people of Aston, mean his words then are ringing hollow now, Deputy Speaker. One thing is certain, past performance is the best indicator of future practice, and with the Leader of the Opposition, this is truly the case. The choice is clear at this election: a Labor government that is building on a future, better future for Australia, or a coalition that will just send us all backwards.
Member for Wright.
At the next election, Madam Speaker, people need only ask themselves one question: are you better off than what you were 3 years ago? And if the answer is no, Labor's failed you. Labor's failed most Australians. They've failed to manage the economy. They've failed to keep us safe. Under Labor, Australians are paying more for food, they're paying more for their rent, paying more for energy, and the dream of home ownership is slipping away from everyone. We've had the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world, and small business bankruptcies are at record high. Labor has squandered the last 2 surpluses. Even their own budgets reveal 10 years of deficits into the outward year. So not even they believe that things are going to get better under their management. Are you better off today than you were 3 years ago? If the answer is yes or no, real life savings will only come from a Dutton-led government reducing the fuel excise by half. Or you can wait for your 70 cents a day in 15 months' time to come. So at the next election, ask yourself one thing: am I better off under Labor than what I was 3 years ago? If the answer is no, support a Dutton government.
Member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, strong connected communities need great local facilities, and for so many families this starts with grassroots sport. Our local clubs are more than just places to play. They're where friendships are formed, where kids learn teamwork and resilience, and where people of all ages stay active and connected. That's why I'm so proud that a re-elected Albanese Labor government will deliver $1 million towards upgrading netball courts at Grovedale Football Netball Club's Burdu Reserve, ensuring netball players of all ages have safe, high-quality courts. Deputy Speaker, this is a much-needed upgrade. The courts at Grovedale have been deemed unsafe for this season, and this means the Netball Club have to play all of their home games indoors. This is not good enough for a club that for more than 100 years has been the staple of the Grovedale community. Netball coordinator Kelly McDonald said the upgrade would open up opportunities for players and the club. Kelly said, "We will now continue to grow as a great community club without the stress of player safety. This means we can provide safe courts for all our players and visiting clubs to play all year round. And we can be proud to be part of a Labor government that works with this club and all local sporting clubs, because we know supporting our local clubs strengthens the heart of our communities. Go Tigers!"
And Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians are facing a cost of living crisis at the hands of the Albanese Labor government. Because Labor has kept inflation too high for too long, Australians are paying the price with higher groceries, higher insurance, higher electricity and higher mortgages. These costs are higher because of the Albanese Labor government. The Coalition is committed to getting Australia back on track and restoring our standard of living immediately. That's why today we have announced that a Dutton-led coalition will halve the fuel excise for 12 months as the first order of business in the new parliament. The fuel excise is 50 cents a litre, and so we will slash that to 25 cents a litre on both petrol and diesel. That means around $750 in savings per car over that 12-month period. And of course, many households and businesses will do even better than that. A family with 2 cars, the mum who has to run the kids to netball, soccer and dancing, the tradie who drives from job to job, they'll likely save much more. The Treasurer offered up 70 cents a day in 15 months' time. And what are Australians saying about that and the Labor budget? It's too little, too late. Only the Coalition will get Australia back on track.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the last 24 hours, the opposition said the quiet part out loud. They have vowed that if the Liberals are elected, they will increase taxes for everyday Aussies. This is absolutely cooked. Families are struggling, especially in Adelaide's northern suburbs, where things are especially hard. But instead of helping Australians put food on their tables or pay their bills, the Liberals would rather help themselves by taking away hundreds of dollars in savings from people that they represent. It's the icing on the cake. Rounding out 3 years of the Liberals blocking cost of living relief, when this Labor government wanted to make houses easier to buy or easier to rent, the Liberals voted against it because they don't win when everyday Aussies keep a roof over their head. When this Labor government made TAFE free for over 500,000 people, the Liberals voted against it because they don't win when everyday Aussies break free of the barriers to education. When this Labor government made record investments into Medicare, opened urgent care clinics and froze the cost of medicines, the Liberals called it wasteful spending because they don't win when everyday Aussies can look after themselves. The Liberals blocked all this policy because they don't stand to gain when everyday Aussies get cost of living relief. While this Labor government supports everyday Australians, the only thing you can count on from the opposition leader is he will cut your pay and raise your taxes.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, in May, the Australian people will have a choice to make, a choice that will affect the future of our country. They will need to choose a government that they believe will take this country in the right direction. Every Australian will need to ask themselves, am I better off today than I was 3 years ago? And the simple answer for the vast majority is no. Our country needs a government that is focused on the right priorities both for today and for future generations. We need a government that is dedicated to meaningful change, not empty ideology and tokenism. We need a government that will not be distracted by the whims of a few and that is dedicated to governing for the needs of the many. And for regional Australians, for the people I represent, they need a government that doesn't treat them as an afterthought or second-class citizens. The regions matter, regional people matter, and they have been ignored. Only a coalition government will cut the waste and curb inflation to address our cost of living crisis. Only the Nationals in government will allocate critical infrastructure funding to the regions where it is desperately needed, and only the Nationals in government will prioritise regional communities for better access to healthcare, aged care and childcare. I urge Australians to think carefully about what their vote and preferences mean, and to regional Australia, you know we can't afford another 3 years of Labor.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 3 years ago, the Coalition, especially the Nationals, said you shouldn't trust Labor to support Hunter's coal industry. They said that coal mines would close under our watch and that workers would be left high and dry. That couldn't be more wrong, Speaker. The coal mines in the Hunter are thriving. In fact, there's not been a single coal mine closure underneath this government, not one. We said that if it stacks up environmentally, we won't stand in the way of extensions, and we've kept our word, Deputy Speaker. We have seen Mac Energy Mount Pleasant open cut mine, Yancoal's Ashton underground mine, and even Whitehaven Coal's Narrabri underground mine all receive extensions. Speaker, we will never stand in the way of workers and good, safe and secure employment. Maybe the Coalition could have kept these mines open as well. But it's not just about keeping mines open, it's about making sure that the mines are a fair place to go to work. And that's where we made the real difference, Deputy Speaker. We said we'd end the scourge of labour hire, and we did it. We brought same job, same pay legislation, and those opposite opposed it. We closed the labour hire loopholes that were being used by big business to rip off the hard-working coal miners of the Hunter. Only a Labor government can be trusted, not to only keep the mines open, but to also ensure miners have good, safe, secure work conditions, but also get paid what they deserve for doing that hard job and getting paid what their mates are getting paid next to them. Only Labor cares about same job, same pay. The Nationals of Dutton will rip that away.
Member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. After 17 and a bit years, this is my last speech in this place as the member for Parkes. And I want to say how proud I have been to represent such a wonderful part of Australia. The people of Australia need to know that my constituents feed them, clothe them, they keep their lights on, and they work every day. The unemployment rate in the Parkes electorate is below the national average. But a bit of a word of warning, do not take these people for granted. For the last 3 years, despite cessation of work on the Inland Rail and other government decisions that have impacted them, no senior ministers have been there. We've had a few nondescript senators wander through from time to time, but no senior ministers. They are not happy about this. To show you the contempt the Labor Party has for the Parkes electorate, on the eve of an election, apparently it's going to be called tomorrow, they haven't got a candidate yet. Not a candidate for the seat of Parkes. And so Jamie Chaffey's been out there, he's knocked on about 22,000 doors, he's been campaigning for 8 months. That's how seriously the National Party take representation in this place. What was nationally considered a safe seat, I've got a candidate out there that has been working for 8 months. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's been a great privilege, but it's time to move on.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there are three things you can guarantee in life: death, taxes and Canberra bashing from the Liberal Party. For those listening to the opposition leader's budget reply tonight, I have a challenge for you. Count how many times he uses Canberra as a slur. You could even make it a drinking game, but you might need an ambulance by the end. It is staggering how brazen those opposite are in attacking our community and the hard-working people who live here. Shame. And in case you've missed it, they've increased their commitment to cut the public service to 41,000 public servants. That is half of the APS. And it's not just an attack on the hard-working public servants in Canberra, every Canberra small business and our entire local economy. It's an attack on every Australian who relies on public services and the good governance of this nation. And the opposition leader knows that, but he's willing to gamble the well-being of Australians on his divisive populist politics. If you're a veteran claiming DVA supports, you remember what it was like under the Liberals. A backlog of 42,000 veterans' claims, some waiting more than 2 years to be processed. And that's what happens when you hollow out the public service. It took a Labor government and the hard-working APS to clear that backlog. However, the Liberals confirm that DVA staff are in their sights, as with the rest of the APS. And today they confirm, if elected, they'll actually increase your taxes. They'll actually not only oppose but repeal the tax cut we delivered for all Australian taxpayers in our budget on Tuesday night. Well, I will always stand up for hard-working public servants and the services that Australians need.
Yeah.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is a sense of despair in Australia, and it is not just about the cost of living that has seen milk up 18%, bread up 25% and eggs up 35%. It's not just a sense of despair at mortgages being up 57% or rents up 32%. It's not just a sense of despair that transport costs are up 17%. Deputy Speaker, on the budget on Tuesday, the Treasurer stood there and handed down a budget that showed for the very first time Commonwealth debt is forecast to go beyond $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Now, when you look at that clock, I have 90 seconds and it's ticking. In just about every second, the Commonwealth will owe an interest on debt for that $1,000. Every second, $1,000, and this Treasurer and this Prime Minister had no plan to address it. No plan to address it. But, Deputy Speaker, the sense of despair is particularly acute in Victoria, because if you want to know what a second-term Labor government looks like here, look to the third-term government of the state Labor government in Victoria. It's got the highest debt, the highest taxes, the most rubbish, the most graffiti. It is a state in despair, and I take no pride in saying that. No pride in saying that. Because when you look at household incomes in Victoria, they are at 2014 level. So if you want to know what the next term of this government looks like, look to Victoria. It's not pretty.
Member for Macquarie.
Deputy Speaker, there's one thing for sure that we know about the Liberals, and that is that they will make every worker in the Blue Mountains, the Hawkesbury and Nepean pay more tax. I'm not saying this just because they voted against our 2 rounds of top-up tax cuts, which they did yesterday, but I say they want every one of the more than 67,000 workers in Macquarie to pay more tax because today the Shadow Treasurer admitted the Liberals would repeal the tax cuts that we passed yesterday if they win the election. Tax cuts that flow to every single worker this year and next and beyond. Forever. Permanent tax cuts that, when combined with our tax cuts that came into effect in July last year, lift thresholds and reduce the lowest tax level from 19 cents in the dollar to 14 cents, the lowest it's been in about 50 years. Our 2 tax cuts that are already law, that let every worker keep more of their hard-earned money, will disappear under the Liberals and Nationals. They want to wipe them out. We know our extra tax cuts are a modest top-up for people, but we think every little bit helps. What we know today is that the Liberals and Nationals don't care about tax cuts. They stand for higher taxes, so Australians will earn less and keep less of what they earn.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you know it, we all know it. You too, Speaker, as you arrive. There is a cost of living crisis in this country. We know that since the 3 years ago when the Albanese Labor government was elected, the average family is about $35,000 a year off. $20,000 of that is increased mortgage costs Speaker, you know interest rates went up 12 times. The rest is things like rent, groceries, energy, a whole lot of other lists. So the average family is $35,000 a year off. Now, you might have missed it, because I know a lot of the Australian public have missed it or been completely underwhelmed by this Labor government. It's our solution to the $35,000 a year that they are worse off, because the solution is, wait for it, 70 cents a day to tax cut. That's what the solution is to a $35,000 cost of living increase is to the average family. Now let me see, what could you buy for 70 cents a day? I had a quick Google. Unfortunately, Speaker, you can't even buy a packet of 2-minute noodles for 70 cents a day. But never mind. Speaker, we have a better tax cut. Our tax cut of cutting petrol taxes means that the average— oh, they laugh! The Prime Minister laughs! The Prime Minister laughs at a petrol tax cut. The Australian public aren't laughing. They are loving the fact that they will get $15 extra in their pocket, and that will filter through to every business. Every business that has a motor vehicle, their costs are going down. I don't expect them to understand that, but that is a good policy.
Concluded. Give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Excellent news for everyone in Hasluck this week with the announcement of 2 further tax cuts on top of the tax cuts that we've already delivered last year. Not one-offs, but permanent tax cuts that will help with the cost of living year in, year out. But now the Liberals say that if the Coalition are elected in May, they will legislate to remove the tax cuts. Liberals making Australian workers pay more tax? Unbelievable. But this election is not just about tax cuts. Tax cuts are not the only thing at risk. Everything is at risk with the Liberals. Everything you asked me to deliver, you asked this government to deliver, that we have delivered, is at risk. Energy bill relief, secure jobs, higher wages at risk. Our record investments in Medicare, cheaper medicines, urgent care clinics at risk. Our record investments in housing to build more homes at risk. Our investments in early education, schools, free TAFE and reductions in head debts at risk. The Liberals need the Senate to remove your tax cuts. Do not vote Liberals in the House or the Senate. Don't trust Dutton.
Order. Remind all members to refer to members by their correct titles. They won't be staying here for question time. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I'll just invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have to report the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley AO has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter. Question is the motion moved by the Prime Minister be agreed to. As a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by arising in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister has caused a lot of hurt. It's to the Prime Minister.
Order. Order.
The Prime Minister has caused a lot of pain to Australian families over the last 3 years. Will the Prime Minister join with me in cutting the price of petrol and diesel to save tradies, pensioners and families up to $28 a week instead of his 70 cent a day tax cut, which doesn't even come in for 15 months?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. And of course, the Leader of the Opposition, I wonder if he gave that speech or that question when he was sitting in the Cabinet room when indexation of petrol was reintroduced in the 2014 budget. I wonder if when he sat there,
members on my
when he sat there and reintroduced indexation in 2014, I wonder if he gave that raise.
Order. The Prime Minister was asked a question by the Leader of the Opposition on an opposition policy, so there's going to be some pretty broad
on this policy.
Order. So we'll just deal with the manager's point of order, but just in light of what I've said.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is not involved. Point of order is on relevance. The Prime Minister can't give us a history on 100 years of excise. That cannot be relevant to the question. It does not mean that, for example, the Prime Minister can talk about things that happened 100 years ago, which he would like to do.
Thanks.
He's got to be
I thank the manager. Order. Just, you've made your point, and thank you. Order. Order. Everyone. The Leader of the Nationals. Everyone's just going to take a deep breath. The Prime Minister was asked about an alternative approach and alternative policy by the opposition, so I'm going to listen carefully. If he's got some context about the policy that he was asked about that the Leader of the Opposition has announced, he will be directly relevant.
Speaker, I'm talking about the temporary one-year decrease that they have said they will put out there. The Morrison leftovers have adopted the policy of the Morrison government, just like they did in 2022, Mr. Speaker, where in the budget in 2022 they brought in a temporary measure and then it disappeared. And that's what I'm asked about. And the reason why it's at the level it is today is because of the legislation that they brought in 2014. That is why it is at the level it is today.
Order. The Leader of the Nationals.
But those opposite have a view where this morning
members on my left,
having voted against tax cuts for every taxpayer yesterday, they this morning have declared they are the first opposition to ever say, if you elect us to government, we will increase the taxes for every single taxpayer. Every single taxpayer will pay more tax if they are elected at the election in May. So what we know now is that they have 4 policies. They have a nuclear power plan of $600 billion that they have to find cuts for. Then they have their lunches, their lunch policy. We haven't forgotten about that. And then they have the further cuts that they've spoken about. But now they have something else as well, Mr. Speaker, because we know that the only thing they don't want to cut is people's taxes. Not only do they not want to cut them, not only do they vote against them, what they want to do is to actually jack them up for every single taxpayer. An extraordinary policy from those opposite who just don't get it, who have not put forward a single lasting cost of living plan and opposed every single measure that we have put forward.
We'll hear from the honourable member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn? And is there any opposition to this?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Dunkley for her question. And indeed, we do want, as a government, for people to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And as it turns out, there is a bit of opposition to that, Mr. Speaker. To both. There is a bit of opposition to both, because those opposite have opposed all of our measures, the changes to the definition of casual, same job, same pay, the right to disconnect, the increases for people on minimum award wages. They've opposed every one of the measures that we've put in place, including the increases for aged care and childcare workers that they describe as a waste. But they're also opposed to people keeping more of what they earn. We have, as a direct result of our policy, seen real wages increase 5 quarters in a row. We are seeing per capita living standards increase in the last figures. and we are also seeing Australians keep more of what they earn because of our legislation last year that provided a tax relief not for some but for every single Australian taxpayer. And that is why we're topping that up, so that people will earn $2,500 extra in their pockets as a result of the legislation that passed the Senate last night. But those opposite have the hand in the pockets of Australian workers to rip that money out, Mr Speaker. Not only do they want them to earn less, they want them to keep less as well. Now, during the election campaign, I was asked if I would support that $1 an hour, increase. It's back, Mr Speaker.
Members
For
on my
workers
left.
on the minimum wage, and I said absolutely, absolutely. Now, last night, when this morning the Shadow Treasurer, when he was asked would he take back the tax cuts and would he legislate to actually jack up taxes for every Australian taxpayer, guess what word he used? He said we absolutely would. Absolutely. And that says it all about the stark contrast between the two sides of the House, Mr Speaker. On this side, we absolutely want people to earn more, and we absolutely want people to keep more of what they earn. Those opposite absolutely want people to earn less, and they absolutely want them to be taxed more. That is the decision that the Australian people will have to determine. Labor is the party of lower taxes. The Liberals want you earning less and keeping less. And you know you hit a nerve, Mr Speaker. You know you hit a nerve by how loudly they shout.
Order. The Minister for Home Affairs. I think everyone can agree the noise level is way too high. So I'm going to ask everyone to help me in that quest to lower the noise. So that's on every individual to do their bit. Give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
My question is to the Treasurer. The Treasurer has said, quote, "The reason why we support fuel excise relief, we want to see people under less pressure at the bowser. Nothing could make me happier than if there was some pressure taken off families who are doing it tough. Why is the Treasurer now refusing to cut the fuel excise to provide immediate relief to cash-strapped Australian families?"
Order. Give the call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, the first point that I would make is if the Shadow Treasurer cared about the cost of living, he wouldn't be the first Shadow Treasurer in living memory to take to an election a policy to increase income taxes on every single Australian taxpayer. That's the first and most obvious point, Mr Speaker. Now, in relation to petrol, what we did on Tuesday night from this dispatch box is we found a way to give ongoing cost of living relief to every Australian taxpayer. Our combination of cost of living relief, whether it's cheaper medicines, cutting student debt, strengthening Medicare, tax cuts, energy bill relief, a combination of temporary and permanent ongoing cost of living relief in the budget that we handed down on Tuesday night, Mr Speaker. Now, he asked me about comments from just before the last election. And that's a very welcome opportunity, Mr Speaker, to tell the House that when during the week of the last budget of those opposite, on the eve of the last election, petrol prices in Sydney were $2.15 a litre. They're now $1.95 a litre. Petrol prices in Canberra, $2.08 before the last election, $1.92 now. $2.15 in Melbourne, before the last election, $1.70 now. $2.17 in Brisbane before the last election, $1.93 now. $2.18 in Adelaide before the last election, $1.82 now. $2.03 before the last election in Perth, $1.75 now. $2.09 in Darwin before the last election, $1.81 now. $2.23 in Hobart before the last election, $1.82 now, according to the Australian Institute of Petroleum weekly price report, Mr Speaker. Now, we have found a much more effective way to help Australians with the cost of living. And the key difference between our cost of living package and what those opposite have come up with on the back of a coaster in the last couple of days, Mr Speaker, is we will provide ongoing cost of living help to every Australian taxpayer. And not only do they oppose that, Mr Speaker, not only did they vote against that in the House and in the Senate yesterday, Mr Speaker, but quite bizarrely, unusually in historical terms, the Shadow Treasurer was asked this morning, will he legislate to increase taxes on all 14 million Australian taxpayers, and he said absolutely he would. And as the Prime Minister has pointed out, the difference between this side and that side, Prime Minister asked would he increase the minimum wage, he said absolutely. Those opposite asked will they jack up taxes for every working taxpayer in this country, and they said absolutely, and that goes right to the difference.
Give a call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support students and graduates, and are there any risks to this support?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the brilliant member for Bennelong, for his question. Mr Speaker, the first thing that the Liberals will do if they win the next election is raise taxes for every Australian worker. And the first thing that Labor will do is cut student debt by 20% for 3 million Australians. So they want to jack up taxes. We want to lighten your load. For the average Australian with a student debt, this will lighten the load by more than $5,000. In the member for Brisbane's electorate, for example, there are 34,000 people who will benefit. That will save money. The average person there will save about $6,500. In the member for Griffith's electorate, there are 31,000 people who will benefit. The average person there will save $6,400. The member for Ryan's electorate, there are 27,000 people who will benefit, and the average saving there is about $6,000. The member for Wentworth, I know, will be pleased to know that in her electorate 23,600 people will benefit. The average saving there is about $6,600. The member for Fowler's electorate next door to mine, there are 23,000 people that will see their HEX debt cut. The saving there is about $6,000. And in the member for Curtin's electorate in WA, more than 22,000 people will benefit. The saving there is around $5,800 on average. So from Western Sydney to Western Australia, there are millions of Aussies who are going to save thousands of bucks. In fact, according to the Australian newspaper, in analysis not provided by me, the electorate with the highest HEX to average salary ratio is Blaxland in Western Sydney. Good local member. Almost 26,000 people there will save on average $6,127. And the Liberal Party are opposed to all of that. In fact, when we announced this policy, the Shadow Treasurer said there are no free lunches in economics. Remember that? Well, it turns out now they're going to jack up your taxes to pay for free lunches for bosses. You've got to think to yourself, how ordinary is that? I know the opposition leader spent a lot of time checking out the All Ordinaries during the GFC. If he wants to see the All Ordinaries now, he just has to look behind him. Because they're all ordinary.
Order. Has the Minister concluded his answer? Has the Minister concluded his answer? Has the Minister concluded his answer? Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Goldstein.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. People in Goldstein are constantly raising with me their concerns about the stability of the Australia-US relationship under the Trump administration, and whether it's sensible to be spending billions on the AUKUS deal when even the US Congressional Budget Office says the submarines may never be delivered. What is your plan B?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, my plan is to implement the AUKUS arrangements that we're committed to. And I do that for a range of reasons. I do that primarily, though, for one reason, which is that it's in the Australian national interest for us to have the best defence assets that are possibly available to Australia. And when we have briefings, and I'm happy to arrange for appropriate briefings for the member for Goldstein on these matters. If you are an island continent located where we are, the best assets that you can possibly have is a submarine, but importantly you have to then ask yourself, what is the best form of submarine in terms of stealth, in terms of capacity to go long distances whilst not having to snort and rise to the surface? What is the way that you can ensure that you are not detectable? And the answer to that is nuclear-powered submarines. That is something that we have supported because we think it is absolutely essential for Australia's national interests. But that is just one. How can I not?
The Prime Minister was asked about the AUKUS deal and the relationship with the US. Is giving exactly the answer to the question that the member asked, but members are entitled to raise one point of order on relevance, and the member has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. It is on relevance. The question went to either the capacity or the willingness of the US to deliver such subs.
Well, as I said, the Prime Minister is directly talking about the topic he was asked about. He couldn't be more directly relevant. If he was talking about other agreements or other deals, he wouldn't be relevant. But whilst he's talking about the topic he was asked about, he's within the standing orders and he has the call.
Speaker. The AUKUS arrangements, they also have within them Pillar 2. And what that's about is the capacity for us to lift up our capacity for advanced manufacturing, for really the most high-tech manufacturing that you can have. One of the things about the defence industry is that there's spin-offs as well. I'm very committed to a future made in Australia. One of the ways that we can do that, and that's why the National Reconstruction Fund, for example, has a component in it about innovation for defence industries. And working with the United States, which is the most advanced in terms of, obviously, the largest military in the world, with the defence industries that they have, there are already companies, Australian companies such as Austal, for example, that are located there in the United States. A fantastic operation, of course, based in Western Australia primarily. That will bring great benefit to Australia. Now, with regard to the support for the AUKUS arrangements in the United States and the UK, I've met with over 100 congresspeople and senators in the United States. There was overwhelming support from both Republican and Democrat people who are elected representatives. I have raised this issue in the discussions I've had with President Trump as well, and he has expressed his support, as of course Prime Minister Starmer in the United Kingdom, who I had a talk with just less than 2 weeks ago. So we will continue to put in place these arrangements because it is in Australia's national interest, and I'm confident that an important part of the defence of this country is the AUKUS arrangements.
On indulgence for the Leader of Opposition to associate his remarks with the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think that was a pretty good answer, and I wanted to support the Prime Minister on what I think is an issue of national significance and importance. The Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister have rightly pointed out that we live in the most precarious period since the end of the Second World War, and it's based on intelligence and the advice of the best people in uniform, and not just here in Australia but in Europe and in other allies' intelligence networks as well. And so it is appropriate that we make this investment, and I think the Prime Minister, when he was the then Leader of the Opposition, made a brave call in supporting the then government's decision to go with the AUKUS nuclear-propelled submarine. It's a safe technology. It provides the stealth capacity that the Prime Minister pointed out. It gives us the best in class of the technology, and it allows us to project and to provide defences to our country in a very uncertain century. And I think to question that is not wise, not in our national interest. And I think it is important for the Australian public and for our allies to hear that there is and there always will remain a bipartisan position when it comes to the submarines. As the first line of defence, it will underpin our national security for decades and decades to come.
The call to the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring that Australians, households and businesses have access to affordable and reliable gas supply? And how does this compare to other gas policies, Minister?
Give the call to the Honourable Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Paterson for her question. She is a very important supporter of the very important Hunter Power Project in Kurri Kurri. She understands, like this government understands, that Australian homes and businesses rely on gas and that gas will play a very important role in the transition to net zero as a backup for renewable energy, but also as a really important support for the industries of tomorrow, like the processing of critical minerals. Under this, the Albanese Labor government, we have driven down gas prices and freed up more gas for Australians. We have secured over 640 petajoules of gas for the domestic market through the mandatory code, enough gas to power Queensland for 2 years. We have reduced gas prices to around $12 compared to $30 when the Coalition was in power. Our policies are ensuring that Australians have access to reliable and affordable gas where and when it is needed. I'm asked how this compares to other policies. Well, I'd like to remind everyone here that those opposite voted against every single measure I have just gone through. They have voted against all cost of living measures. They have voted against cheaper gas. They have voted against energy price relief. The opposition have voted against gas price caps that reduced energy bills. And, Mr Speaker, I'll remind everyone watching that the Liberals and the Nationals together have voted against a tax cut for all Australians. Now they've also, of course, promised to make sure those tax cuts are repealed, and the Liberals now become, of course, the party of higher taxes. Mr Speaker, those opposite left the gas market in utter chaos. The Coalition were warned about projected gas shortfalls in 2014, in 2016, in 2017, in 2019, in 2020 and in 2022. And, Mr Speaker, you might ask, well, what did they do about it? Well, of course, they did absolutely nothing, Mr Speaker. AEMO and the ACCC warned them, and all they did was pass a regulation to hide just how much they had driven up energy prices. Mr Speaker, their shambles of a gas-fired recovery was all hot air. It gifted millions of taxpayer dollars to the gas industry and left us with a national energy market shutdown and supply shortages and barely an extra molecule into the system. And their domestic security mechanism could only come into play once a year, and of course, thankfully, we have reformed that. Now, what's next for the Coalition and their gas policy? We can be assured it will be slogans over substance. Well, because they say they'll have lower prices, but they vote against the price caps. They've even said they're going to release onshore gas when they've got absolutely no federal jurisdiction to do it. Well, if past performance is an indicator of future performance, all we know is the Coalition are going to ruin the gas market just like they did the last.
Call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Prime Minister, given families are hurting because of Labor's cost of living crisis, what was the logic in delaying by 15 months the Prime Minister's 70 cents a day tax cut?
Order. 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 Members on my right, the Treasurer, the Minister of Energy. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I really thank the Shadow Treasurer for that question, because what I'm asked by the Shadow Treasurer is why isn't the policy which will lower further, top up our tax cuts right for every taxpayer, all 14 million of them, next year and then the year after, making a total with the top-up of $2,500 less tax being paid for average taxpayers. Why haven't you done something that they voted against sooner? That is what they've asked, Mr Speaker. But that wouldn't be quite so bad, because it's not just why haven't you done what we opposed sooner? He's actually asked, why haven't you done what we're going to repeal and reverse sooner? Having stood up for
order.
Having stood up now and declared this morning that he would absolutely impose higher taxes on every taxpayer, he then says, why didn't you just do the reverse sooner? It's just extraordinary. They have voted against every measure of cost of living support. And on Tuesday night, it wasn't just the lower taxes that the Treasurer spoke about on Tuesday night. It was the cheaper medicines. We know they opposed that. It was the energy bill relief. We know that they opposed that. They opposed the cap on gas and coal prices. We know that they opposed the cuts of $3 billion for student debt, and they oppose the future cuts that we will put in place that will cut student debt by 20%, leading to an average $5,500 benefit for 3 million Australians. They oppose that. $5,500 for 3 million Australians. We know that they have proposed the measures that we've put in place that have allowed first 11 million Australians get access to their GP just with bulk billing. We know that they actually support a tax every time people visit a GP rather than that. We know that they've called the largest increase in rent assistance in 30 years waste, all of the measures that we have put in place. Now, those opposite who have the hide to come in here and say, why don't you do what we oppose sooner? It says all about the lack of logic in their team. No wonder they've come up with this rubbish.
Time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Labor government lowering taxes for Australian workers? What obstacles are standing in the way?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Gilmore, not just for the question, but for voting for a tax cut for every single one of her 64,000 taxpayers in that wonderful part of the world that she represents. Now, last night the Parliament passed the government's tax cuts from the 2025 budget. Those tax cuts are now law. And because of our tax cuts, this means the average benefit is $50 a week, including those top-ups in the budget. And this means that the first rate of tax now is the lowest that it's been in half a century. And what that means for Australians is that more Australians are working, earning more and keeping more of what they earn because of this Labor government, Mr Speaker. And it was part of a broader package of cost of living relief, which was one of the centrepieces of Tuesday night's budget. Now, Mr Speaker, this morning on radio and then on TV, the Shadow Treasurer made a stunningly stupid admission, Mr Speaker. He said that if those opposite win the election, they will legislate to increase income taxes for every single Australian taxpayer. Now, as far as we can tell, Mr Speaker, this is unprecedented. This has never happened before, that an alternative government has gone to the people and said, elect us and we will jack up income taxes for every single taxpayer. I can't imagine they're happy about this up the back, Mr Speaker, and that's why they're pretending to read and they're looking at their shoes once again. Because this confirms beyond any doubt that if they win the election, Australians will earn less and keep less of what they earn. It makes it absolutely crystal clear that Australians will be worse off if those opposite win the election, Mr Speaker. And it's now not just us saying it, it's the Shadow Treasurer saying it as well. And as a consequence, they would increase tax to GDP, they would increase average tax rates, they would give back no bracket creep, Mr Speaker, and they'd harm participation. Now, this will haunt them for every single day of this election campaign, because this renders anything else the Leader of the Opposition says tonight absolutely meaningless, Mr. Speaker, because it sets up a very, very simple choice in this election. And it springs from the budget we released on Tuesday and the reply that we'll hear tonight and what the Shadow Treasurer said this morning. This election is about a very simple choice. This Labor Prime Minister and this Labor government cutting taxes and helping Australians with the cost of living, or that opposition leader and that coalition clown show, jacking up income taxes and making people worse off. The Shadow Treasurer has admitted as much today.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Wannon.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In Labor's cruel hoax of a budget, 1.8 million new arrivals are predicted to live in Australia over a 5-year period. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that this number won't go beyond 2 million?
Order. The member for Lyons. Order. Members on my right. Order. The member for Fadden will leave the chamber under 94A. And the member for Braddon will stop dobbing on people. Order. There's far too much noise. Members are entitled to ask their question in silence. I don't know why everyone thinks it's inappropriate to do so, but it's the same rules applying today as every other day. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And the guarantee is simple, that only a Labor government can return immigration to sustainable levels. That is absolutely— and the laughter is loudest from the man who went the other direction in the strongest possible way. Because to get immigration back to sustainable levels, we had to first make sure that we were restoring integrity to the system.
Order.
Because let's not forget the way integrity had been taken from the system under those opposite. Let's not forget what was said and what came out.
Pretty relevant.
The Deputy Prime Minister will cease interjecting. We're going to hear from the member for Wannon on a point of order.
Speaker, it was a very direct question. It didn't go to alternatives at all. It asked for a guarantee that it wouldn't go beyond 2 million. It didn't ask about anything in the past. It was a very direct question. Guarantee that it won't go beyond 2 million.
All you need to do, Member for Wannon, is just state the point of order on relevance, which I understand. The Minister was asked a specific question on a specific topic. You probably want a yes or no answer, right? So we'll say the same thing I've said many, many times. Under the standing orders, I can't direct the Minister to do that. It would be a lot easier for me if I could, trust me. But he's entitled to talk about the policy in terms of being directly relevant, about perhaps the guarantee and why it's possible or not possible. I don't know what he's going to say. So he'll just need to make sure the context that he's talking about the topic, and I'm not sure where he's going with this, but he is being directly relevant because he's talking about it. If he started talking about something else, we'd bring him to line. But he has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. So to deal with net overseas migration, which the question asks about, you have to go to the components of net overseas migration. Now, the area that had the biggest growth was international students. So for net overseas migration, the 31% reduction that we've had year on year in the most recent figures is a direct reflection of the fact that this government has taken action on the unlimited nature of how international student visas were in place. Now, when it was actually put to the Parliament whether that should be fixed, those opposite, including the Shadow Minister who just asked the question, didn't amend the bill to say, oh, maybe it should be a different number. They actually voted for student visas to be unlimited in Australia. Unlimited in Australia. That's their position, and then they want to get up and ask about what will happen with respect to net overseas migration. There is a gap from a previous speech that the Leader of the Opposition gave where he claimed a number as to how low he would get net overseas migration. He's made a couple of announcements to it, but he's actually still 220,000 places short. 220,000. If you reduced the student visa system to zero, you still would not fix that gap. You still would not fix that gap. And it's not surprising that those opposite have no idea about how to run a system that is sustainable with integrity. Because let's have a look at what was said in terms of the Richardson review about how the Leader of the Opposition ran immigration. A company whose owners were suspected through the ownership of another company of seeking to circumvent US sanctions against Iran, had extensive suspicious money movements suggesting money laundering, bribery and other criminal activity. Those opposite ran a system in complete disrepair. The only visa that they've said they will now act on is to bring back the one known as cash for visas, where you qualify for a visa to Australia on the basis that you've got cash and that's it.
Give a call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare by investing in bulk billing? Why is it important to strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect? And Minister, are there any threats to a stronger Medicare?
Good call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and to the member for Lingiari, because for her and for everyone on this side of the House, bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare, and it was in free fall when we came to government. That's why, of course, in our second budget, we tripled the bulk billing incentive for pensioners, concession card holders and kids, which it delivered last year an additional 6 million free visits to the doctor, lifting bulk billing for that cohort up above 90% again. But we know it's still under pressure for other Australians, which is why in the fourth budget this week we've extended for the first time bulk billing support to every single Australian, because we know that seeing a doctor for free is not just good for your hip pocket, Mr Speaker, it's also good for your health. Now, I was surprised, Mr Speaker, yesterday when the Leader of the Opposition interrupted his speech explaining why he was going to vote against a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer to brag about his record on bulk billing. Surprised but not disappointed, Mr Speaker, because sport, I don't think you understand how much we love it when you talk about your record as Health Minister. I don't think you understand how much it warms the cockles of our heart. We hope you do it a lot more over coming weeks. Because, yes, bulk billing was 84% because he inherited a very good position from the former Labor government. A very good position. But he then said there were too many free Medicare services, Mr Speaker. We all remember that. He then tried to abolish bulk billing altogether, Mr Speaker, and make every single Australian pay a fee every single time they went to the doctor. Make every single Australian pay a fee every single time they walked through the front door of an emergency department, because that is what this man wants, Mr Speaker, in this country. An American-style user-pay system of health care, not Australia's Medicare. And if you think that that sorry, sad old leopard the Liberal Party has changed its spot, listen to what the Shadow Health Minister said in the Senate only a few weeks ago. Senator Ruston said, "At no time have I or anybody from the Coalition ever suggested that the only card you need to take to the doctor going forward is your Medicare card." And that is the choice, Mr Speaker, over coming weeks. That is the choice. It's about the value of this beautiful green card. For Labor, this card is everything, Mr Speaker, absolutely everything. Under the Liberals, under this man, the most important card when you're going to the doctor is your credit card, because when this man cuts Medicare, and he will again, all Australians are going to end up paying.
The call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Last night, Labor was dragged kicking and screaming into doing the bare minimum on the instant asset write-off. Mr Speaker,
order.
This is an important question.
Members on my right, I've just said to members on my left that people shouldn't interject during questions before a minister speaks. So I'm going to ask for assistance from the House So the Deputy Leader can ask her question again and be heard in silence.
My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Last night, Labor was dragged, kicking and screaming, into doing the bare minimum on the instant asset write-off, shamed into passing legislation to extend it to the end of this financial year. But there is still no money budgeted for its extension for next financial year. Will Labor support coalition efforts to make the instant asset write-off permanent, including lifting the amount small businesses can depreciate to $30,000?
The call to the Minister for Small Business.
Magic.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member opposite for that question. Well, I was pleased to finally see their support for the instant asset write-off to get through the Parliament last night, Mr Speaker. After 8 months, they finally got there, can I say? But this is not the only time, of course, they have delayed us trying to introduce the instant asset write-off. This is actually the third time in a row they've tried to delay this legislation getting through the Parliament, and it's because, of course, they know that we have been supporting small businesses with targeted support for our term. Indeed, over $2 billion worth of targeted support for small businesses since we have come to office. $2 billion, some of which you have voted against. You've delayed the instant asset write-off. You've voted against the direct energy bill relief. And then, of course, Mr Speaker, those opposite are now saying that they want to go to the election with higher taxes for small business owners and workers. Higher taxes. Australia's 1.5 million sole traders will be pleased to know that those opposite want them to pay higher income taxes, Mr Speaker.
The Manager of Opposition, a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The question was very tight and it asked if the point of order is on relevance, and the question was to the Minister for Small Business whether she could guarantee to small businesses that the instant asset write-off would be extended for future income years, because those small businesses are making decisions today about whether they make those investments. So the Small Business Minister should respond to that aspect of the question, which is at the heart of it.
I appreciate the manager would like her to address that part of the question. Maybe make his life easier, make my life easier, but that's not the rules. The rules are she's got to be directly relevant to the whole question, not just one part, or can't pick and choose. So it's all or nothing, and it's all in this standing order. So she's being directly relevant. She's giving the reasons as she was asked a decision why or why not. So she's being directly relevant, and she'll have the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's no wonder that they don't want me to continue to talk about how they want higher taxes for small business sole traders, Mr Speaker. 1.5 million of them. 1.5 million small business owners are sole traders who are getting a tax cut because of our government, a tax cut that you want to take off them. You want to go to the next election with higher taxes for those sole traders. We have been very clear as a government that we want to support small businesses in a targeted way, and that is exactly what we have been doing in our time of government. More than $2 billion of targeted support, including the instant asset write-off for the last 3 years. The Treasurer and the Prime Minister have been very clear that when that legislation went through, we will be considering what other measures we will take to support small businesses.
Well, there was one point of order taken on relevance. Well, this is a good lesson for everyone. So in future, that's fine. There'll only be one point of order on relevance then. No one will get up and take a second point of order. We'll now hear from the member for Corangamite.
My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. What action has the Albanese Labor government taken to build a universal early education system that is simple, affordable and accessible for every family? Is there anything that could put this at risk and leave families worse off?
Give a call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the wonderful member for Corangamite for her question. The member for Corangamite has demonstrated her commitment to children and families in her electorate by backing in every single one of our cost of living measures, whether that's on health, whether that's on tax relief and whether indeed that's on early childhood education and care. Mr Speaker, in our first term of government, we've made progress towards our vision of a simple, affordable and accessible early childhood education and care system. On affordability, our cheaper childcare reduced the out-of-pocket costs for early childhood education and care by 17% when it was first introduced. That means that a family on $120,000 is $2,768 better off because of this government. And we're building on that by putting in fee caps as well. On workforce, of course, underpins the reforms that we want to make in early childhood education and care. We introduced reforms to stabilise and grow the workforce. Our 15% pay rise, I'm pleased to say, now has applications that cover around 80% of early childhood education workforce. And we have a $72 million workforce package, and as well as our fee-free TAFE helping to grow that sector. And because of these actions, we now have 41,900 more educators in the sector. But it doesn't stop there. Recently, we changed the Liberals' prohibitive activity test, replacing that with a 3-day guarantee of subsidised care. That means 70,000 families will save $1,370 in the first year alone. And we've dedicated $1 billion to grow early childhood education services in areas where they're needed, including rural, region and outer suburbs, to be run by high-quality, not-for-profit service providers. But, Mr Speaker, we know there's more to do, and that's why we've commissioned a service delivery price to inform our future reform. And I'm asked about risks. Well, today the ANU Centre for Social Research confirms that around 2/3 of all Australians, led by single-parent families and middle-income families, have gained up to $2,500 through our tax cuts, childcare and parental leave since the Albanese Labor government came into office. That's real money into the pockets of families. And that is how you do cost of living relief. That is how you do it. And this is how you risk it. You risk it by voting for an opposition that has no vision, no plan, no policy. While we're reforming education to build a better future for the next generation, the opposition wants to keep the next generation paying for their $600 billion nuclear fantasy.
Good call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question's for the Treasurer. Tuesday's budget showed our fiscal position in structural deficit for the next decade. That concerns many of the people of Wentworth. What is the government's plan, apart from bracket creep, to address the structural deficit?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. I also acknowledge the 104,000 taxpayers who will get 2 more tax cuts in her electorate because of Tuesday night's budget. I also wanted to acknowledge that the member for Wentworth is a frequent and considered contributor to the national debate about tax reform. And I assure her that the government's focus is on implementing the broad and ambitious tax reform agenda that we have laid out over the course of 4 budgets now. Obviously, and the member referred to this in her question, but the tax cuts for every taxpayer is about returning bracket creep, increasing participation. We're also ensuring multinationals pay their fair share of tax here in Australia. We're encouraging investment in important areas like housing and clean energy with our tax breaks.
The Treasurer will just pause for a moment so I can hear the member. If the Treasurer can just pause for a moment.
So on relevance, the question was about structural deficit, not tax cuts.
Just bring the Treasurer back to the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. And the reason I'm running through these tax reforms because a number of them improve the structural position of the budget, which I think the honourable member understands, including the changes to the PRRT, which will see the offshore LNG industry pay more tax sooner, as well as the efforts on tax compliance. Now, Mr Speaker, one of the defining features of the government's 4 budgets has been responsible economic management. and that has made a difference in the near term to the position of the budget, but also to the structural position of the budget that the honourable member asks me about. The fact that we've engineered the biggest ever nominal turnaround in the budget in a parliamentary term, $207 billion improvement, the fact that we delivered those 2 budget surpluses, the fact that we got the deficit down this year and delivered an improvement every year, what that means for the structural position is that we save a lot in interest costs. The fact that interest costs are down is making a major, meaningful difference to the structural budget position. In addition to that, we've also taken steps, and here I pay tribute to the former member for Maribyrnong and Minister Rishworth for their efforts. The steps we've taken on the NDIS are about structural improvements to the budget. The steps that the Aged Care Minister and the Health Minister have taken in the aged care budget are about making the budget more sustainable as well. But those interest cost difference, the fact that we've got that debt down by $177 billion this year, is going to save about $60 billion over the life of the medium term in the budget, and that's making a structural difference too. And so, if the honourable member's question is there ongoing more work to do in terms of the structural position of the budget, of course there is, but we shouldn't dismiss or diminish the very, very substantial progress that this government has made cleaning up the mess that we inherited from those opposite.
The call to the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the budget helping Australians with the cost of living? Are there any threats to this cost of living support?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the outstanding member for Holt for her great question. I wanted to acknowledge more broadly that as the government puts together their cost of living agenda, it's wonderful local members like the member for Holt who helps us put that together, because on this side of the House we understand the cost of living pressures that people are under, even as we make really encouraging progress in the fight against inflation. We saw more progress yesterday in the inflation figures, which came down in a headline sense, but also in an underlying sense. And what that means is, as a government, we're getting inflation down, real wages are up, unemployment's low, we're getting the debt down, interest rates have started to come down, and growth is rebounding solidly in our economy as well. So we've made a lot of progress together as Australians, but we know that people are still under pressure, and that's why there is more work to do. Now, that is the primary motivation. The cost of living pressures that Australians feel, despite the progress we've made together on inflation, is the primary motivation for the cost of living package which was in Tuesday night's budget, Mr Speaker. We know that the cost of living is front of mind for a lot of Australians, and that's why it was front and centre in Tuesday night's budget as well. And that budget contained a coherent and comprehensive package of cost of living assistance, Mr Speaker. Energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, we're cutting student debt, we're strengthening Medicare because we know that more bulk billing means less pressure on families around Australia, Mr Speaker, and we've got those 2 new tax cuts to top up the tax relief that is already flowing despite the opposition of those opposite, Mr Speaker. Now, the Shadow Treasurer's brain snap today makes it really clear that they would legislate higher taxes for every single Australian taxpayer. Under those opposite, as we've said, Australians would earn less and keep less of what they earn, Mr Speaker, and that's because they want to cut everything except taxes for workers. So whatever the opposition leader says tonight, it is already very, very clear that they are about 3 things: higher taxes for workers, secret cuts to pay for nuclear reactors, and no ongoing help with the cost of living, Mr Speaker. So this does set up a very simple choice at the election. This Labor Prime Minister and his Labor government cutting taxes and helping people with the cost of living, or that opposition leader and that coalition jacking up income taxes and making people worse off.
Call to the member for Cowper.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Given the cost of living crisis Australian families are facing, with the price of everything going up, will the Prime Minister put politics aside and join with the opposition's plan to give immediate relief for family budgets by halving the fuel excise?
Order. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Cowper for his question. And one of the distinctions to be drawn here is between permanent cost of living relief and something that is temporary, that's borrowed from the Morrison government. The leftovers of the Morrison government have borrowed the leftovers of the Morrison government's policy.
Order.
When in the March 2022 budget they proposed something very similar that then just disappeared. And they've had time to think about it since, Mr Speaker, and indeed they've made comments about it since, very helpfully. This is what the Leader of the Opposition said. October 2023. There can be temporary relief through a reduction of excise if they believe that's going to be a benefit. It's costly and it can be gamed by the oil giants. That's what he said. Not to be outdone, the Shadow Treasurer. So whilst putting more money in people's pockets through a fuel excise might sound good, the problem is it's not actually solving the inflation problem, and you'll see price rises elsewhere as a result. 5th of December 2023, Senator Jane Hume, the finance spokesperson, putting subsidies on fuel prices, you want to say, can in fact fuel the inflationary fire rather than temper it. November 2023. There's more, just in case you think that was a one-off. Maybe they said this in the Shadow Cabinet meeting, if it went there. Said this, there's two problems with it. One is it could all be eaten up with global volatility in a moment. In a moment. So people might not actually feel that in their hip pocket. That's what they had to say. But it wasn't just the people with portfolio responsibility.
Order. The member for Cowper.
The member for New England got in on it. He was asked whether it had helped, and he said this, no, it won't. But what it will do is it'll take money away that we spend on roads. That's what he had to say. And the current Shadow Transport Minister was in on the joke as well, Mr Speaker. She said, Senator McKenzie, always good for a quote, I think just pulling one lever such as fuel excise won't deliver the whole of economy response and relief that Australians are looking for. Mr Speaker, they have spent 3 years bagging this policy that he's going to announce tonight. 3 years. 3 years, because they know that this temporary relief is no substitute for the permanent cost of living relief that we've delivered and they've voted against.
Order. We shall hear order. Members on my left, the member for Herbert, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs will cease interjecting. Give a call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more housing, and what is threatening that progress?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thanks, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Boothby for this question and just acknowledge what really significant housing expertise she's brought to our caucus in this term. It was absolutely fantastic too to be in her community of Panorama, where the member and I met Housing Australia Future Fund tenants. Every single one of those houses, Speaker, being lived in by a person whose life has been transformed by our government's commitment to social and affordable housing. Now, Speaker, I've said to the Parliament before, we've got a housing crisis in this country that's been a generation in the making, and particularly exacerbated by the decade of waste and neglect that we saw on the other side of the chamber. Speaker, when we were elected in May 22, we inherited a housing horror show. Let me take you through some of the numbers. The cost of building a home when we came to government was rising at 17%, Speaker. That is the highest rate in half a century. New builds were down, approvals were on a steep decline, and of course all of our housing affordability metrics were getting worse. And that's what you get, Speaker, when you have people sitting on the benches behind me for almost a decade when they didn't even bother to have a housing minister.
Now, in 2022, Speaker, of course, this all changed. About 500,000 homes have been built in our country since we came to office, and the PM has led that National Cabinet push to commit to try to build 1.2 million homes over the coming 5 years. Speaker, the incredible labour shortage that we inherited has dramatically improved, about a 44% reduction in vacancies for construction workers. The planning reforms that we initiated at the state level are starting to bear fruit. We're making real investments in modern construction approaches, and we're starting to see those improvements that we're all looking for. Speaker, housing completions across the country are up, and approvals across the country are up. Now, really importantly, Speaker, we are starting to make headway on those generational investments that our government has made on social and affordable housing. We made a commitment to deliver 55,000 social and affordable homes around the country. Speaker, I can report to you that as of today, we have 28,000 homes around the country in planning and construction. 28,000, Speaker. Now, I want to contrast that with the approach of those opposite who, as you know, didn't build a single social and affordable home in their entire first 2 terms in government, Speaker. We've got a plan to build 55,000 social and affordable homes. They've got a plan to build precisely 0. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about threats. Well, I think it's pretty obvious from here. The threat is actually sitting right in front of me. Coalition cuts are coming for housing, and we know if they win the election, $20 billion in housing funding is going to disappear overnight. Of course, Speaker, their housing policies, including their dud super for housing policy, are going to raise prices and build fewer homes, making the housing crisis worse. Like all of the social and economic problems facing our country, it's going to take a Labor government to address Australia's housing challenges, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Has concluded. Give a call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Housing.
Oh, my apologies.
No, he wasn't on his.
Sorry.
He wasn't on his feet. I didn't see him. Yeah.
And my site was no. That's my order. I'll take responsibility. That's my fault because I couldn't see the member for Brisbane. It wasn't the manager's fault. Goes to side, just like we did yesterday. Order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, why would you invite Donald Trump to Australia when you've got a Timu Trump sitting right opposite you?
That's as order. Order. That question is not within the standing orders. So, as I have done on numerous occasions, I will allow the member to rephrase that question. But if order, no, everyone has been given these opportunities, and so will the crossbench and members of minor parties. That question is not allowed. So it will have to be phrased directly for the Prime Minister's responsibilities, and I would prefer not to use those references to any members of Parliament. The member for Brisbane has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister still. Given Trump's attacks on democracy and Western institutions and even threatening our allies and even the PBS, why would you invite him to Australia?
Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Brisbane for his question. And Australia has a long-standing relationship with the United States as our important ally since the Second World War. President Trump was elected by the American people last October. We respect democratic outcomes in Australia. It's something that I'm very proud of, that we have orderly transitions of power, and we had that between when Mr Morrison lost the election. There was an orderly transition of power. I've had 2 discussions with the President of the United States, once after he was elected, but secondly after his inauguration. Both of those conversations were some of the first that we had, and that, I think, reflects the respect that Australia is shown with the United States as important allies. The United States President will always be welcome in Australia. The United States President, I would expect, will attend the Quad meeting, which will be hosted here either next year or the year after. This year's Quad meeting is in India. The President of the United States has given me the courtesy of inviting me to visit the United States. I have returned the courtesy, as is normal practice. I will continue to engage in a respectful way, notwithstanding the fact that I have some different political views with different world leaders. But what I do is I engage respectfully across the board and I act in Australia's national interest. And that is what people would expect of me. And I'll continue to do that. I'll continue to stand up for Australia's national interest, including, of course, with issues such as the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and other things that are uniquely Australian assets. They say a lot about who we are. The PBS is something that was introduced, of course, by the Chifley government. It's something of which the Australian Labor Party is particularly proud, and I'm proud that we've strengthened the PBS by not just having the decrease from $42.50 down to $30, but now the further increase that we support down to $25, as well as 60-day scripts and other measures that we have put in place. Just like Medicare, it is something that I will always defend, because I think that healthcare and accessibility is something that we should be proud of. If you compare our health system with the American health system, then what happens in this country is that people, no matter how wealthy you are or no matter how poor you are, you have access to proper health care. That's something we should be proud of, and that is something that I will always defend.
The call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How has the Albanese Labor government been building Australia's future, and what alternative approaches are there?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Chisholm for her question. And indeed, we have cut taxes, of course, for every single Australian taxpayer. We did that last year with legislation where we changed the legislated tax cuts of the Morrison government. We said that under the circumstances, we can do better than that. We can make sure that no Australian gets left behind. And that's why we delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer. And that's why last night the Senate passed legislation to give that tax cut for every taxpayer. I'm asked about alternatives to that plan, and of course we know now that those opposite absolutely want to raise taxes for everyone, We're strengthening Medicare on this side of the chamber. They want to gut it. We're growing wages. They want people to work longer for less. We've made medicines cheaper. They voted against cheaper medicines and tried to stop it, voted against it 6 times in this parliament. We're cutting student debt by 20%. They want to stop that cut to student debt happening. We're building new energy now. They have a $600 billion nuclear energy plan. Sometime in the 2040s will deliver 4% of Australia's energy needs and push up energy prices. We're backing a future made in Australia. They want to send jobs and industries offshore. We're making free take permanent. They want to end it. They regard it as waste and say that people don't value it if it's free. We're giving early educators a 15% pay rise. They mock it. We're supporting appropriate working from home and the right to disconnect.
Order.
They only want you to work at home if you're not getting paid. That's what those opposite want.
Order. Members on my left. Order.
We're making childcare cheaper and available to all.
Order. Order. No. This is going to stop immediately. Ridiculous. Order. Leader of the Opposition. Everyone. Absolutely. Everyone. Members on my right. Show some respect. Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, we are delivering on the cost of living. They're cutting the cost of lunching. That's their priority, Mr Speaker. Only Labor governments do the big things. Better and fairer funding for every school. Strengthening Medicare so you can see a GP for free. Tax cuts for every single taxpayer. Moving to universal childcare. And a future made in Australia. Only Labor builds to last, Mr Speaker. Only Labor does the big reforms. Only Labor is building Australia's future. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order.
Speaker.
Order. And the House comes to order. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, Mr Speaker, I had a discussion with the Premier of Queensland, David Crisafulli, last night about the flood situation that is developing in Queensland, particularly in the member for Maranoa's electorate, and I had a discussion with the Leader of the National Party earlier today. I assured the Premier, of course, that we would continue to work together on these issues, that the support of the national government would be there, as it always is, in a time of crisis or when it is needed. At this stage, we have not received any requests for further support, but our hearts go out and our thoughts are with the people, particularly the cattle stations that are affected there in the member for Maranoa's electorate. One of the issues that's occurring there, as the Premier informed me, is that a relatively lower level of rainfall compared with what we have seen on the coast, because the area is so dry on some of those stations and around those towns, it can have a much bigger impact, and there's nowhere for the water stays at a level for much longer as well. So our thoughts are with the farmers and the communities affected by this. I know that the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator McAllister, has been in touch as well with the Premier of Queensland and with David as the local member. Sorry, the Leader of the National Party as the local member, and we'll continue to work on these issues. Can I say that the seamless work that was done between the national government, between the Queensland and New South Wales governments and the respective mayors in the communities was, I think, best practice over recent months. And I have assured the Premier that regardless of the circumstances and status of the government, if I can put it that way, Mr Speaker, we will continue to make sure that support is available over coming weeks should it be needed.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister, in particular Senator McAllister, for the proactive way that they've dealt, not just with me, but with the local community. I spoke to the Mayor of Wintonshire this morning, Cathy White, who assured me that all is being done at a state and federal level, and that they were confident that despite some damage to many stations out there, that much of the benefit of this will come after the water recedes. It has been dry. In fact, one station hand said that they actually, for the first time, had to use a calculator to work out the amount of rain that they've actually received, so much rain that they've had. So there is a silver lining to this, and everything has been done. And I would just also say the other silver lining to this, and say to every Australian, that as we come into our tourist season for Winton and Longreach and Quilpie and Birdsville, you will be able to go at Easter on and get out and spend your dollars out in the Queensland outback. We need you to go out there. We need you to spend $1. And both the federal government and state government and local government are doing all they need to make sure you can do that safely. Thank you.
Just as members leave the House, I want to give a short reminder about arrangements for this evening with respect to the Leader of the Opposition's budget reply speech. As I outlined on Tuesday, the usual courtesies apply to the Leader of the Opposition speech as they did to the Treasurer's. As noted on Tuesday, if I'm required to make use of Standing Order 94A, the member will be advised by written note. Finally, I ask all members to ensure their guests comply with the standards of behaviour applying to the galleries, and I remind all members that they are responsible for their invited guests. I thank the House. On papers, the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I've received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's 3 years of cuts, delays and broken promises making life harder for regional Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. And it gives me great sadness actually to get up and speak to this MPI, because unfortunately the title is very true about the neglect of 3 years of a Labor government, a Labor Greens Teals government. As we know, in the Senate, the Labor government is in coalition with the Greens and the Teals, and the absolute neglect that has meant for everyone who lives in regional Australia. Now, Deputy Speaker, I do this dealing every time I get up in this chamber, because I don't think that those opposite can be reminded of these statistics enough. We in Australia last year, Deputy Speaker, sold $650 billion worth of goods and services overseas, and over 400 of that, over 400 billion of that, Deputy Speaker, came from just 4 things, and they're roughly about $100 billion each. $100 billion from iron ore, $100 billion from coal, $100 billion from gas, and call it $100 billion from agriculture and food. Now, Deputy Speaker, can I remind everyone, and especially those opposite, because they're very poorly represented in those regions, is that all of that is from regional and remote Australia, Deputy Speaker. None of it is with our sanctimonious and righteous Teals and Greens. None of it is in their inner-city elite electorates, or their elite MPs, I should say. And the inner-city elite MP, the Prime Minister is, the Environment Minister is, Deputy Speaker. None of that comes from them. None of that comes from their community, and they don't understand us, they don't get us, and that is why they neglect, as a government, regional Australia. Now, I'm going to go through some examples here, Deputy Speaker, because you might say, well, give me some concrete examples of how they neglect regional Australia. And the first one, because it was a decision made so early, was in the health area, actually, Deputy Speaker. Now, if you live in Rose Bay or Vaucluse and those lovely tree-lined streets, your GP, you've probably got a GP per person to about 500 to 600. So there's a GP for every 500 or 600 people. Now, in the regions, Deputy Speaker, it's about 1 to every 5,000 or 6,000, and in some communities it's actually worse. Now, there were some schemes that we had in government to try and help that. What are they? So if you're a Commonwealth-sponsored student, that is, the Commonwealth government had helped you go through your studies to become a GP. You had to, at the end of that, it was a fair contract, go to a regional or remote community when you first became a GP and got your Medicare provider number. That seems fair enough, doesn't it, Deputy Speaker? If you were a student that came from, your GP that came from another country, the same thing. You had to do some time in regional and remote Australia, because that's where the real shortage of GPs were. Now, I won't even mention his name, but the Minister for Health gets up. He's very, very confident when he gets up in this place, Deputy Speaker. What was one of the first things he did, and what this government did when they got into government? Because you'd think what they'd say if they were aware that $400 billion of our export wealth comes from the regions. You'd think they'd say thank you. You think they'd go, when they charge their electric car in at night to coal-fired power and they go for a drive in the country on the weekend, you think they'd drive out there and say thank you to the miners and thank you to the farmers for the wealth they're creating. But what do? Let's go back to the Health Minister. First thing he did was change the formula for the distribution priority area, which is where those foreign students would have to go, or those Commonwealth-sponsored students would have to go. So what that meant was you could work in Sydney, say, out around Hornsby, just a little bit further out of Sydney. You could literally live in Sydney on the CBD, travel to Hornsby and be covered by and look as though you've worked in a distribution priority area. So what did that mean? I see the member for Parks, and I know he's told me this actually. They lost doctors overnight. They lost doctors overnight from communities that didn't have any doctors, or didn't have any doctors after those doctors left. I know communities that I have in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, we lost doctors almost instantaneously. And you know what the really sad thing about that, Deputy Speaker, is? They don't care. No. They actually don't care. Because if they did, they would have changed it. Because we've told them, many MPs on this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, have told them about this issue, but they seriously don't care. Now, the other thing we have, besides the fact they don't care, and besides the fact that they don't say thank you for the fact of what the wealth that's created in regional remote communities, they actually go even further than that, Deputy Speaker. They demonise us. Yeah. They actually say, what you're doing, I'm shaking heads. Well, I'll go through some examples because I'm going to give you one right now and a few of them. What they do is they say, what you're actually doing is not okay. And God help us if this government is a minority government next time with the Green and the Teals, because they don't like mining. They don't want coal mining. They don't want us to sell gas overseas. So take that. But let's go to the farming as well, Deputy Speaker. One of the things this government does, and you can't shake your head because it's a fact, you have banned live sheep exports. Now, if you wanted to go, and I've with the member for O'Connor and going to some of the parts in his regions, and the member and Nola Marino, and we'll go into their communities, and those communities who are into live export and supply that industry are gutted. They are gutted by the ban of live exports. Why did they do it? Why did they do it? Because the inner-city elite MP said it's not okay. And so, love them to go to the communities and talk to those people. But this is also an insult not just to us, not just to our sheep farmers, and not just to our regional communities who relied on that industry. It's actually an insult to every country who has live export imports from us, that we sell that too. Because they're actually saying, if you want live export, you shouldn't. And what an insult that is to the countries who want that. And look, I've had a Greens MP run against me as well. I don't think it's Greens policy, but I've certainly had a lot of Greens candidates say this to me. They actually don't want cows in Australia. They don't like, what's the word? They pass wind. They don't like the fact they pass wind. And they don't like the fact their hoof system apparently isn't good for Australian soil. So I actually said to this Greens candidate once, what do you want us to eat? And he had an answer. He wants us to eat kangaroos. That's good. I mean, good. Try mustering those, and I think and grasshoppers. I think he said. So again, they actually demonise what we do. The other thing that I'll just touch on briefly, Deputy Speaker, but another atrocious policy, another cut, and I know it was a really sombre day. I know for a lot of Nationals MPs and regional Liberal MPs when this happened was when they gutted and cut the water we can take from our rivers and streams, because even though that grows all our food, even though that grows our fibre and food, no, the inner city elite MPs all over there and over there, they want all the fresh water just to go out to the ocean because that's better. That's better than growing food and growing fibre. So that's just another cut. The other thing that's going on, Deputy Speaker, is the reckless renewable-only policy that Labor have, the Greens have, and the Teals have. So I've said it before in this chamber. Certainly don't do it on North Head. Member for Warringah will have, not happy with having any wind turbines or a hectare of solar panels there. But the 60 million solar panels, the 20,000 wind turbines, they can go in regional and remote Australia. And I want to quote one. I can tell you right now, Deputy Speaker, that the Nationals don't want to see in places like Sunny Corner, Oberon and Lithgow, ruined by thousands of wind farms. And it is only the Nationals candidate Sam Farraway who will actually show up and look at these communities and will not support them, Deputy Speaker. Now, let's go to the budget, Deputy Speaker, because you might say, well, what was in the budget for regional Australia? Words out of my mouth. Nothing. Nothing. Because not only did they cut programs that we had, Deputy Speaker, they actually didn't put any money into the programs that they've started. And in fact, I know my two colleagues and friends, member from Marina is probably a stretch for a friend, but the friend from Marina, the member for Gippsland, I say that with a smile, as they say to the Infrastructure Minister, say, name one program that you funded and have opened in the last 3 years, and there isn't one. So they talk about, the fact that we pork barreled, but they've been running around the country for the last 3 years, opening projects, infrastructure projects that we funded, Deputy Speaker. Now, these are a list of the very important infrastructure programs we need. We do need infrastructure, people, because remember, we sell $400 billion worth of the $150 billion we sell, and we need infrastructure to do that. They canned the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. They canned the Build a Better Regions Fund. They canned the Bridges Renewal Program. They canned the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program. They canned the Community Development Program. They canned the Stronger Communities Program. Well, that might be coming back to life, but that was canned. The Energy Security and Regional Development Program, canned. The Regional Accelerator Program, canned. The Regionalisation Fund was canned. And the Education Infrastructure in Regional Australia Program was canned. So again, Deputy Speaker, it's a very sad story. As I said at the start, everyone on that side of the chamber, everyone on the crossbench, the Greens and the Tills MPs, when they are driving out into their country in their electric vehicles on the weekend, they should be saying thank you. They should be driving into every regional and remote community and say thank you for what you do. Absolutely. Thank you for the wealth and the jobs that you create for our country in mining and agriculture.
And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the member for Page clearly wasn't paying attention yesterday during the regional ministerial budget statement, because if he had been, he wouldn't be trying to rewrite history today. Because when we talk about cuts and delays and broken promises, we only have to look at those opposite us. A decade of cuts, of pork barrelling, of colour-coded spreadsheets that left regional people behind, a mess that we've had to clean up and deal with from day one. And across our government's first term, our message to regional Australians has been loud and clear. Your postcode should not be a barrier. And that's why we're delivering record funding to rebuild critical services that regional people rely on, the services that have been left in crisis by those opposite. Record funding to help regional Australians to build a better future. Important cost of living relief to ease pressure on regional families and businesses, which, let's not forget, every member of the opposition voted against. As recently as last night, they voted against it. They voted against more tax cuts for every taxpayer, and what we know is they'll cut everything except for tax, because they have committed to throwing that out the door if they're elected. That's right, they are going to the election saying we are going to increase income tax. They've also confirmed that they'll cut 41,000 jobs, but they're refusing to confirm which services and which towns are going to be impacted by that. How many of the 22,000 public servants that work in our regions will be left without a job? Will it be the Defence Call Centre in Cooma that will be cut? Or will there be jobs slashed at HQ Jock? Will it be Medicare urgent care clinics, services that are making a huge difference in our regions, including in the member for Pade's own electorate in Lismore? Will that be cut by those opposite? Because you only have to look at the millions that were cut from Medicare when the opposition leader was the health minister to know that that is the only plan that they have for Medicare is to cut. And just today, 1:30 p.m, Canberra Times comes out and says 41,000 public service jobs are going. It's wasteful spending. But more than 22,000 are employed in regional Australia. They spend money each and every day in our local economy. They provide services that we rely on. How many of those jobs are going in every regional electorate that you guys represent? How many are going to go in the regional electorates that we represent? These are people that spend money in our local economies, buying their coffees, buying their restaurant dinners, in businesses owned by people we know. How many of those public service jobs are going to go in our electorates? Let's be serious. When we talk about decentralisation, that is public servants working from home in our local regions. How many of those jobs are going to go? How many of those jobs are going to leave our regional towns? Last election, before the 2022 election, Services Australia officers were on the chopping block from those opposite, including across my electorate. How many Services Australia offices closed in your electorate under your former government? Let's get serious here, because that's what it means. Our communities lose services every time you cut the public service. We have been dealing with cost of living issues, and we know how important it is. We want every regional community to be able to address the challenges, to harness the opportunities and take the issues in our communities seriously. That's why we've been prioritising cost of living issues. Our additional $150 in energy bill relief, which builds on the already $300 delivered to every household and $325 to every small business. The 127,000 free TAFE places that have been taken up in our regions, from construction to childcare, and we're making them permanent, something that you want to reverse. Those opposite scream out for more workers to build more housing or to staff our regional childcare centres, but they don't actually have a plan to grow the workforce, and they want to make it even harder for people to pursue those in-demand industries. In terms of building, in the member for Page's own electorate, we're delivering $66 million over the next 5 years to local councils for roads to recovery. That's an increase of $27.2 million. We're making local roads safer. And it follows what those opposite did when they delivered a funding freeze to every local council across the country, which stripped nearly $1 billion out of the sector, which means roads that are problems now are problems that you created under your government. The Leader of the Nationals said that those opposite would deliver a strong infrastructure pipeline that regional communities needed. What he did was deliver a bunch of press releases with 800 additional projects, but not a single dollar extra added to the budget. In our budget, in our latest budget, $7.2 billion to the Bruce Highway for safety upgrades, $200 million duplicating the Stewart Highway from Darwin to Katherine, $40 million for the Main South Road upgrade in South Australia, and $1.1 billion towards upgrades along the Western Freeway in Victoria. And we don't need colour-coded spreadsheets. We're delivering on those commitments in an established and transparent way. And that's how we're dealing with it from our grants program perspective as well. $600 million in growing regions, $400 million in regional precincts and partnership. And in the member for Page's electorate, the Clarence Valley Council has received $1.6 million for the Grafton Regional Aquatic Centre water slide development, because pools are the beating heart of our regional communities. In terms of building, we've delivered $3 billion to NBNCO to finalise the rollout of full fibre connections, which includes to over 334,000 additional regional premises. But we know under those opposite, NBN will just get sold off. And we're serious about supporting regions, which is why I'm so proud that we have launched the National Emergency Management Agency, which continues to support regional communities, most recently in Queensland and New South Wales during tropical cyclone Alfred. And as we've just heard in the Leader of the Nationals electorate, the member for Maranoa has just said how grateful he is the National Emergency Management Agency is pre-preparing, doing the work, something that wouldn't have happened unless we created that agency and got it working, because it wasn't the case in 2022 when the member for Page had serious flooding issues in Lismore, because the response and the recovery wasn't handled well. And communities in my own electorate have felt that firsthand. And unfortunately, the Deputy Leader of the Nationals in the Senate has said she can't confirm or deny whether public servants from the National Emergency Management Agency are on the chopping block with the 41,000 public servants they want to cut if they're elected. Just think about that. Every regional community, every community across the country that feels the brunt of a natural disaster gets help. But that could be put at risk if you cut public servants from the National Emergency Management Agency. It's outrageous. We have delivered the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund, which is supporting regional communities to be better prepared for disasters. We've supported an additional $35 million to boost our national aerial fleet, because most regional communities need emergency support, and when they need it, they shouldn't have to wait, and we've invested in it. But it's not just during disasters when our regions need aviation. We need a strong regional aviation sector, and I said it yesterday, it is so important. We're not going to let what happened when the other side were in government perpetuate. They were handed the Sydney Airport slot review in 2021 and sat idle at the departure gate. We've responded with an aviation white paper. We've said that we'll keep Rex Airlines operating regional routes during voluntary administration. And I'm proud that we are supporting Rex's regional flights in the air with $80 million loan facility to the administrators and additional support to reduce what Rex owes. Because regional communities like mine These flights are critical to our economy, they're critical to access and important health services and for getting around, which is why we'll continue to stand up for the strong regional aviation sector. And the member for Riverina is saying he is, and he's a supporter of Rex. If only the shadow minister, Minister Mackenzie over in the other place, who's the shadow transport minister, would get on board, because I'm not sure what airline she relies on where she lives, but in our communities, it's Rex. And if it's not operating, nothing happens. So you should go and talk to her about supporting Rex. After a wasted decade of nothing but cuts, regional Australia can't afford to slash even more from our services, which is exactly what those opposite are promising. You only have to look at the $600 billion nuclear thought bubble to know that regional Australians are not consulted. It's a plan that is so expensive, all it's going to deliver for the rest of the country is cuts.
I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Put your earplugs in, Deputy Speaker. I am so glad the Minister for Regional Development, the member for Eden Monero, has raised Rex Airlines, because locally there is a petition being distributed within the Riverina and Farrer electorates, Save Rex and Protect Regional Australia from the LNP. Oh, please don't go, Minister. Please stay and listen to this, because by signing, thank you, Member for Isaacs and Attorney General. By signing, I support Labor's efforts to keep Rex flying, which, OK, it's a petition, and you'd say, well, that's fair enough. They want to get people to support the government's initiative to keep Rex flying. And you've got no bigger supporter of Rex than right here, speaking right into these microphones. I am a supporter of Rex, and I urge and encourage people who've got a flight to make, a flight to take, that if they have an option and there's another airline, please fly Rex, because we won't know how valuable it is unless we lose it. Because let me tell you, if we lose it, the prices are going to go up and up. And communities such as Ceduna and Parkes and Narrandera, those towns which only have Rex flying into them, well, it's a matter of life and death for them. They won't get Rex in to fly in to make them vital medical appointments, for tourism, for business, and all the rest of the appointments and the business activity they need. But getting back on to Labor's petition, and I really need the Labor members to listen to this. Question 1, what is your first name? Fair enough. Question 2, what is your last name? What is your email address? What is your mobile number? What is your house address? So they're the first 5 questions. Then we get on to question 6. Do you have any other issues the federal government can help you with? And I think, oh, well, yeah, OK. But wait for this one. Wait for this one. Deputy Speaker, question 7. Do you wish to be contacted about volunteering opportunities for the upcoming federal election? And under it, they've got a Rex logo and then a Labor logo. That is disrespectful to Rex. That is disrespectful to regional Australia. And that's what it's worth, right in the bin. Because you know what? If people sign that petition, they're going to get Labor paraphernalia. They're going to get bombarded with Labor material. How to vote for Labor. And this, no, not real information, Member for Isaacs, not at all. Information that is going to only allow them to get a Labor government which has been very, very bad for the regions. A Labor government which offers you 70 cents in 15 months' time of tax cuts. 70 cents a day. What's that going to give you? Well, it won't get you Regional Express, let me tell you. And then we've got the Labor candidates running around Riverina and Farrer. And what are they doing? They're also getting people to sign a petition which has been put forward by the Nationals member for Cootamundra in the State Parliament to absolutely condemn the state Labor government about cuts to regional and rural health services, including ambulance services and including centralising pathology services in Cootamundra Hospital and putting them in Young. and we've got the Labor candidates running around condemning state Labor. I mean, this is just perverse. And so is that petition that Labor is circulating around Rex. And this comes from the Labor federal government, which we know in the budget put NFP beside Murray-Darling Basin, not for publication, because they don't want people to know how much water buybacks they're going to do. This is from the Labor government, which took away the distribution priority areas, which forced doctors, which caused doctors to leave rural and remote Australia and to go to the outer suburbs of Newcastle, Sydney, Wollongong, Gold Coast, wherever else. And we now have less doctors. We now have less doctors, and that is a truism. And the best thing that any parliament, any government has done for the doctors is the Murray-Darling Rural Medical Network. And I put that in place. And you can see the benefits already at Wagga Wagga, at Dubbo, at Mildura, at Bendigo, at Orange, making sure that we've got young doctors training from start to finish, doing their course, because we know if we train them in the bush, chances are they'll fall in love with somebody in the bush, chances are they'll fall in love with the bush, and chances are they'll stay in the bush, because that's what it's all about. It's not about Labor taking away the local roads and community infrastructure and all those other regional grant programs. That is on your watch. That is on your heads. And at the next election, the only way to get Australia back on track is to vote Nationals, vote Coalition.
And I give the call to member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to put on record, and I was listening to our Minister for Regional Australia when she was talking about our first term of government, and the message to regional Australia has been loud and clear, and just the support. And often those guys opposite forget that for seats like mine, in terms of Lingiari in the Northern Territory, the most forgotten Australians by that government has been years in the making, and it was only in the election of 2022. What's that? Lifestyle choice, yes, that's right, and we should move from there. But in 2022, it did change, and I can say that I am proud to be on this side of the government and within this government, Deputy Speaker, because to listen to the media since the budget, and we've had CLP senators and we've had the CLP government in Darwin saying that the Northern Territory has missed out and there hasn't been any investment in the Northern Territory. And you're absolutely right, Attorney, not true. But what we've got is L plates on the back of the Northern Territory Treasurer, who maybe needs a little bit of help to understand budget papers, and who a week ago, when he received the biggest news that any treasurer in the Northern Territory, and I could tell you that there were probably Territory Labor treasurers who would have loved to have been in place to have the federal treasurer say that they've just landed the biggest windfall in terms of GST. Yes. Those guys sat opposite and they gutted the Northern Territory by over $315 million in GST funding. And so the Northern Territory has been fighting to have the GST reinstated so that the Northern Territory's regions and our remote communities can be better off through an increase in the GST payments. A week ago he said this is a windfall and this is great for the Northern Territory. Then they must have got the phone call from the Leader of the Opposition's from their office, or someone must have rang them, and then they came out negative and said, oh no, this is bad, the Northern Territory's been left behind. Which is it? The hypocrisy and the contradictions that are coming out of the Northern Territory CLP government is the same as what you see on the other side. I was recently with Minister McCarthy, the Minister for Indigenous Australians, last week, and we're in a community, Maningrida, and we launched, and I want to thank every member of our Cabinet and the Executive Government for the decision that was taken to provide a subsidy and put the subsidy in place for 30 food items. Now, people might think that that's a bit of a, that's not much, but as I'm going around these communities, everyone is saying thank you, in terms of cost of living and what that has done for those families in those remote communities is remarkable. And it was fantastic to go to those communities with Minister McCarthy and to talk to those mums and dads and those families that have been doing it really tough, and to know that they are humbled by this government's subsidy to 30 essential food items, often things that we take for granted living in the big cities where we can have choice. In a remote community, you don't get that choice. So to have that, I do want to acknowledge the Prime Minister and all of the ministers of the Cabinet for that one single decision, because that has been, and a lot of people are saying this will be life-changing for us. This will help us to go to the cost of living. 852 million. I was with the Prime Minister when he made the decision, when he made the announcement about getting what they call the anti-ray. There's been 200 million on roads, continuing our investment in terms of infrastructure. So I disagree, of course, with the CLP government, but also our other NT senator who thinks that the Northern Territory's been left behind. I think that they need to read the budget papers properly. They need to give credit where credit's due. And I think that the Northern Territory's in a better place than where it was.
Thank you. Time's expired, and I give the call to member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And rewind 3 years, and the then opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, was telling everybody that no one would be left behind. No one. And fast forward 3 years, the addendum to that was unless you live in the regions and unless you live in the National Party seat. Because what we saw immediately after Labor was elected into government was a 90-day review. A 90-day review of infrastructure projects across the country.
How long did that last?
A very good question. How long did the 90-day review take? 206. Well, it took 206 days to complete that review. And it would be funny, but for the consequences of that review. That's right. And what we saw was slashing and dicing of essential infrastructure programs and social programs within National Party-held electorates. Right. Not Labor electorates, in National Party electorates. And I'll give you an example of some of them that were slashed in my electorate. And I'll tell you about the one that hurts me the most. And that is slashing of $5 million for a veterans centre. In fact, not just one, but three veteran centre. The usual model is $5 million for one. But they had worked together and had worked out a way to have three. And do you know why we need three? Because my electorate has the largest number of veterans in New South Wales. We have 9,000 veterans. And then you include their families, because the families are the ones that have to prop them up when they need the work, or they need the help, should I say, in the absence of the veteran centre. So they took away that $5 million. And what did they do with it? They put it in a Labor seat in Richmond, which has half the number of veterans. Terrible. Veterans need to be above politics. They have to. And the first thing that we need to do is allocate that money for a veteran centre in Cowper. The other funding they took away was $5 million for Wrights Road in Port Macquarie. Now, if you live in Port Macquarie, you know what I'm talking about. You have congestion, not just in the morning, not just in the afternoon, it's all times of the day. But the worst part of it It's not just congestion, it's right outside the hospital, the base hospital. I was talking to a nurse the other day. It takes her 45 minutes to get out of the hospital. Now, imagine if there is a medical emergency. Imagine if the congestion is so bad that the ambulance can't get through or somebody's trying to get to a hospital. But it was deemed not a priority. But the Infrastructure Minister, Catherine King, has not been there. She has not come up and had a look. But yet it was gutted. And then, Deputy Speaker, what we've seen are applications over the past 3 years refused. The Valor Urban Growth Area, which would see up to 7,700 lots opened up. Now, Labor talk a big game about housing, but the local council put in an application to open this up under the Regional Precincts and Partnership Program, but they were denied, they were rejected. 7,700 lots. Sewering Coastal Villages project in Bellingham. I mean, this is a basic service, sewer. An application under the Sewering Coastal Villages projects deemed not a priority. Or the people in Bellingham and Repton and Valor, they consider that a priority when their sewers backflow or they can't get clean water. You have a choice. You have a choice at the next election to make sure that that funding comes back into the regions, and that choice is to vote Nationals.
Give the call to member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's been interesting to listen to this debate, the whinging and the complaining, and I had to listen to the member for Cowper, who comes in and wants to talk about veterans. Well, as he scurries out the door, let me remind the member for Cowper, who might want to listen once, don't come in here and say veterans should be above politics when your own minister resigned because you,
Excuse me, okay,
your
enough,
government—
order. Order. It's really disorderly to do that. If you're going to leave the chamber, please leave the chamber. Interjections, unhelpful. Let's try and have a respectful debate.
Disgusting to think that they, opposite, said to the veterans of Australia that they weren't of a political advantage. These are not my words. These are the words of Scott Morrison when he was here and forced their own Minister for Veterans Affairs to quit and quit the party. So please don't lecture us on this sort of stuff because you have absolutely no credibility over there. You know, it's amazing that they sit there and talk about these things. It's like, let's talk about Rex Airlines. How many regional workers lost their job at Virgin during COVID because those opposite made a decision to fund their mates at Rex Airlines to look after them to replace Virgin? So Virgin went into administration because they couldn't get support from the Morrison— was it you or your other mate? Joyce, it was you. Well, that explains it. To actually go there and do that to support Rex over Virgin and put thousands of people under stress. Now, when you live in country in areas, one of the things you want to do is get access to trade and schooling. So what's one of the first things that they did when they got into government in 2013? They cut the Trade Training Centre. And the member for Nichols can laugh, but it was actually his electorate that benefited from that Trade Training Centre that we built that they closed. It's also about getting education in schools. Now, one of the great things we did was the BER, ridiculed by those opposite, but of course they turned up for every photo opportunity. I went out to Eildon, the first school building replaced since 1967. That's how much they neglected schools. They've done nothing since. They panned our programs and they've done nothing to support it. When we talk about medical and talk about doctors, the reason we have a shortage of doctors in rural and regional areas is because they removed the DPA. Greg Hunt removed it and decided areas like Wallen and Kilmore should be treated the same as Elwood, where Bridge lives, and Williamstown. It is unbelievable that you can't get doctors in the middle of country areas.
Member for McEwen, I didn't understand the reference, but you must use correct titles when referring to a current member.
The minister who was caught rorting, that was Bridget McKenzie, the senator. You know, so if you want to sit there and talk about what was happening in medical, let's have a look at that. Let's not talk about road funding because they know that they actually have it bad.
McEwen, you're going to need to withdraw the allegation there.
I withdraw. It's quite simple that those opposite cut funding to roads right across Victoria. In fact, when we have a look at it, and the member for Nichols might want to get his crayon out and note this down, when we looked at the Black Spot program for mobile phones, what did they do? They cut every tower in the Black Saturday bushfire areas, a place that passed every single test that they had. But no, they took those towers out to fund and look after the men in New England to try and save his backside. So right across Victoria, we've seen everything that was cut: education, health, veterans, workers, whichever way you look at it. They have had 9 years of doing absolutely nothing, and already we're seeing this. Last week, we announced $7 million for Northern Railway upgrade to actually help bring electrification and more trains out, some more jobs, more opportunities. $7 million. They couldn't wait. They couldn't even wait for the election to come out, and they want to cut it. Cut it by $5 million. It's no wonder you say that when you talk about Peter Dutton, the member for Dixon, when he cuts, it's because you'll pay. It means people are going to be paying more no matter what they do, whether it's in food, whether it's in roads, whether it's in education, whether it's in health. Every single thing that you look at, they cut and they destroyed. And we knew that. We've seen that with the regional programs. Remember, they stopped funding stuff in regional areas to fund a pool in North Sydney because they think the Sydney Harbour Bridge is regional. The one thing you can be sure with Nats, when you have a look at their record, you look at national seats have poorer outcomes, poorer education, poorer job opportunities, and the one simple reason for that, they've got poor representation by the National Party. The only way this country will go forward and keep building a better future is for an Albanese Labor government to be re-elected, because only Labor actually puts money and invests in regional areas. They don't care about farmers, they only care about what's under the ground.
I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll try and make an intelligent contribution to this debate about cuts, delays and broken promises. The first cut, and the most important cut, and the cut that is the deepest, that it's affecting the farmers, member for McEwen, in my electorate, are the cuts to the amount of water that farmers can use to grow food for Australia and for food exports. That's the biggest cut. It's a cut delivered by the Minister for Environment, trying to rework the Murray-Darling Basin Plan to something that is going to satisfy the Greens breathing down the neck in her electorate and the other electorates of Labor Party people who are worried about losing their seats in inner cities. And that's all very well from a political perspective, but that agriculture is so important to our nation, for our sovereign food manufacturing capability, but also for our exports. And you need water to grow this food. I mean, I did agricultural science at university, but even those who didn't, should be able to understand that you need water to grow food. And so much good food is grown in the Goulburn Valley: apples, pears, peaches, dairy, and it's processed and then exported. I've got some fantastic people doing things in my electorate, earning money, as the member for Page said, earning export dollars for Australia, and all they're getting from the Labor Party is taking away the tools that they need to do it. So cutting water for food's not the only thing they're cutting, Deputy Speaker. They're also cutting the important grant programs that provide infrastructure that we need in the regions. Now, we had a lot of good infrastructure programs. One of the most important ones was the Building Better Regions Fund. It was a bucket. It was a great bucket. And it funded a lot of important things in my region and other regions, and that funded regional seats across, not just National or Liberal Party seats. That's been taken away and replaced with their own programs. And there's some, I acknowledge there was some money in those programs, but not enough to satisfy demand. And when we got the cruel hoax of a budget the other night, we found that there's no more funding for the regional grant programs. No more funding. So if anyone didn't get a look in the last time, they're not going to get a look in again. Cuts and delays. Now, broken promises. Well, the whopper of the promises is $275 off your power prices. It should never have been made because the Prime Minister didn't understand that the model was so threadbare that their policies weren't going to deliver it. But clinging at something to try and win the next election, he ran around saying, if you vote for the Labor Party, you will get $275 off your power prices. How many times did he say it? How many? 97. How many times has he said it since he's been elected? 0. So it's a broken promise. It's terrible. Every time you're asking about it, they say, well, we've taken some money out of your taxes to give you a little bit back to compensate for the amount it's gone up, to say sorry that we told you it was going to go down. I mean, is that the re-election pledge? Is that the re-election pledge, $275? Unbelievable. Now, also in the cruel hoax of a budget the other night was the tax cuts. Here's a tax cut. Here's the tax cut. I've got 320s or 110. You get that a week. When do you get it? When do you get it? There it is. When do you get it? Do you get it now when they really need it? Do they get it? Do they legislate it so that it kicks in, you know, in June or July? No. No, it's 15 months away. 15 months, and that's what you get. That's what you get. That a day. Unbelievable. So have a look. If you want to see what immediate pain relief looks like, and I know we feel pain in the regions a lot, just watch tonight. I reckon you'll see a speech that has a bit of an idea about some leadership, caring about what's actually hurting people, and showing a bit of vision for the future. I mean, when I was a young man growing up and thinking about politics, I used to like the Labor Party because I did because we came off the Hawke-Keating government, a reforming government that cared about business and wanted to reform the economy. What this government shows is that was an aberration. People are saying the worst since Whitlam. People are saying the worst government since Whitlam. I think we need to change a word in that. Worse than Whitlam. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, there was way too many interjections in that debate from both sides. I'm going to ask for people to be listening to the member for Corangamite when I give her the call. Over to you, member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Page for raising this matter of public importance today, because it provides a fantastic opportunity to update the House and those opposite on how the Albanese Labor government is backing in my regional communities. Here's just a sampling, Deputy Speaker, of the projects this Labor government is rolling out in partnership with my communities. We have the Stage 2 upgrade of the Barwon Heads Road, with more than $190 million in federal funding to transform this road into a 4-lane highway that links our fast-growing communities with Geelong. There's a duplication of the rail line between South Geelong and Warm Ponds, an almost $1 billion project that is reshaping how local travel between south-western Victoria and Melbourne is taking place. We're delivering the $40 million indoor pool for the North Bellarine Aquatic Centre, and the Surf Coast Aquatic and Health Centre in Torquay is now underway. Upgrades to Grub Road in Ocean Grove, and it's worth pointing out, Deputy Speaker, our government invested more than $2.7 million to top up this project after it was left underfunded by the former Liberal government. We're also delivering upgrades for Murray-Duck Road in St Leonards. And then there's new sporting facilities, including a new pavilion for the Barwon Heads Football Netball Club, women's change rooms for the Torquay Football Netball Club, new club rooms for the Port Arlington Football Netball Club, new lighting for night games and training at the Queenscliff Football Netball Club, new netball courts for the Bannockburn Football Netball Club, and a $1 million commitment to upgrade the courts at the Burdew Reserve for the Grovedale Football Netball Club if elected. And then there's more, Deputy Speaker. We're also undertaking upgrades for local roads. The Esplanade Beach Road and Fisher Street in Torquay and Sugargum Drive in Warm Ponds have all been upgraded as part of the Albanese government's expanded Black Spot program and the Roads to Recovery program. Under the Albanese government, Black Spot program funding will reach $150 million per year, whilst funding for the Roads to Recovery program will progressively rise to $1 billion per year. and at least $200 million is also available each year under the new Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program to address current and emerging priorities in road infrastructure. We're boosting environmental protections and protecting the Carafe wetlands in Torquay, backing in local farmers on the Bellarine through the on-farm connectivity program, and delivering a water reclamation plant alongside Barwon Water and the state government in Port Arlington, because the Albanese Labor government knows just how important water security is to local agriculture. And unlike those opposite, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government understands that a thriving region needs access to quality health care. We recognise that no one should have to travel long distances or wait hours in emergency departments to see a doctor. And that's why a re-elected Albanese government will fund a Medicare urgent care clinic in Torquay, open 7 days a week, fully bulk billed. It will be free, and providing urgent care when and where locals need it. It means fewer hospital visits, less pressure on families and better access to care close to home. All you need to access care is a Medicare card, not your credit card. Deputy Speaker, whether it's through a new tax cut for every taxpayer, more energy bill relief, free TAFE, groundbreaking funding for our nation's public schools, cheaper medicines, or practical measures to ease financial pressures while keeping inflation down, the Albanese government is working hard to back in people across the nation and in our region. It's why we're backing in apprentices with a $10,000 subsidy. It's why, if re-elected, we will deliver HECS debt relief on average $5,500 per person. This will help our young people to live and work in regions just like mine and prosper. So, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of delivering a better future for all Australians, helping to build economic opportunity and thriving regional communities. Thank you.
Give the call to member for Lyne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, as the sun sets on this sad 47th Parliament, what have we got to show for 3 years of Parliament?
Not much.
We've got more debt, deficits as far as the eye can see, and over $1 trillion in debt. Regional Australia is also a lot worse off. There's been this passive-aggressive attack on agriculture, food bowls, food and fibre production, with cuddly-sounding names like Restoring Our Rivers, which is code for taking 750 gigalitres out of the Murray-Darling Basin.
True.
We've got this idea that nature repair involves putting covenants on good, productive land and letting it turn back to native bush, putting covenants on land for lazy farmers, usually based in capital cities, who don't want to farm but think they're going to fix nature by letting productive land go back to bush. We have got the threat of methane pledges, which will reduce so-called bovine methane. We've seen what's happened with those sort of policies in Ireland, where they suggested a 30% cull of their dairy herd. Same in Holland. And also, we have had passive obstruction to our energy system, abandoning a lot of regional and rural road programs, and putting in amorphous road and bridge programs, which, funnily enough, favour metropolitan Australia. Look, we've had passive-aggressive behaviour towards gas and oil exploration, yet the nation runs on diesel. But when has been there an oil field struck in this country? In fact, there hasn't been. In decades, we have survived off the Bass Strait. We are now dependent on imported oil and gas. Long gone are genuine changes to Medicare. This government is making out that they're saving everyone by having these Medicare urgent care clinics everywhere. Well, in regional Australia, we're not seeing it. They're all in Metro Australia. There's no new buildings. There's no new doctors, there's no new nurses, there's just a block grant and new Medicare stickers over existing clinics. That's right. I've looked through the website. They're all based in existing clinics. Yep. All these big super clinics that the corporates run, pocketing the 600,000 or however much the block grant is, and no new doctors, just maybe a few extra hours practice. And the distribution priority areas have been just destroyed so that the areas that have no doctors are the least likely to get it. Now look at our energy system. The obsession with renewables is just a giant merry-go-round of subsidies. Where are we now? We've got the most expensive energy. We used to have the cheapest energy system. That's what kept our industry alive in this country. Not only have we had 29,000 small businesses go broke, we've got all the big industrial people offshoring to Asia and back to America because they've got cheap energy.
And the jobs are going with
we have now got subsidies for solar and wind in large generating certificates, small-scale technology certificates. That's for rooftop solar and large solar. Subsidies for wind. We've got subsidies in the road budget for oversize and overmass special roads to go to renewable energy zones. That's another subsidy. And now we have got the ultimate paradox. We are relying on batteries that don't generate energy, they just store it and consume energy, and they're getting subsidised. Plus, the poles and wires expansion is also being subsidised. The capacity investment scheme is running into billions of dollars, and that will add to the ever-increasing network costs.
Yep.
Solar and wind is not a cheap system.
That's right.
As a one-off, a solar panel is cheap, or a solar wind turbine, but all the other bits are expensive. The extra poles and wires, everything. And the ultimate irony is everyone in this country relies on coal for 65% of the time, and the New South Wales Labor government and the Victorian Labor government are all subsidising their coal plants to keep the lights on. Yet you guys are trying to get rid of them all. It is just a joke. Nuclear is the answer.
Time has expired. Give the call. Before I give the call to the Hunter, I'm going to remind the House again, I don't want this slanging match. I'm giving the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For too long, regional Australia was treated like an afterthought, a place the previous coalition government only remembered when they needed votes. For a decade, they promised the world and delivered nothing but empty press conferences and broken roads. They talked up big, but when it came to action, they couldn't build a Lego set, let alone infrastructure for our communities in desperate need. But under this government, we are getting things done for the Hunter and regional Australia. We believe your postcode shouldn't determine your future, whether you live in Singleton, Muswellbrook, Toronto, Barnsley, Cessnock, West Wallsend, Curry. You deserve more than just leftovers from a government that spent a decade fumbling regional development like a bad amateur football team. For years, local communities begged for critical road projects. What did the coalition do? Ignored them. They just like they ignored everything outside their Sydney and Melbourne bubble. Now we're making up for lost time, Deputy Speaker. We're actually building the Singleton bypass, not just talking about it. We're building the Muswellbrook bypass, a game changer for the Upper Hunter. We're delivering the duplication of Mandalong Road so locals don't have to risk their lives dodging potholes bigger than their cars. We're repairing Colsons Creek Road, something that the Coalition and the member for New England couldn't even manage to do despite a decade of being in government and having photo ops and empty promises. For too long, it's just been that we've got to now fix their roads. Unlike the previous government, who treated sports funding like it was a raffle prize for their mates, we're actually delivering. We've given $52 million for the Hunter Regional Sports Centre and millions in funding for grassroots sporting clubs, giving local facilities that don't look like they still belong in the 1950s. The Coalition had 10 years to get these projects done. What do they do instead? Squandered their time, slashed funding and somehow made a bad situation even worse. Speaker, we're cleaning up their mess. The previous government butchered our healthcare system, slashing funding and left regional Australians with fewer doctors, longer wait times and a Medicare system on life support. We're fixing that. We've established Medicare urgent care clinics in Cessnock, Maitland, Charlestown and Lakehaven because seeing a doctor shouldn't require a road trip. There are Medicare mental health clinics in Cessnock and in Muswellbrook because mental health shouldn't be an afterthought, Speaker.
That's right.
We've delivered $7.9 billion in investment in bulk billing so that people can see a doctor without selling a kidney for it to be able to afford it, which goes alongside the biggest cut to medicine prices in the history of the PBS. This is what real investment in healthcare looks like. No slogans, not fake funding announcements, just results. The previous government left regional students behind while pretending TAFE didn't even exist. We're changing that by delivering a regional university study hub in Curry so local students can get a quality education without moving halfway across the country. There are over 500,000 free TAFE places, including 7,000 in the Hunter, training a next generation of workers in construction, childcare and essential trades and services. We made a $626.9 million investment in apprenticeships, including a $10,000 incentive payment for construction apprentices because we actually care about building Australia's workforce and also our houses. And let's talk about small business. The Coalition love to call themselves the party of the small business until it actually comes to actually supporting them. Instead, they let costs skyrocket and shrug their shoulders while business struggled. We're stepping in, providing a $450 in energy bill relief and for households, and $475 for small business, and $20 million investment to boost Australian-made products, because supporting local industries is more than just a talking point for us. We're investing in local manufacturing, steel production, battery technology and solar panel production because we actually believe in making things in Australia instead of outsourcing things overseas. We're not stopping there, Speaker. We're giving $2.2 billion to strengthen regional communications, particularly in disaster-prone areas, because the reliable phone service shouldn't be a luxury. We also have given $3 billion in NBN upgrades, finally delivering high-speed internet to thousands of homes and businesses across the Hunter. Speaker, this government is doing what the previous one never could, deliver real outcomes for the Hunter. We're building the roads, the hospitals, the schools our region deserves. We're making healthcare more affordable, investing in jobs and ensuring our local businesses can actually compete. The Coalition treated the Hunter like a second-class region, ignored our infrastructure needs and left families struggling with rising costs. We are fixing these failures. But, Speaker, the pork barrelling has already begun by those opposite and will continue all throughout this. So I'll continue to push hard to make Hunter get its fair share, and under this government, that will never change because commitment to regional Australia is more than just a slogan on an R.M. Williams puffer vest. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and the time for this discussion has now concluded. I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Economics, I present the following three reports. Review of Australia's four major banks 2023-2024, review of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission annual reports 2021, 2022 and 2023, and review of the Australian Securities and Investments Commission annual reports 2021, 2022 and 2023, together with the minutes of proceedings, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with these reports.
Thank you. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member for Fraser.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, today I wish to speak briefly to these three reports. Firstly, the report into the Big Four banks and the public hearings of the CEOs of those banks. This is a part of the Standing Committee on Economics functions which I believe has become an important element of accountability for the financial services sector, given the uniquely important role that banks play. And this term, I think the public hearings of the CEOs played a particularly important role, given the nature of the challenges that this Parliament was overseeing, particularly the inflation challenge that our economy faced and the role that banks played in intersecting their actions with the role that monetary policy played in fighting inflation. The committee held public hearings with each of the four major banks on 12 and 13 July 2023 and 29 and 30 August 2024. The committee acknowledges the significant cost of living pressures still confronting many Australians. These pressures have not been felt evenly across the economy. For example, and this was one of the issues explored with the banks, new first home buyers and renters often young Australians, have been particularly severely hit by inflation and cost of living pressures and higher mortgage repayments. And that's why it's so important that there be continued help for first home buyers and continued help for housing affordability measures. The committee explored a range of policy issues, including scams, and the committee acknowledged that the banks have undertaken a range of measures, including investments in IT, and that this formed a part of broader actions taken by the government to reduce scams, and that scam activity and scam losses have in fact started to fall. Having said that, scams remains a significant challenge for people in our community, particularly vulnerable people, and further actions will be needed, and that's why further accountability on this front in future parliaments will be important. The committee acknowledges efforts by the banks to support customers in hardship. It is concerned, however, by findings of ASIC's May 2024 report, Hardship Hard to Help Get Help, suggesting that more than a third of Australians applying for hardship support have dropped out of excessively onerous application processes at least once, and that 40% fall into arrears immediately after hardship support ends. The committee agrees with ASIC's assessment that this is not good enough. While ASIC's report looked at 10 banks, the 4 major banks should be held to particularly high standards due to their large market shares and direct impact on the lived experience of so many Australians. In overall terms, I just reiterate that these public hearings, I think, were productive and that they dovetailed well with other reports of this committee, for example, the report into competition and economic dynamism. The committee also undertook public hearings of the ACCC, and through these public hearings we looked at a wide range of public policy hearings, including fuel taxation, consumer data privacy and supermarket pricing. Indeed, the breadth of issues that we dealt with in these hearings is a testament to the wide range of the ACCC's responsibilities. The report also addresses a wide range of competition issues, including mergers and acquisitions, reforms, gas markets, petrol taxes, greenwashing, the energy transition, aviation, reforms to improve competition in slot management at airports, and Australia's highly concentrated supermarket issues. Many of these issues had been addressed in our Competition and Economic Dynamism report, which the ACCC greatly assisted the committee with. And indeed, on a number of fronts, including mergers and acquisitions reforms, the regulatory grid and non-compete clauses, we welcome the fact that the government has subsequently taken action. And I would like to acknowledge the contribution also of the Assistant Minister, who's in the chamber, for his long-standing advocacy of a number of these policy areas. The report also covers major consumer protection issues, including scams, data breaches and consumer data privacy, unfair contract terms, consumer protections for travellers, alleged misleading pricing claims by the major supermarkets, card payment surcharging practices, and the impact of breaches of consumer law on vulnerable consumers. And I just reiterate that, again, I think these public hearings have proved to be a very valuable accountability mechanism, given the central role that the ACCC plays in enforcing competition and consumer protection. And finally, I'd just like to make some very brief comments in relation to our oversight of ASIC's annual reports. The committee acknowledges the challenges that ASIC faces in triaging thousands of complaints and tip-offs annually. ASIC has a very broad remit. However, the committee also noted, and this was unanimously noted, that it expects ASIC to continue efforts to better communicate with the many Australians who reach out for help. The committee also stated that in its report that ASIC's actions under new intervention powers granted after the Hayne Royal Commission are important, including step-in powers to block poorly targeted financial products. We stated that the committee was pleased to see early signs of success from ASIC's use of these new powers, and we encourage ASIC to continue using these new tools judiciously to prevent and take action against wrongdoing. The report also addresses ASIC's recent work on other issues, including corporate cyber security obligations, greenwashing, and also the ASX's troubled chess settlement upgrade. But I would note again that the public hearings in relation to ASIC covered a wide range of other reports and again proved to be, I believe, a very important accountability mechanism. Can I just take this opportunity, now that we are very close to the end of this term, to thank all witnesses who provided written submissions or appeared at public hearings for our committee over the course of this term. There were indeed many. We undertook public hearings in relation to the annual reports of, as I noted, the Big Four banks, but also many public sector organisations. And indeed, we held two very substantial inquiries, one into competition and economic dynamism and one into flood insurance. Can I also thank individuals and organisations who participated in private briefings, and I thank particularly prominent economists who took considerable time to provide the committee with very detailed briefing. This, I think it's fair to say, across the entire committee, we found to be incredibly valuable. Can I then just conclude by thanking our Secretariat members? It's a very, very hard-working Secretariat that has produced significant amounts of very high-quality analysis. Can I thank Lachlan, who was Committee Secretary for the initial part of the term? Can I thank Jeff, who was Committee Secretary for the latter part of the term and had to deal with some very substantial work in relation to our flood insurance inquiry, and also dealing with emails and calls at all hours from myself and the Deputy Chair and others, and did that with exemplary grace. Can I acknowledge, with some sadness, Sam, who was a long-standing inquiry secretary for this committee. Sam is sadly no longer with us and is still much missed by her colleagues and also by committee members. Can I thank Tessa, who travelled across metropolitan and regional Australia with the committee and dealt with highly demanding committee members in all of those exploits. Can I thank Nicolette? I don't like singling out individuals, but Nicolette deserves special mention, and I hope not to offend others, but due to her very hard work and for being the bastion of continuity in a difficult year. She really stepped into the breach to ensure the delivery of our economic dynamism report, the flood report, and also our Big Four bank report. Can I acknowledge Jasmine, Danton and Nicole? We also had a number of temporary staff and secondees, graduates, Laura, who made a significant contribution to the ACCC and ASIC reports, as well as to the flood report, to Owen, to Vivian, to Holly, who was a parliamentary assistant, to Annabelle, who was loaned from another team, and to Dee, who was a Treasury secondee for our flood report. And finally, can I acknowledge my other committee members? The Deputy Chair is here in the chamber, and he was somebody who worked very hard on this committee, but I want to note with an extremely collegiate air. He was always looking for evidence-based solutions, always looking for solutions and policy recommendations that would stand the test of time. And I think that both the conduct of our public hearings, but also the way in which we managed to land our two big policy reports and all the recommendations benefited greatly from his leadership and the fact that he was willing to compromise on so many occasions and try to get unanimous outcomes. But of course, I'd like to thank also all of the other members, all of the other 8 members of the committee, but also the 4 additional members who came on board for the flood insurance inquiry. That was a 14-member effort which produced a very substantial report that I think will, and the recommendations of that report I think will stand the test of time and lead to ongoing change. All of the members of the committee participated in many days of public hearings. I think there were almost 30 days of public hearings last year alone. 2 major inquiries and travel right around Australia. So I commend these 3 reports and I thank all the people that I just mentioned.
The member for Groom.
Leave the House to make a short statement in relation to these reports.
Is there leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Member for Groom has the call.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And much of my statement will be very much aligned and in support of the member for Fraser's contribution. Start by thanking the Secretariat, and member for Fraser was quite right to point out the difficulties he went through, both in production and also personally. So Jeff, to you and your team, I'm very, very grateful. And thank you for working so well with my staff, who I also want to thank for their work in making sure that these reports were attended to in the best way we could. I thank the committee members, some of which are here, and previous committee member as well. And I will, given his warm comments, I will thank the Chair. It's a pity, Speaker, a group of school kids just walked out of here and probably didn't get to see They're still here. Good. There's some still here to see this. Question time draws all the attention of this place and fighting together. What's not shown is the amount of work that goes on in committees working together. I entered into this role with the view that where there was opportunities for us to get ahead on matters that we agreed to, I should focus my attention on those and support the chair as much as I could. And throughout these reports, I think that came through very, very well. Speaker, this is a very important committee for the government, for the Parliament, I think for Australia. One of the outcomes that I was most grateful to see achieved, it was through another set of reports, but was the establishment of the regulatory grid. I commend the government on listening to what came through our committee, and I'm very proud that that is a result of the work of this committee, and it shows what can happen when we find areas that we both agree on and work together to get that done. So I commend the chair for that. That is an outcome that he can carry onwards, and I know, having spoken to many members of the banking industry, they see it as a great step forward. So to the chair, that's something that you get to carry on from this term and your role, so congratulations on that. Speaker, directly to these reports, it was, for this term of government, the focus was always going to be entirely on the decision-making of the RBA, and I think it drew so much of our attention. And of course then our review of what was happening in insurance and particularly with relation to flood insurance drew so much of our time and attention. It is my belief that the next term of government, in whatever shape that may take and how quickly that may form shape, will focus more towards the regulators. And I think that that is going to be where the next Economics Committee sends its attention. There's a couple of areas that I think are brought out in these reports that I'll raise now because I think that they should get further consideration. The first one is following through on how we establish a banking industry in Australia that has the level of competition that we want, that has the strength that we want and the ability to ensure that that access to capital remains there. Whilst outside the scope of these, it does remind all of us, watching the actions, I think, of APRA in talking about capital and liquidity requirements, how quickly a regulator can step ahead, I think, of the public mood. And that's something that this committee needs to keep at its forefront. The second, and the chair raised this one, the issue of greenwashing, and I'll bring in with debanking. The AFR recently ran a very, I think it was a confronting article showing the hoops that have been put in place of legitimate businesses working on legitimate projects in Australia that have already passed through approval levels at state, council and federal level, and yet banks were making it extremely hard for a gas operation to get finance. And I think we need to draw attention to that. And I think we need to accept that some of those hurdles are actually a response to positions that regulators hold. And so these reports will form part of that future conversation. Once again, I want to thank the chair. I want to thank the Secretariat. I think it might hurt both of us, Member for Fraser, to reveal to the Parliament. We regularly lunch together and discuss these things. I'm not sure how that plays out for you in your electorate, Member for Fraser. It may hurt you. I'm not sure how these things work, but we wanted to get some things agreed on. I think that was a good step that we took. I appreciate the way that we've worked together, and I commend these reports.
The member Fraser.
Well, before I move this motion, following on from the Deputy Chair, I'll just thank my staff also, so that's on the record. I move that the House take note of the report Review of Australia's 4 Major Banks 2023-2024.
The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Fraser.
Order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Telecommunications Amendment. Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise in support of the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguard Bill of 2025, a vital piece of legislation that will ensure Australian consumers are placed at the heart of the telecommunications industry. This bill is about fairness, accountability and consumer protection, and it's about making sure that when Australians sign up for phone and internet services, they're treated with the respect and care they deserve. And I really think it's great the Minister is here, as I know she's been paying strong attention to this debate throughout, but really thank you for your leadership in bringing these important consumer protections to our Parliament. We all know that crucial telecommunication services, we know how crucial they are in our modern world, and whether it's a parent trying to connect with their child, a small business owner running their company, or someone in a remote area depending on the internet for essential services, our lives are built around reliable connectivity. But for too long, consumers have been left behind, with some telcos putting profits before people. Right now, too many Australians are struggling with the telecommunications services. Complaints to the telecommunications industry ombudsman have risen 13% in the last quarter of 2024. Small business complaints also increased, and service outages have left thousands of Australians frustrated and disconnected. We've also seen serious issues in the industry, such as the Optus scandal, when vulnerable Australians, many of them from First Nations communities and culturally diverse communities across Australia, were signed up for services that they did not need, and then they were chased for debts they should never have owed. Consumers are fed up. One regional customer recently told the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, and I quote, "We rely on our internet for everything, paying bills, schoolwork, even medical appointments. But when something goes wrong, it takes forever to fix and we're left in the dark." Another customer, a small business owner said, and I quote, "My business depends on phone and internet services, but when I had a major outage, I got no help from my provider. It cost me thousands in lost revenue and there was nothing I could do." For too long, telcos have faced penalties that are simply too low and were not the deterrent we would want to see for that kind of bad behaviour. And companies simply absorbed them as a cost of, doing business. Companies that fail to follow the rules must be held accountable, and this bill ensures that they will be. This bill will introduce stronger consumer protections and give regulators the power that they need to take immediate action when telcos break the law. It does this in 4 key ways. 1, creating a carriage service provider registration scheme. This will increase transparency by ensuring that only responsible telco providers operate in the market. If a provider poses an unacceptable risk to consumers, the Australian Communications and Media Authority will have the power to stop them from operating. And this means that rogue operators who exploit customers will no longer be allowed to fly under the radar. Secondly, we're making industry codes directly enforceable. Right now, when a telco breaks consumer protection rules, the ACMA must first issue a direction to comply before they can take action. This unnecessary delay means that consumer harm can continue while bad actors get a second chance. And under this bill, the ACMA will be able to immediately enforce industry codes, protecting Australians from further harm. This reform will incentivise compliance and ensure that telcos take their obligations to consumers seriously. Industry codes, which include requirements on customer service, billing practices and complaint resolution, will now have real weight behind them. The third measure in this bill introduces significantly increased penalties. Currently, the maximum penalty for breaches of consumer safeguards is only $250,000, which I have to say, for some telcos would be pocket change. And this bill will raise that to $10 million, or up to 30% of the company's turnover, ensuring that penalties are severe enough to make sure compliance is adhered to. If a company knowingly profits from non-compliance, they could face fines 3 times the value of the benefit they gain from breaking the rules. And this aligns with penalty frameworks in sectors like energy, banking and Australian consumer law, ensuring that telcos are held to the same high standards. And finally, this bill is empowering the Minister for Communications. This bill clarifies the Minister's authority to increase penalties issued by the ACMA, ensuring stronger consequences for breaches of key telecommunications rules. This means future governments can act quickly in response to emerging consumer risks. This bill is just one part of Labor's broader plan to strengthen protections for Australian consumers. We've introduced the Financial Hardship Industry Standard, which makes it mandatory for telcos to prioritise keeping customers connected and offer real assistance, like payment plans for those struggling to pay their bills. We've created the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Industry Standard, ensuring that telcos provide safe and secure communication options for survivors, including prohibiting perpetrators from interfering with their accounts. We're working to revise the Telecommunication Consumer Protection Code, ensuring stronger standards on responsible selling, consumer rights and complaint handling. We're improving telecommunications accessibility, investing in the National Relay Service and working with industry to enhance services for Australians with disabilities. We're making sure that no Australian, regardless of their circumstances, is left behind when it comes to accessing reliable, high-quality telecommunications services. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill of 2025 is about ensuring that the telco industry serves Australians and not the other way around. This bill has received strong support from consumer advocates, regulators and industry groups alike. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman and the ACMA all agree these changes are necessary, overdue and will make a real difference in people's lives. ACCAN Chief Executive Officer Carol Bennett hailed the strengthening of the Act as a major win for consumers. She said these reforms will promote increased accountability, transparency and compliance within the telecommunications industry and contribute towards improving diminishing consumer trust in telcos. The Australian Government's reforms address long-standing consumer concern about the relatively weak regulatory settings of the telco industry and will go a long way towards improving the trust Australians have in the telecommunications industry. I also note Communications Alliance CEO Luke Coleman welcomed the announcement, and I appreciate their congratulations too for the government's attention here. Communication Alliance has consistently called for stronger enforcement powers for the ACMA, and they welcome this announcement to enhance consumer protections in the telco industry. Labor believes in fairness, we believe in accountability, and we believe that no telco should get away with harming consumers for the sake of their bottom line. To those who have suffered from poor telco service, from unfair treatment, from outrageous penalties and frustrating delays, this bill is for you. It is for your family who needs reliable internet for their child's education. It is for the small business owner who cannot afford to lose another day of work due to service failures. It is for every Australian who deserves to be treated with respect, and I urge all members in this parliament to support this bill and to stand with the millions of Australians who rely on their phone and internet services every day.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister for Telecommunications.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank members who contributed to consideration of the Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025. The significant reforms included in this bill will better equip the Australian Communications and Media Authority with the tools and powers it needs to protect telco consumers and hold providers to account. This bill is another way the Albanese government is putting consumers at the centre of the telco industry, recognising the importance of quality services for all Australians. This bill establishes a carriage service provider registration scheme to increase visibility of providers operating in the market, especially telecommunications retailers. It will enable the ACMA to undertake more proactive education and compliance work with providers and ultimately empower the ACMA to stop them operating in the market where they've been found to pose unacceptable risk to consumers or have caused significant consumer harm. This bill will make compliance with industry codes mandatory and directly enforceable. This will allow the ACMA to take direct and immediate enforcement action against telecommunications providers that have breached their obligations to customers. This bill will also increase maximum penalties for breaches of industry codes and standards under the Act from $250,000 to approximately $10 million, bringing them into line with those for breaches of service provider determinations under the Act. This will also better align telecommunications penalties with other sectors like energy and banking. Additional changes will allow for the courts to determine penalty amounts based on financial turnover of the provider and the scale of the breach, allowing for penalties in excess of $10 million in certain circumstances. Reforms to infringement notices will clarify the application of the framework, enabling the government to increase penalty amounts for any breach where the ACMA can issue an infringement notice. This includes breaches of industry codes and standards relating to consumer protections. The reforms will also allow for the scaling of infringement notice penalties depending on the size of the provider. For example, larger penalties for larger providers and smaller penalties for smaller providers. The Telecommunications Amendment Enhancing Consumer Safeguards Bill 2025 is about delivering a stronger, better targeted and more equitable compliance and enforcement regime for the telecommunications sector. The Albanese government has listened to feedback from industry, regulators, the Telecommunications Industry Ombudsman and consumer advocates to develop these reforms. Most importantly, we've listened to Australians. These reforms will ensure the right settings are in place to incentivise telecommunications service providers to comply with the law and provide quality services to consumers. They reflect the Albanese government's commitment to making sure Australians are appropriately protected and supported in their interactions with telecommunications service providers. I call on members to support the bill.
Yeah. I'll now put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Minister.
The third reading.
Third reading. Yep. Yep. Correct. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 2, Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025. This bill is designed to ensure that Australian banks remain engaged in the Pacific financial sector, thereby preserving Australia's strategic presence in a region where China's influence continues to grow. By maintaining essential banking services for trade and remittances, the objective of the bill is to prevent further isolation of Pacific nations from global financial systems and help safeguard regional prosperity. We all want to see a safer Pacific and strong, soft diplomacy ties to the Pacific. But clear oversight and transparency measures are needed because the bill creates an ongoing risk to the taxpayer, with the potential for open-ended liabilities if claims on the guarantee arise. While the Coalition will not oppose this bill, referring the legislation to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee is crucial, as this will help identify any necessary amendments and ensure robust protections are in place for Australian taxpayers. The Coalition's track record in the Pacific includes delivering record levels of aid, establishing diplomatic missions in every Pacific Islands Forum country, and strengthening maritime security and labour mobility programs. In contrast, the Albanese government's approach appears reactive and has even been blindsided by China's growing presence in the region, highlighting the need for more proactive, long-term strategies. Balancing strategic objectives with fiscal prudence is vital, especially since the bill could expose taxpayers to geopolitical and commercial risks if not properly regulated. A robust national security stance underpins all Pacific engagement, and of the Coalition's record shows that only a comprehensive whole-of-government approach can maintain Australians' leadership in the region. The Albanese government wanted to deflect the blame for their failures in the Pacific to the Coalition. This government just can't face its own failures. The fact is that while contestability in the Indo-Pacific has been intensifying for some time, it is under this government's watch that China has been able to extend its influence in our region through a series of security, economic and other agreements with Pacific Island nations, some of which media reported has blindsided the government. And this has happened while the government, with few exceptions, has not been able to finalise a raft of agreements it has sought with the Pacific Island partners. What the Albanese government's record in the Pacific shows is that it is not up to the strategic challenge in the Indo-Pacific. The Albanese government is weak on national security, and only a Dutton Liberal National government can ensure that Australia is a natural partner of choice for our Pacific family. Deputy Speaker, the facts show that the Coalition delivered record aid into the Pacific in our last budget, some $1.85 billion, $750 more than Labor's last budget, which only provided $1.1 billion. In 2021-2022, total support to the Pacific included loans was $2.7 billion, including security programs, health and financial support. Now, under the Coalition, Australia became the only country to have diplomatic missions in every Pacific Islands Forum country. The Coalition doubled the lending capacity of the AIFFP from $1.5 billion to $3 billion, including climate-resilient infrastructure for the Assistant Minister opposite, and clean energy projects like Palau Solar, Tina River Project, off-grid solar NP and Palau Solar. The Coalition increased our Pacific climate finance to at least $700 million Australian dollars in 2020 to 2025. The Coalition's $2 billion Pacific Maritime Security Program delivered 14 out of 21 Guardian-class patrol boats, upgraded wharf infrastructure, supported aerial surveillance. Now, the Coalition took a whole-of-government approach to supporting our Pacific friends and partners by 1. training defence and security personnel from the Pacific. That's what the Coalition did. 2, providing maritime safety security assistance. And 3, implementing a very successful Labor mobility program, which Labor has diminished by bowing to its union masters. That's facts. Now, in government, the Coalition provided record levels of development assistance to the Pacific and to Timor-Leste. We budgeted for an estimated $4.55 billion official development assistance in 22-23, up from an estimated 4.46 in 21-22, an increase under the Coalition in our term in government. This included an additional $460 million in official development assistance in 2022-2023 for temporary and targeted measures, responding in particular to COVID-19, that global pandemic that they may remember opposite, such as 1, $281 million to address the economic and social impacts of COVID-19 in the Pacific and to Timor-Leste, $98.3 million for vaccines in the Pacific and Southeast Asia, $61.5 million to support economic recovery in Southeast Asia, $13.6 million for Pacific labour mobility, $5.7 million for an ASEAN Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, and we resumed indexation 2.5% on the baseline ODA budget in 22-23, which will see the ODA budget increase over the forward estimates. Now, our ODA was complemented by a comprehensive package of support to the Indo-Pacific region. This included budget support, Indonesia's $1.5 billion, PNG's $1.14 billion, Fiji $168.5 million, and security assistance, vaccines, nearly 33 million doses delivered out of the 60 million committed by the end of 2022. So the Coalition, Liberal National Coalition, had a good record in the Pacific with our neighbouring friends and partners. In soft power and strategic diplomacy, we increased scholarships to the Pacific with nearly 69,660 Australian students through the new Colombo Plan. And we increased the number of students we send to gain experience in the Pacific by over 60%. Despite COVID-19 challenges, we resumed Australia's award scholarships and short courses to 27 developing countries, with 2,075 granted in 2021-2022, including 484 for Pacific scholars, with 4,429 Pacific Scholars Through Australia awards since 2015. PNG, Solomons and Samoa as top participants. We contributed some $5.4 million over 2017 to 2022 to develop the next generation of women Pacific leaders through targeted workshops and network-delivered intensive leadership and mentoring for 126 women from 10 Pacific countries, connected with 141 Australian mentors and a range of Pacific leaders. Again, to close, referring this legislation to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee is crucial, and the Coalition looks forward to supporting that committee process. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The Minister for Defence, Industry and Capability Delivery, International Development and the Pacific.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I intend to spend most of my time on the substance of this bill, but I can't let the contribution from the member for Petrie go unchallenged, because it was a massive rewriting of history from a person clearly reading notes provided by another minister's office. I would submit to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, the member for Petrie couldn't find Papua New Guinea on a map, quite frankly, and that contribution in this debate demonstrates that. Let's go through some facts here, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Order. The Minister will resume his seat. On a point of order, Member for Petrie.
Order, just reflecting on me, abusing me when there's no need to do that. You should just get on with
there's
the
no
actual
point of
speech
order.
of the Minister.
The Minister has the call.
I was reflecting on the great policy ignorance and policy failure of those opposite on Pacific matters in their 10 years, almost 10 years in government. Let's go through some of their highlights, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for Petrie talks about ODA. Their first budget cut Pacific ODA by $65 million as part of an $11.8 billion cut to ODA in their first budget, which had a demonstrably negative effect on our standing in the world. Climate change, their inaction and positive opposition to action on climate change made it so much harder for Australia to build rapport in the Pacific. Who can forget the now leader of the opposition's hot mic moment when he made jokes about climate change wiping out Pacific Islands? That demonstrably made Australia less safe by imperiling relationships in the Pacific. Who can forget former Prime Minister Scott Morrison's bullying behaviour at the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Week at Tuvalu, where his actions were so demonstrably counter to our interests that then Fijian Prime Minister Bainimarama said his behaviour was very insulting and condescending and pushed the Pacific towards China. That's direct quotes from then Prime Minister Bainimarama of Fiji. Who can forget the Solomon Islands China Security Pact that the last government allowed to happen under their watch, the most disastrous foreign policy failure of any Australian government since World War II. And so committed to the Pacific, what was the Foreign Minister at the time, Senator Maurice Payne, doing when that security pact was being discussed in the Solomon Islands? Was she getting on a plane to go and try and persuade the Sogavare government not to enact it? No. Was she even making phone calls to the Sogavare government to persuade them? No, she refused to make phone calls. She was handing out on pre-poll in my electorate of Shortland, instead of doing her day job of getting on a plane and trying to persuade the Solomon Islands government not to do that security pact with China. Mr Deputy Speaker, the last government, the coalition government's record on the Pacific is appalling. It condemns them. It demonstrates they are unfit to govern because they can't be taken seriously on national security or foreign policy. And that's notwithstanding some very enthusiastic members on the other side. And I do acknowledge the deep interest of the member for Riverina, my shadow minister, who is an enthusiastic advocate for close relations with the Pacific. And I acknowledge that. Unfortunately, he's few and far between compared to people like the member for Petrie and the opposition leader, who instead make jokes about climate change and refuse to do the hard yards. Deputy Speaker, the truth is the Pacific is our home. It's in our interest to foster a resilient, connected region that enables our economies to grow and our peoples to prosper. The Albanese government has brought new energy and ambition to revitalise our Pacific partnerships after a decade of neglect. We are using all tools of statecraft, including security cooperation, development cooperation and people-to-people links to that end. We're also supporting the services that underpin economic growth, like banking, aviation and critical infrastructure. And Pacific countries look to us first for support. That is what good neighbours do. And we're also facing a more uncertain strategic and international environment. As both the Foreign Minister and I have remarked, we are in a permanent contest in the Pacific. And there has been a transformational change in Australia's approach to the Pacific since we were elected in 2022. We've signed landmark treaties with both Tuvalu and Nauru, creating a safer region and advancing our position as the security partner of choice. We've strengthened cooperation with Papua New Guinea through our bilateral security agreement and an innovative National Rugby League deal, and both of these are underpinned by shared strategic trust. We've also been getting the relationship with Solomon Islands on a better footing by helping build its police force, and this confirms our position as a security partner of choice for the Solomon Islands. Our view, Deputy Speaker, is that regional security is the responsibility of the Pacific, and we've been working to put this into practice through the Pacific Policing Initiative that will enable regional police teams to deploy quickly on request, as well as the Pacific Response Force as well. We're building a proud track record assisting one another after natural disasters. Most recently, we worked to support Vanuatu after its earthquake, getting rescue and humanitarian teams on the ground within 24 hours of Vanuatu's request. But we should also forget that when Australia was hit by the terrible bushfires of 2019-20, Fiji sent 54 of its soldiers to help our emergency response, and I acknowledged the bipartisan response there. We're working hard to support every Pacific country to have an undersea telecommunications cable by the end of 2025 to bolster economic growth and connectivity, and we're building people-to-people links. A love of sport is a connection we share with the Pacific, and we're building sports cooperation, whether it's rugby league in PNG, rugby union in Fiji, netball across the Pacific, or soccer in Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands. We're increasing the number of Pacific workers in Australia under our labour mobility scheme, and this is resulting in higher remittance flows to the region and fills vital worker shortages in regional Australia, while at the same time increasing protection and welfare measures for those Pacific workers, a very solemn responsibility we take seriously. We're also creating the first ever Pacific permanent migration pathway through the Pacific Engagement Visa, responding to a long-standing request from our Pacific partners. Our engagement with the Pacific is underpinned by the government's recognition that climate change is the top concern of the Pacific, and our commitment to climate change action has enabled us to build transformational relationships in the region. For example, our landmark Whālipili Union Treaty with Tuvalu responds to Tuvalu's position at the front line of the climate crisis. Recognising this has enabled us to unlock greater security cooperation. And this bill is part of our commitment to our Pacific neighbours. The Albanese government places a higher priority on ensuring that the Pacific and Timor-Leste remain connected to the global financial system. The Pacific has experienced the fastest withdrawal of correspondent banking relationships anywhere in the world. Just as the Pacific suffers the worst consequences of climate change, its businesses, workers and people are disproportionately bearing the cost of debanking. Secure access to the global financial system and banking services is critical for economic growth, financial inclusion and overall stability. At a national level, banking services means governments and businesses can engage in international trade, can progress projects for infrastructure and essential services, and maintain and grow their economies. At a local level, banking services allow people to start up new businesses and maintain and grow their existing businesses. They enable workers to send money home to support their families and communities. For example, we've seen for many years now how transformative remittances can be. Under the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility or PALM scheme, workers from the Pacific contribute to Australia by filling labour gaps in regional and rural areas and specific industries. Right now, over 30,000 PALM scheme workers are on average sending $1,500 per month home to their families and communities. And I've visited many communities throughout Timor-Leste and the Pacific, and I've seen firsthand how this income directly alleviates poverty in local communities. It helps pay for food and other essentials, it pays for education, medicine, and is even used to start small businesses, contributing to economic growth and job creation. Banking services are essential in supporting remittances and funds transfers between people, organisations, businesses and nations. And Australia and our Pacific partners want to avoid a situation where Pacific nations are debanked and lose access to timely and affordable cross-border payments and banking services. And this is not about any individual country. This is about enhancing our cooperation with Pacific Island neighbours. This is about listening to their needs and working together on solutions. We all want to live in a region that is peaceful, stable and prosperous, a region where our partnerships are grounded in respect, including respect for sovereignty, and we're committed to doing our part to contribute to this vision. For over 140 years, Australian banks have been a partner to the Pacific region. Today, 3 Pacific nations use the Australian dollar as their national currency, underscoring our economic interdependence. But banks are not just financial intermediaries. They're symbols of our commitment to the region. They're a key to stronger trading and investment relationships between us and our Pacific neighbours. Their presence in the Pacific ensures that our neighbours can stay connected to their global financial system and experience secure, reliable and higher quality services. and I've engaged directly with Pacific leaders and Australian bank executives to find ways to ensure an enduring banking presence in the region. Australian banks' Pacific operations are lauded for maintaining high standards of service quality and high rates of regulatory compliance, helping to thwart financial crime. The importance of this cannot be overstated. Economic instability creates vulnerabilities that can be exploited by transnational criminals and other bad actors. Ensuring that the Pacific has a robust financial system mitigates financial crime risks and supports economic resilience. A financially stable Pacific benefits Australia too. I thank the Commonwealth Bank of Australia for providing banking services to Nauru in our national interest, and this is part of the recently signed Nauru-Australia Treaty. Under that treaty, Australia committed to ensure Nauru will not be left without a bank when Bendigo Bank departs this year. The treaty also reflects a shared commitment to security that is led by the Pacific family, which is in our national interest. I also acknowledged ANZ's commitment to remain in 8 Pacific markets in Timor-Leste. ANZ has been in the Pacific for 140 years. The guarantee will support meaningful access to face-to-face banking services. It will also support enhancements to ANZ's banking services, including its digital banking services. ANZ will continue to support access to international money transfers and correspondent banking services. ANZ will also support Pacific countries through infrastructure financing in line with the bank's credit risk policies. The guarantee is a responsible and low-risk way to secure ANZ's long-term commitment to the Pacific. I also acknowledge and thank Westpac for their continued presence in the Pacific as well. Having 3 banks active in the Pacific, committed to those markets, improves services in the Pacific and improves our relationship with the Pacific. Supporting the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025 is how members here can today also advance our national interest. A secure, stable and inclusive financial system in the Pacific is not just beneficial to the region, it is in Australia's national interest. We're also doing our part to address the structural factors that are leading to banks exiting the Pacific. This includes helping to build digital identity infrastructure in 7 Pacific jurisdictions, building the capacity of financial intelligence units so Pacific governments can respond to money laundering and terrorism financing risks, trying to find ways to address the lack of scale in Pacific countries' financial markets, and we're doing this in partnership with the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, supporting secure and affordable channels for Pacific workers to remit money, and we're doing this with the New Zealand government and the IMF, and this is important in itself. I'm pleased to be part of a government progressing this important piece of legislation. We must ensure that Australia remains the partner of choice for Pacific nations. Let us be clear that safeguarding banking services and the financial system is also about underpinning greater economic resilience and security in our region. We're committed to listening and working together with our Pacific neighbours on this issue that matters to us both. And that is the principle that underpins all our actions in the Pacific. We turn up, we listen, we act on the priorities of the Pacific, and that leads to greater relationships with the Pacific, and it stands in stark contrast to actions of the last government, particularly of people like the Leader of the Opposition. This bill is a clear demonstration of our commitment to building stronger Pacific relationships, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Riverina.
Well, I thank the member for Shortland, the Minister for International Development in the Pacific, for his kind words about me. I thank him for his actions and involvement with the Pacific. Let's not be partisan about the Pacific. We need statesmen and women. We need diplomacy. We need Team Australia when it comes to the Pacific. It's too important to allow any other foreign interests, any other incursions into the Pacific, and that is why the Minister and I have been very firm about what's important to Australia, very firm about what's important to the Pacific Island nations we call family, we call friends. And he and I would agree that when it comes to faith, family and football, the Pacific and Australia are as one. And we need to continue irrespective of who forms the next government, Deputy Speaker. And you and I have been, Deputy Speaker, member for Adelaide, you and I have been on overseas trips together before in certain various delegations. Hopefully we'll get to do that again. But when Australian politicians and members of Parliament, senators, etc., travel overseas, foreign countries need to see us at our best, and they need to see us speaking as one. And when it comes to the Pacific, we need to do just that. The Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill of 2025 is an important piece of legislation. I know just how important the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme is, because my electorate benefits from it. And the remittances that go back to the Pacific Island nations for some of those tiny countries, it is more than half of their gross domestic product. It is something those families back home rely on very much, and it's earned in various capacities. It's horticulture, it's agriculture, but it's more than that. It's so many areas of endeavour. Australia relies on Pacific workers and other international countries besides to ensure that we can get the jobs done that cannot be filled by Australians, by our own citizens. And we very much thank and admire and value the efforts made, particularly by those palm workers. And it really came home to me just the other day. I attended a very, very sad farewell on Sunday, 16th of March at the North Wagga Hall, where the previous week a young woman, just 41, passed away. Her name was Suoto Kuriton, and she unexplainedly just passed away at the Tees meatworks, and Tees were very much in there offering support and whatever they could to her family, to her many friends. And I was in the front row at that particular memorial service. And sometimes when you're sitting in the front row, you don't get an appreciation of just how many people are in that hall. But when I glanced around, the hall, and it's only a small hall, was filled to overflowing. There were more than 400 mourners turned up. And I just want to pay tribute because it is very much relevant to the topic of debate, because she had a 15-year-old daughter back home. She was in Australia working here in about her third year here and sending the money back to Kiribati. She was sending the money back so that her daughter could have a better life. She was sending the money via banks to ensure that her daughter, her village, her community, her island could have better outcomes. And all too sadly, she's passed away at Wagga Wagga. And it struck me so vividly that at the end of the service, her female friends and all the women there were virtually moved to one side of the hall, and the men, big, robust men as they were, they had prepared the food. They moved the chairs, they put the tables out, they laid on the feast that followed and allowed the women to mourn. And it really, you could see the love and support and family. They weren't all related, but they were all family. And it was a very, very moving service. And I just wanted to pay tribute to Pastor Jerry Rokasuka and all of the island nations who turned up to farewell Suota, because it was a moving service. I know her loss will be felt keenly in Kiribati, no more so than with her teenage daughter. But Australia is better for having her work on that palm scheme, for her coming to our city and for contributing what she did. And I know Tees will continue to work with her family, her community, and indeed all her island friends
to make sure that she is remembered, that she is supported, and that is a good thing. Now, with this Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill, we heard the Minister outline the fact that there has been a deal, an arrangement struck between the Commonwealth Bank and Nauru, and when Bendigo withdrew, and we acknowledge that. We acknowledge all the banks which have for many decades operated in the Pacific, because it's important, and I know the Minister would be interested to hear this, that, and I know he probably made representations as well, when banks and financial institutions, and not necessarily Australian ones, but were taking too much of the remittances, and it was actually difficult for the people in the island nations to sometimes withdraw their money or to have access to that money. And I know that he and I would both be as one when it comes to ensuring that the money that was sent back home went straight into the bank accounts, that but for maybe some minor little adjustments, that they received full recompense for their efforts, for their labours. That's important. That's critically important. This guarantee covered by this particular legislation supports Australian authorised deposit-taking institutions, ADIs, operating in the Pacific region to maintain vital banking services there. And I know the Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister, Senator Penny Wong, the former Foreign Affairs Minister, Senator Simon Birmingham from South Australia, and we've travelled to the Pacific together. We didn't all come home in the same state, but yeah. But we went there as Team Australia. We went there as one. We were enthusiastic. Thank you, Minister. We were, and I look forward to working closely with the member for Banks in hopefully what will be a future coalition government to build upon the work that has been done in this term, to build upon the work. And the Minister and I might diverge here, but the work done in the previous coalition government, because we did do some good things. And every Australian government, going right back to Howard and no doubt even before that, have done good things in the Pacific, but it's too important not to. Too important not to. And whilst I do respect Minister Wong, I do, she knows that, I also do pay acknowledgement to former Foreign Affairs Minister Senator Maurice Payne for the work that she did in the Step Up campaign, and it mightn't have been to the Minister opposite's taste or liking, but she certainly did have her heart in the right place when it came to the Pacific, and we all need to. It's not just those who sit in shadow ministry or ministry. Every single one of us has an obligation to the Pacific. Every single one of us, and at every opportunity that we have, we need to bed down those relationships and to make sure that the Pacific knows, as Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has often said, that we should be their first partner of choice. That we are there, as the Minister noted in his remarks, when disaster strikes, we're there with HMAS vessels. We're there with our men and women in khaki providing fresh water, providing logistics, providing support, and it's very important. Now, several Western banks have scaled back or closed Pacific operations in recent years, leaving some nations without reliable access to global financial systems. I know how important our banking relationships are. I met on my very first trip to Vanuatu with ANZ Bank representatives in Port Vila, and I thank them on behalf of the nation for the work that they did. I know that certainly what we need to do is to ensure that with legislation such as this and that any other Pacific legislation, that the Pacific knows that we are their best friends. We don't want to create opportunities for other nations who have less than ideal endeavours or vision for the Pacific than we do as Australia. We need to make sure that the Pacific knows that we're there for them in finance, in infrastructure, in funding, in aid, and in football.
and good luck to the Cobbles, and good luck with the future, the Pacifica team in the National Rugby League. Now, the ANZ has, as the Minister said, been a firm friend of the Pacific. I know NAB's been there, I know Westpac has been there, but what we don't want to see is any other nation having an in there that we would otherwise not want to have. The government has announced partnerships with ANZ, Westpac and the Commonwealth Bank of Australia to support their operations in the Pacific. Thank you. That's good. Well done. In exchange for the guarantee, the banks will need to pay a fee to the Commonwealth. I mean, that's fair enough. The guarantee would be called on if the banks or their subsidiaries suffered a default for the Pacific operations. Too important to be suffering defaults. We need to have successful financial operations, because it's not only good for the government, it's not only good for Pacific relations, it should be good for the banks. It should be good for the banks. And banks have a responsibility, a social licence, let's call it, to do the right thing in the Pacific, because banks make good money. Let's not beat around the bush around this. When you see the bottom lines that banks produce, they do very nicely. Thank you very much. And they do very nicely because of the goodwill of Australian customers. They also do very nicely out of the Pacific. But if they have to take a bit of a haircut on the Pacific, well, that's just a social licence that they have to continue to operate in Australia and make the sort of profit margins that they do. And because let me tell you, if the Pacific doesn't go as well as what we'd all like, then maybe their profit margins in Australia might well be trimmed. And people can read into that whatever they like, but I think our banking executives are smart enough to know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, by establishing a special appropriation in the Consolidated Revenue Fund, the legislation provides a framework for ensuring an Australian bank-specific business, for guaranteeing it. Now, its primary objective, its main purpose, is to uphold banking services, particularly crucial for trade and remittances, that palm money that goes back to Pacific Island nations, and to maintain economic connectivity for Pacific nations. And as the Minister and I both know, that this is of vital importance. Now, while officials consider the likelihood of calling on the guarantee to be low, its main purpose is to keep the bank operating in Pacific Island countries where profitability can be challenging. Just refer back to what I said before about the social licence to operate. Now, profitability can be challenging, but we call on those banks. We don't need them to get all nervous if the profits aren't what they expect. If indeed they might have to suffer a little loss, because ultimately, in the long run, we all know that everything will be okay. Everything will be fine. They'll make the money. Our PALM scheme is going to continue to operate. I know the Minister and I have had a little bit of differences of opinions over the number of hours worked and all that, but I think he and I also are as one that PALM needs to operate, needs to continue. It is an invention of the Gillard government, in fact, and we enhanced it, we improved it, and we certainly know how important those Pacific Australia labour mobility workers are to our nation. I say valet to the Wagga Wagga Pacific worker who died recently, but this is legislation which needs to be passed, and I thank the Minister for bringing it to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Pacific Banking Guarantee as brought to the House by the Treasurer and also nobly spoken about by the Minister for International Development and the Pacific. And I do acknowledge the words of the member for Riverina, who I know is a great champion of the Pacific. You know, he mentioned Team Australia. I've been on touring delegations with the member for Riverina, and will remember how he took the carver for Team Australia, for Team Australia, and his kind words about the minister, who I know is passionate about the Pacific, has some dubious rugby league teams that he supports, but nevertheless, I recognise his great commitment to the Pacific, and I'll take that interjection. So, as the heart of this bill is Labor's commitment to strengthening our regional ties and to our Pacific family. Now, I don't use that term Pacific family in a patriarchal sense, but rather as a sibling. I think the Treasurer has the most significant Pacifica community in the country, but as the member for Riverina touched on, the Pacifica diaspora and the Pacifica migrants are scattered right throughout Australia, particularly noticeable in our rugby league teams and rugby union teams and in our netball teams, in fact. But the Treasurer Jim Chalmers is particularly engaged with the need for this guarantee. Obviously, with that electorate of Rankin, it is personal. Since coming to office, the Albanese government has been committed to strengthening the partnerships in the Pacific, which sadly had been trashed by the coalition for that long 9 years, that wasted decade, in fact. Who could forget the coalition leader joking about our Pacific family members losing their homes due to climate change? Contrast with those fine words from the member for Riverina just delivered. The Foreign Minister and the Minister for International Development and the Pacific have travelled extensively and mending the relationships that have become strained during that disastrous decade of coalition government. In fact, the Albanese government ministers have visited every Pacific Islands Forum nation in our first 12 months in office, something that reflects our commitment to the region. In August 2023, the government released the Milestone International Development Policy. This policy focuses on high-quality support for our neighbours in economic growth, infrastructure development, healthcare, climate change, gender equality, and in addressing poverty, all of which contribute to a stable and prosperous region. The International Development Policy operates alongside the Official Development Assistance Budget. That short-sighted former coalition government slashed this budget by $11.9 billion. That's right, $11.9 billion. And I know that speakers from the coalition have talked about how Team Australia and bipartisan, but you just can't get away with the damage that you do to relationships when you slash $11.9 billion, something that the former Foreign Minister, Julie Bishop, has never publicly apologised for. Never apologised for, nor has she been held accountable for the damaging slap in the face delivered to our Pacific neighbours and others. Labor, however, recognises the vital and ongoing importance of supporting our neighbours. It makes Australians safer. That's why we've increased the ODA budget by $10.4 billion. The Albanese government has also added $500 million to the ODA budget over the forward estimates for climate change finance for developing countries and for the development of better infrastructure. Labor's responsible economic management will also ensure that the long-term sustainable growth to the ODA budget via annual indexation of 2.5%. As mentioned by the Treasurer on Tuesday night, we'll redirect $119 million to the Indo-Pacific region after the United States cut effectively 40% of the world's global aid overnight. I know it's not quite that. They've cut back a little bit on the cutting, but incredible to think of the hundreds, thousands of people who lost their jobs, but even more than that, we know the lives that have been lost since that decision, just in something as simple as keeping people alive with HIV treatment. You know, what would have been 600,000 deaths per year is probably going to be 10 times that in the next 5 years. 10 times that. So people are dying right now because of that decision. Obviously, we can't take up 40% of the world's foreign aid. We can't fill that gap. The world's economies, all of the other economies can't fill that gap. It's quite significant. But we will support the Pacific in terms of economic, health, humanitarian and climate responses wherever we can to try and do what we can to look after our patch. All of these measures indicate Labor's strong commitment to international development, but especially in our region. They also highlight this government's focus on reinforcing crucial regional relationships. In times of increasing global insecurity and uncertainty, the relationships we have with our regional partners are vital. We are collectively facing complex geopolitical challenges as we emerge from a global pandemic. We're faced with conflicts, with wars, with humanitarian and economic crises, and that ever-growing grim reality of climate change that everyday Australians see every time they, basically every couple of weeks we see it on our television screens. The challenges of climate change are no laughing matter for our Indo-Pacific neighbours, despite the Leader of the Opposition's cruel performance. His flippant comments about the effects of climate change on the Pacific Islands laid bare his contempt and lack of understanding of the modern world. What's that saying from Maya Angelou, that when someone shows you what they are, believe them. Believe them. It has been 10 years since that infamous boom mic incident, but the Leader of the Opposition continues to be steadfast in his climate change denial, and he will not come clean about his plans for the 2030 emissions target or the Paris Agreement. In contrast to the Coalition's approach to our regional neighbours, the Albanese government is drawing on all the tools of statecraft, including rugby league, rugby union, netball, football, and others, I'm sure. I'm seeing some nods from someone who would know. Cricket, to deepen and strengthen our vital relationships with regional partners. And just as an aside, I know I'm speaking to a Western Australian Deputy Speaker, but the rugby league diplomacy that the Prime Minister exhibited on State of Origin a few years back was a masterstroke. Perhaps something that would never be written by a DFAT official, but by a South Sydney tragic like the Prime Minister, and it was incredibly effective, incredibly effective. And the Pacific Banking Guarantee is obviously a part of this expanded relationship. Simply put, this bill will help to provide ongoing access to banking facilities across the Pacific. In recent years, Australian banks have scaled down operations in Pacific countries, and the decrease of correspondent banking services has been faster in this region than anywhere else in the world. Correspondent banking services occur when a financial institution provides banking services to another financial institution in a foreign country. The services provided include cash management, international funds transfer, cheque clearing, trade finance arrangements and foreign exchange services, all crucial to stay connected to the international finance system, particularly when you have a palm worker scheme where remittances, I would suggest, one of our greatest diplomatic engagements with the Pacific. Connection is necessary for economic growth and financial inclusion and regional stability. The Albanese government's Pacific Banking Guarantee will ensure the entire region stays connected. The need for this guarantee was discussed when the Treasurer attended the Pacific Islands Forum Economic Ministers meeting in August last year. In fact, it was the first time in nearly 20 years that an Australian Treasurer had attended such a meeting. The Pacific Banking Guarantee is not a loan or a subsidy. Instead, the Commonwealth will back eligible Australian banks to continue their operations in the Pacific by providing a guarantee. It places the risk of default on low-risk exposures to the Commonwealth rather than the financial institutions, who I have noticed are not exactly struggling. The participating banks will pay a fee for the arrangement. The bill will implement a special appropriation on the Consolidated Revenue Fund and enable the Commonwealth to pay for the full amount of a guarantee if there is a default. It's unlikely that the guarantee will ever be needed, but it provides additional security and confidence for Australian banks to continue to operate in the Pacific. The Pacific Banking Guarantee is a region-wide approach. It is not about any one nation, and it's all about strengthening our Pacific family as a good sibling should do. The importance of finance to this regional relationship is reflected in the work this government has already undertaken in the sector. I'm talking about progress such as the Commonwealth Bank opening in Nauru this year and the development of digital identity infrastructure with the World Bank and Asian Development Bank. We've also supported ANZ and Westpac to continue operations in the Pacific. It's not just about the banks, though. The Attorney-General's Department has been working with capacity building in Pacific countries in the areas of financial crime protection. This reflects the core tenets of the international development policy, which focuses on genuine partnerships that value consultation, listening, collaboration and respect. Those 4 terms again, Deputy Speaker: consultation, listening, collaboration and respect. Throw in a little bit of culture and food and the occasional shared meal, maybe even a bit of kava, not as much as the member for Riverina Kachum, some sporting links, and you have a recipe for a happier Pacific family. We do know that the Pacific is more than, you just can't go to Noosa and have a swim and say you're involved with the Pacific. That's not diplomacy. You need to do a lot more, as our ministers have shown. The Albanese Labor government's put partnership at the centre of international development and respects the different strengths that all our different partners bring to the table. The Pacific Banking Guarantee is a necessary, useful and forward-thinking component of our relationship with our Pacific family. It sets the region up for the ongoing growth, prosperity and stability. And for the last time, I say, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. And let me say what a serendipitous privilege it is for me to be able to follow the member for Moreton in this debate, in his last contribution in this chamber. Let me put on the record my deep affection and admiration for GP. This is a man who has made a contribution across so many different aspects of our nation. Importantly to me, he's been a consistent voice for Australia's relations with Africa, a cause that I have spoken about a lot in my time, and a cause that needs more voices in this chamber speaking up for. GP and I have been able to travel all the way to northwestern Kenya, all the way to northwestern Kenya to the Kakuma refugee camp, where so many members of the Australian community have travelled through on their way to Australia, to really see the impact that our work through both ODA and multilateral institutions has had there. Travelling with someone in an environment like that, you do get an insight into the kind of person they were. I won't share with the chamber everything that happened on that trip, GP, but I have to say it is a genuine tribute to the calibre of GP and the regard that he's had in this chamber, that he could inflict so much pain on so many members of this chamber on the sporting fields of Parliament House and still be so beloved. Yeah. Well, both the member for Fremantle and myself have both been personally affected by GP's enthusiasms on the sporting field. So, good luck, mate. I know you owe a few to your family. So, let me put on the record our thanks for them sharing you with us at this time, and good luck in retirement, mate. Well, from this place. I'm pleased to be able to speak on the Pacific Banking Guarantee Bill 2025 today. Since the election of the Albanese government, we have committed to a new era of Australian engagement in the Pacific. We've worked hard to deepen the social, cultural and economic connections between Australia and our Pacific family. We've really worked to enmesh our nation with the Pacific family. The Foreign Minister visited the Pacific on just her 4th day in the role, travelling to Fiji to discuss how we could best secure our region and help to build a stronger Pacific family. The Foreign Minister has visited every member of the Pacific Islands Forum in the first year of the first term of this government. It was a clear demonstration of the new energy and focus that our government would bring to Australia's Pacific relationships. And this was replicated across our government, with visits to the Pacific by the Prime Minister, to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for International Development in the Pacific, the Treasurer, the Attorney-General, the Minister for Home Affairs and other ministerial colleagues. Because when we say we are part of the Pacific family, we mean it. We share an ocean and we share a future. And the connections Australia shares with our Pacific family, our mutual understanding, common purpose and cooperation have never been more important. We face the most challenging strategic circumstances of our post-war period. There are major changes reshaping our region and the world: climate change, technological innovation and disruption, geostrategic competition, demographic change. These circumstances demand that Australia works more closely with our international partners to shape the kind of region that we want, a region that's peaceful, stable and prosperous, A region that operates according to agreed rules, norms and international law, where sovereignty is respected, where individual countries are free to make their own choices, a region where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Now, we can't achieve a region like this on our own. We have to work with others, and it's only becoming more challenging. How we work together with our international partners, with our neighbours, with our Pacific family to meet our shared challenges today will have a great effect on future generations. The Pacific is at the front line of many of the environmental, geopolitical and economic challenges we confront. Our Pacific neighbours are highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, increasing their need to work with us. They also need to look to us first to support their development and economic needs, which can be acute. Responding and providing support is what good partners do. As the Foreign Minister said, we are now in a state of permanent contest in the region. We need to work harder to be the partner of choice in the Pacific. Our opportunity to be the only partner of choice was lost to us over the previous decade when those opposite were in government. The former coalition government cut Australia's Overseas Development Assistance Program to the Pacific. They cut official development assistance by $11.8 billion in their time in office, and perhaps later tonight we will see further commitments to cuts in the budget reply speech. This was a drastic drop that made our region less safe, it left a vacuum in the Pacific for others to fill. Australian security continues to pay a price for the coalition's neglect in government. We now have to compete to become a partner of choice. We have to work at it. And that's why the Albanese government has been hard at work implementing our vision for stronger engagement with the Pacific, with our nearest neighbours, with our family. On that note, I will cede the floor to my colleague, the member for Fremantle, in anticipation of this evening's budget reply speech.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the honourable member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk. I call the honourable minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that business intervening before order of the day number 5, government business, be postponed until the next sitting.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026, second reading, resumption of debate.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call... Oh, sorry. The chair will be resumed at 7:30 p.m. We didn't do the full time.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, to Australians listening tonight, thank you very much for your time. Soon you'll have a say in determining the future of our great country. We live literally in the best country in the world, and we're the beneficiaries of what our forebears have built and defended. We love this country because it has forged us into a remarkable people. We're compassionate, we're stoic, we're fair, and we're quietly patriotic. We cherish this country because it affords opportunities like no other. But only, and I stress this point, if we're governed well. When Australia is governed badly, dreams and ambitions become beyond reach. And that's what's happened during the last 3 years of the Albanese government. In my travels across the country, Australians tell me that they're working hard, but they're not getting ahead. In Perth, a mum in a grocery store, in tears, told me how her husband and children couldn't keep their heads above water with the bills stacking up. In Adelaide, I spoke with a food manufacturer whose electricity prices had gone up by about 300%. In Victoria, I spoke with a supermarket employee, a woman in her 60s, who had a machete held against her throat during a robbery. In Brisbane, I listened to a young couple in their 30s who have moved back in with their parents because they simply can't buy a home, even though both of them are working overtime. Now, such stories have now become commonplace across our country. Stories of rent and mortgage stress, stories of power, shopping and insurance bills going through the roof, stories of home ownership being out of reach for so many, and stories of it being increasingly difficult to see and to afford a GP, and stories of crime on our streets. For so many Australians, aspiration has turned to anxiety, optimism to pessimism, and national confidence to national uncertainty. The truth is Australians can't afford 3 more years of the Albanese government. Now, every election is important, but this election does matter more than others in recent history. It is a sliding doors moment for our nation. A returned Albanese government in any form won't just be another 3 bleak years. More economic mistakes will take a lot longer to recover from. Setbacks will be set in stone and our prosperity will be damaged for decades to come. But you have the power to change the path our country is on. You have the ability to reverse decline, and you have the opportunity to get our country back on track. You can do that by voting for your Liberal or Nationals candidate so that a new Dutton coalition government can be elected. And at this election, the choice could not be clearer. Tonight, I'll outline the choice Australians face at this election and our plan to fix Labor's mess. We have a positive plan to deliver. A stronger economy with lower inflation, cheaper energy, affordable homes, quality healthcare and safer communities. A plan to help you and your families, a plan to bring about a stronger, safer and better Australia. A plan to usher in more confident, resilient and self-reliant people right across the country. And we need to accept that we live in a more dangerous and disruptive world. And to these ends tonight, I will announce new policies that a coalition government would implement. Tonight, I commit a coalition government to the following. We will introduce 4 critical pieces of legislation on the first sitting day in the next Parliament. 1, the Energy Price Reduction Bill. 2, the Lower Immigration and More Homes for Australians Bill. The Keep Australians Safe Bill and the Guaranteed Funding for Health, Education and Essential Services Bill. This is my signal to the Australian people of what my priorities will be in government. In his 4th budget, like the previous 3, the Treasurer again painted a rosy picture of the economy. But Australians aren't silly. Your bills tell the true story of Labor's cost of living crisis. And here's the facts of the Albanese government's economic record. Rents are up by 18%. Housing is up by 14%. Groceries up by a staggering 30%. Electricity is up by 32%, and insurance is up for many households and businesses by 35%. Australians have experienced the longest household recession and the worst collapse in living standards in our country's history. Under Labor, interest rates have gone up 12 times, but only been cut once, and they've stayed higher for longer compared to other comparable nations. This budget makes clear that Labor was only able to deliver 2 surpluses, piggybacking off the former coalition government's strong economic management, as well as record commodity price windfalls. And now the outlook is one of deficits as far as the eye can see. For 3 years, Labor peddled the lie that they inherited $1 trillion of debt. Yet in the budget papers that we saw on Tuesday night, they confirm that the Labor Party will burden Australia with $1 trillion of debt as of next year. Tuesday's budget was one for the next 5 weeks, not one for the next 5 years. It was a shameless election voting exercise, not a plan for our country's future. It was about saving Prime Minister Albanese, not about you, and certainly not about safeguarding our nation. Jim Chalmers' so-called tax cut top-up is simply a tax cut cop-out. It's a cruel hoax. Now, Labor will spend $17 billion of taxpayers' money to give you back 70 cents a day in 15 months' time. And yet a family with a typical mortgage under this government is $50,000 worse off. I think it's insulting, to be honest. Now, we oppose these tax cuts and will repeal them because we think there's a better way to provide assistance to Australians. We will provide immediate cost of living relief for Australians. A coalition government will halve the fuel excise for 12 months and then we'll review it. And we'll make sure that that comes in on the first day that our Parliament sits. For a household with 1 car filling up once a week, that's a savings of about $14 a week, or around $700 over the year. For a household with 2 cars filling up once a week, that is a savings of $28 a week, or around $1,500 over 12 months. Compare that to 70 cents a day in 15 months' time. Now, working with industry will ensure that heavy vehicle road users also benefit from this measure, and we'll make sure the ACCC will ensure that the fuel excise cut will be passed on in full to consumers. The policy will cost $6 billion. Amidst Labor's cost of living pressures, charities are experiencing increased demand, including from Australians who never previously relied on that support. To scale up assistance and provide immediate relief, we will commit $50 million for food charities like Food Bank, Second Bite and Oz Harvest to expand their services and to include school breakfast programs. They approached the government with this plan and it was rejected in this budget. Of course, to get out of Labor's economic mess and to tackle Labor's cost of living crisis, we need hard decisions and a proper plan. The coalition government will do 3 things. First, we will rein in inflationary spending. We will reduce the cost of energy. And third, we will strengthen the economy so that it works for you. I just want to address each of those aspects in turn. Mr Speaker, over 3 years, the Albanese government has increased spending as a share of the economy more than any government since the recession of the 1990s. Now, it's lifted spending by an extraordinary $425 billion. That's about $40,000 per Australian household. Now, much of this spending hasn't gone to essential services or generated economic activity. Rather, it's been inflationary, it's been ineffectual, and it's been wasteful. Such rapid and unrestrained spending is not only adding to the debt that our children will have to repay, but it's also keeping the pressure on inflation. And during a cost of living crisis, that's the last thing that you want. And the Reserve Bank Governor has independently pointed out this great failing in this bad government. Core inflation under this government has averaged more than double what it was under the Coalition. Personal income taxes paid have also increased by about 24% under Labor. The average taxpayer is now paying $3,500 more tax this year alone, or for a dual income household, $7,000, and that's a big hit. I want Australian families to be making choices about what they will eat, not choices about whether they can eat or heat, which is the prospect facing many people, particularly pensioners and those on low incomes in our country right now. I want to make sure that we can fight the cost of living pressures because we need to get interest rates down. And to get interest rates down, we need, of course, to get inflation down. To get inflation down, we need to address its underlying causes, and that's just something the government hasn't done. We want to stop wasteful government spending. And tonight I announce that a coalition government will rein in key inflationary, ineffectual and imprudent spending, which has been a hallmark of this government. We will end the reckless $20 billion Rewiring the Nation Fund. We will stop the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund, which has not built a single additional home. We will scrap Labor's nearly $14 billion of production tax credits for green hydrogen because it is not going to work. We'll reverse Labor's increase of 41,000 Canberra public servants because it will save about $7 billion a year. That's money that we can provide back to the Australian people in frontline services. And the growth rate of public servants under this government in Canberra is about 3 times the rate it was under the Rudd-Gillard government. But I make this guarantee to the Australian people tonight. In line with our national interest, we will continue to invest in essential services and critical areas of the economy, like health and aged care, veteran support, the NDIS, Indigenous affairs, childcare and defence. We won't cut frontline service delivery roles. We will ensure that the services Australians rely on are sustainable. Under Labor, you will be guaranteed of a number of things, but one thing I'm sure of is more reckless and wasteful spending, which will cause interest rates and inflation to stay higher for longer. And that means you'll pay more for everything. More for food, more for rents, more for your mortgage, more for power, and more for insurance. You'll continue to pay more tax too. But under the Coalition, we will fight cost of living pressures at their source. At the very centre of Labor's cost of living crisis is, of course, the skyrocketing cost of energy. And that's due, of course, to Anthony Albanese and Chris Bowen's reckless renewable-only policy train wreck. Now, as every Australian knows, energy is the economy. Australians are paying some of the highest power prices in the world. Indeed, up to 3 times more than comparable economies. And the Albanese government has broken its core election promise when it comes to energy. Your electricity bill hasn't gone down by $275, as Labor promised, on 97 occasions. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer refuse even to mention that word, even though they looked you in the eye and said that they would bring your power prices down by $275 each year. As Australians can attest, they're now paying more than $1,300 than what Labor promised in their energy bills. And I think the point to make is it's not just homeowners and renters who are paying higher power bills, it's farmers, it's business owners, it's cafe owners, it's manufacturers too. Across the economy, it's costing more to grow food, more to produce goods, more to store the food and the goods, and certainly to deliver services. And those costs are just passed on to Australian consumers, which is why Australians are feeling the crunch at the moment. I want Australians to be putting items in their shopping trolley, not putting them back onto supermarket shelves. I want businesses to be able to hire more staff, not to be putting more money aside to pay ever-increasing power bills. Now, Mr Speaker, gas is the key in our country, as it is around the developed world, to manufacturing, to making electricity and to keeping the lights on. But the Albanese government has stalled projects from getting off the ground and created a national gas emergency due to insufficient supply. We now know that in our country, Victoria is about to spend money building an import terminal to bring gas in to Victoria, to import gas into Victoria. Under Labor, gas prices have gone up for households and businesses by 34% and 43% respectively. The Coalition understands what Labor won't. You can't run a full-time and functioning economy using part-time and unreliable power. Under Labor, the energy crisis and therefore your pain will continue. Bills will keep going up because the cost of putting out 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines will just be passed on to Australians. Our energy grid will become more unstable with a greater reliance on sometimes on power, which equals blackouts and brownouts. And you can expect a lot of energy rationing in Australia under an Albanese government re-elected. Under the Coalition, energy will become affordable and reliable again, where we use a mix of technologies, which include always-on power, to firm up the renewable, sometimes on power. And the only way to drive down power prices quickly is to ramp up domestic gas production. And tonight I announce our National Gas Plan. This plan will prioritise domestic gas supply, address shortfalls and reduce energy prices for Australians. This is all about ensuring Australian gas is for Australians. We will immediately introduce an East Coast gas reservation. This will require a proportion between 50 to 100 petajoules of spot cargo exports to be delivered to the domestic market. This will secure an additional 10 to 20% of the East Coast demand, gas which would otherwise be exported for use in other markets by consumers in those countries. But our gas needs to be first and foremost for our people. Gas sold on the domestic market will be decoupled from overseas markets to protect Australia from international price shocks, and this will drive down new wholesale domestic gas prices from around $14 per gigajoule to under $10 per gigajoule. And this is just the start. We will immediately audit development-ready projects with a focus on the southern states. We will fast-track a decision on Western Australia's North West Shelf project. The government has delayed a decision on that project conveniently until the 31st of May, which happens to be after the election. So good luck in WA. We will halve approval times. We will defund the activist-led Environmental Defenders Office, which has been disgraced and which has obstructed projects. We will accelerate new investment into gas projects by reinstating a $300 million strategic basin plan and include gas in the capacity investment scheme. We will invest $1 billion into a critical gas infrastructure fund and increase gas pipeline and storage capacity. We will put in place use it or lose it stipulations for gas drilling companies, so offshore gas fields are not locked up for years. And we will ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose gas trigger to safeguard supply. This plan, Mr Speaker, will lower wholesale gas prices, which will flow across the economy. Our National Gas Plan is expected to push prices down for new gas sales to below $10 per gigajoule, compared to the $14 in the market today. Energy prices will always be lower under a coalition government. A coalition government will also secure our nation's energy security for decades to come and over the longer term. We will join the other 19 top economies in the world in adopting proven zero emissions nuclear power. This is one of the most visionary and necessary policies put forward in our country's history. It was supported by Bob Hawke and it's supported by John Howard and other leaders of our nation, and it will underpin our energy security for the next century. Our plan has been independently costed at 44% cheaper than Labor's plan. Labor has never been able to dispute that outcome, and what it means is that there is a savings of $263 billion for Australians. If a plan is cheaper, electricity prices will be cheaper, as fewer costs, of course, are passed on to consumers. Nuclear power's high yield of energy and small footprint means that there's no need to carpet our national parks, prime agricultural land and coastlines with industrial-scale renewables. The Coalition has the only energy policy which protects our environment and safeguards the livelihoods of regional Australia. Mr Speaker, the exorbitant cost of energy is one reason why a record 29,000 small businesses have gone insolvent under Labor. It's one reason why there's been a threefold increase in the number of manufacturers who have closed under Mr Albanese's watch. But another reason is Labor's excessive regulation and interference in the economy. Sectors critical for our economy, like mining, manufacturing, forestry, fishing and agriculture, have been crippled by Labor's weaponisation of environment, industry, IR and cultural heritage laws. And we're seeing industries simply pack up and go offshore, and international partners withdraw investment from our country. For all of Anthony Albanese's talk of a future made in Australia, the opposite is actually the fact. Less is being made in Australia under this government's watch, and more is being made abroad. The last 3 years are a lesson. No government can subsidise the economy to success. Under Labor, we'll continue to see a hollowing out of our economy. Industries and businesses will continue to collapse in record numbers or simply move operations offshore, which means that we lose those jobs. Under the Coalition, we will build a stronger economy, not only by getting power prices down, but also by ripping up as much red and green tape as possible. Tonight I commit to removing regulatory burdens where we can, where there's duplication across local, state and federal government during a first-term Coalition government. My intention is to make Australia a mining, agricultural, construction and manufacturing powerhouse once again. The revenue generated from these revived sectors will create more money to build new infrastructure, to fund health and education, and importantly to equip our defence forces. In addition to backing our natural strengths, we will encourage new areas of the economy, like artificial intelligence, like automation, like cybersecurity and space, bio and nanotechnologies. AUKUS too has the potential to foster a new arm of our economy and transform our civil industrial base. We will spend taxpayers' money wisely in a manner which has an economic multiplying effect, a way in which it generates productivity and can attract new investment. And that's better for you, for your family, and it'll create jobs for your children and grandchildren. And we will curtail union militancy in workplaces. We will revert to a simple definition of a casual worker, the corrupt and disgraced CFMEU, which has donated $11 million to the Labor Party, that in turn has seen the Labor Party turn a blind eye to them and their illegal conduct. It will be deregistered. And the construction industry watchdog will be restored so that we can have safety again on big building sites. New anti-racketeering laws will be legislated, and a dedicated Australian Federal Police-led task force will tackle the criminal elements in our building sector that are ripping off Australians and undermining productivity. Prime Minister, I would never tolerate seeing a member of a union, or any person for that matter, kicking a woman on camera and not even commenting in relation to it. It was a disgrace, and it was a disgrace that this government allowed it to happen. And it's a common practice from the CFMEU. Reviving growth, Mr Speaker, also means having the back of small business, including tax relief. We've got tax relief coming for small business. We will increase the instant asset write-off from $1,000 under this government to $30,000, and we're going to make that arrangement ongoing. We'll provide a deduction of up to $20,000 per year for small businesses for business-related meal expenses, which is also a much-needed shot in the arm for struggling cafes, restaurants and pubs. If your kids or grandkids work in a local cafe or in a local pub or club, this will see them get more hours and have more secure employment. It will allow a local real estate agency or a builder to take staff to a local cafe to celebrate a big sales event or simply to say thank you to their hard-working employees. It creates jobs and it supports the struggling hospitality sector. I want small businesses to be taking risks, calculated risks, not shutting up shop. Reviving growth and preparing our economy for the future also means supporting skills development. Tonight I announce that a coalition government will set a target of 400,000 apprentices and trainees in training across Australia. Our plan is to restore targeted and proven incentive payments for employers to hire and train an apprentice. We will provide small and medium businesses with $12,000 to support them to put on a new apprentice or trainee in critical skills areas for the first 2 years of their training. It will have a particular focus in the building and construction sector. Mr Speaker, addressing Labor's cost of living crisis and energy crisis is just the start. In its first 2 years, the government brought in 1 million people through the migration program. That's 70% more migrants than in any 2-year period in Australia's history. And of course there'll be consequences. And yet, after 3 years in power, the Albanese government hasn't delivered a single additional new home built under its failed housing policies. Australians are generous and welcoming people, but they want migration to be sustainable and the government to be in control of it. Labor is neither in control of migration nor has it kept migration at sustainable levels, and Australians know it. I don't want young Australians locked out of the property market or having to rely on the bank of mum and dad. I want to see fewer Australians homeless and more Australians in homes. Mr Speaker, under Labor, migration will continue to put pressure on housing, on infrastructure and on services. But under the Coalition, we will cut the migration intake to free up housing and restore the great Australian dream of home ownership. We will cut the permanent migration program by 25%. We will ban foreign investors and temporary residents from purchasing existing Australian homes for a period of 2 years. We will set stricter caps on foreign students to relieve stress on rental markets. And we will invest $5 billion in essential infrastructure to get stalled housing projects up and going. And it's going to create 500,000 new homes. We'll allow for first home buyers to access up to $50,000 of their super for a home deposit because it's better to get into a home sooner. When a government doesn't have any achievements to speak about, which is the reality for this government, it resorts to smears and scare campaigns. There's no greater sign of the Albanese government's desperation than its Medicare campaign, Labor's third attempt in less than a decade. But while Labor peddles falsehoods, we'll remind Australians of the facts. On this government's watch, bulk billing nationally has fallen by 11%. There's 41 million fewer bulk billing episodes with GP services under this government. And more than 270 GP practices have closed under this government's watch. Australians should never have to choose between seeing a doctor or paying their bills. Under Labor, Australians will have ongoing pressures on the health system, but under the Coalition, we will deliver quality health care. We will invest $9.4 billion into health. That includes incentivising junior doctors, as I announced last year, to work as GPs to address the current shortages at your local clinic. We will boost Medicare bulk billing. We will invest in hospitals, especially in high population growth areas where there's the biggest strain on services. We will guarantee cheaper medicines and lower the pharmaceutical benefit scheme co-payment to $25, and we'll invest $500 million into women's health. And we'll double the subsidised mental health sessions from 10 to 20 and make this arrangement permanent. Many young Australians require access to mental health services in any given year. And tonight I announce that a coalition government will invest an additional $400 million into youth mental health services. We will expand the remit of the National Centre for Excellence in Youth Mental Health, which I created in 2014, into a national institute. We will boost regional services and expand treatment to Australia at the forefront of youth mental health treatment in the world. We will continue to support the world-leading Medical Research Future Fund, which I established as the then Health Minister. There is now more than $20 billion in that fund, and it's providing support to our specialists all around the country, to scientists, to researchers, to labs, all of them working on incredible projects, and that funding will continue to provide them with support and Australians with hope. Mr Speaker, in my travels across the country, Australians tell me they've never been more worried about crime and division in our community. It started with the Prime Minister's Voice referendum, which sought to divide our country by ancestry and race. He then left a vacuum of leadership following the crime wave in Alice Springs and the anti-Semitism on the steps of the Sydney Opera House. All too often, the Prime Minister is too weak, too late and too equivocal. This government has released 300 hardcore criminals from immigration detention into the community, with more than a third having reoffended against Australian citizens. It granted tourist visas to 3,000 people from a terrorist-controlled war zone conducted without security checks that should have been put in place. It's failed to deter people smugglers trying to reach our shores by illegal boats. It's turned a blind eye when our military personnel have been endangered, and it didn't stand up for our country when Chinese communist warships entered our waters without notice. And it relied on Virgin Australia pilots to alert us to the Chinese Navy's live fire exercise off our coast. Australia should be a country where people live without fear and without worrying about the future. Under Labor, you'll get the same weakness of leadership that has compounded crime and emboldened anti-Semitism on our streets. You'll get a nation that is less safe and less secure. But under the Coalition, we will provide the moral and political leadership needed to restore law, order and justice. We will establish a dedicated anti-Semitism task force to turn the tide of this scourge of hatred. Every Australian should be equally treated. We will work with states and territories to develop national uniform knife laws. We will toughen bail laws to stop domestic violence offenders. We will again stop the boats, just as we did in 2013, and we will again deport dangerous non-citizen criminals, just as I did as Home Affairs Minister in cancelling 6,300 visas of murderers, of sex offenders and drug traffickers, something this government hasn't continued. We will again invest in defence to play our part as a credible partner to deter aggression and to maintain peace. We've already committed to $3 billion of additional funding to reinstate the 4th Squadron of the F-35 Joint Strike Fighters cancelled by Labor. Our plan is to energise our domestic defence industry and to retool the ADF with asymmetric capabilities to deter a larger adversary. Mr Speaker, during the election campaign we will announce our significant funding commitment to defence, a commitment which, unlike Labor's, will be commensurate with the challenges of our times. The Prime Minister of our country and the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Defence, tells Australians regularly that we live in the most precarious period, the most dangerous period since the end of the Second World War. What leader of a country says that and then doesn't do anything about it? We will nurture pride and unity in our country. We will provide support to the Australian Defence Force to keep us safe today and into generations ahead, at a time when we most need it. That starts, of course, by making sure that we don't fail young Australians. And I think this is an incredibly important point. A coalition government will restore a curriculum that teaches the core fundamentals in our classrooms, a curriculum that cultivates critical thinking, responsible citizenship and common sense. Mr Speaker, this election is as much about leadership as it is about policy, and the choice is clear at the next election. I will be a strong leader with a steady hand. I will make the tough decisions, not shirk them. I will put the national interest first. I will lead with conviction, not walk both sides of the street, and I have real-life experience to demonstrate it. As a veteran of the police force who dedicated 9 years to protecting Australians, especially women and children. The small business owner who started and successfully ran businesses, someone who came from a working class background and knows the value of hard work and the aspiration that drives Australians. A parent, along with my wife Kiralee, who understands the family is the most important unit in our society. I want to give a shout out to Kiralee tonight, who's just had surgery on her wrist and is at home watching with Rebecca, Harry and Tom, unless maths clashes with this broadcast. I've been an assistant treasurer in our country. I've been a former Minister for Health. I've been a Minister for Immigration, Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Defence, which was an enormous honour. I lead a united and incredibly capable team. We're ready to govern, we're ready to deliver a stronger economy with lower inflation, cheaper energy, affordable homes, quality health care and safer communities. And we will govern with respect for the views, values and vision of everyday Australians. Australians are worse off under the Albanese government, and Australians cannot afford 3 more years of this bad Labor government. I say to Australians tonight, at this election, you can make the right choice. A better choice for you, a better choice for your family, and a better choice for your country. Together, let's build a stronger, safer and better Australia, and let's together get our country back on track.
The debate is adjourned and the House stands adjourned until Monday, 7 April 2025 at 10 a.m. in accordance with the resolution agreed to on March 25, 2025.
all the people.